What does John do?
He's very calm and polite now.
Yeah.
But when we were renting our house for the first time, he was not happy that we were ripping the house apart.
Irita does enjoy a good story. Yesterday, she was quite taken with a collection of vintage fountain pens, cast iron fire dogs, and a bowl.
Has 100+ years of age.
She's left with £123.50p.
If you had a fire at home, what would you save out of your house?
It's actually quite interesting because there's something in my house that I think belongs to the house. In the attic, above the front bedroom, there was only one thing inside, and it was a framed picture of a lion. So I brought it downstairs and I put it in the living room because I'm a Leo, in the roof, in the attic. So I'd probably save that as a memento of the house. Well, let's hope the house doesn't go anywhere else.
Irita's dropping Ishi the lion in Lowestoft to the very therapeutic Halfway Care Farm to meet a cohort of healing victims. You know, there are almost 250,000 farms in the UK, but less than 1% are like this one. This place provides therapy and rehabilitation through farming, and Charlotte has been experiencing its healing for the last 18 months.
Oh, what are they eating?
I call it muesli.
Yeah.
It's goat food.
So is this the first thing you do in the morning?
Yeah.
And what's the next job?
We'll be getting in there to do some mucking out from last night.
Oh,
You
glamorous.
ready to help?
Yeah, I am.
Taking care of animals has proven benefits to both self-esteem and confidence.
What's your favourite thing about coming here?
It's just nice to be around so many cheerful people and basically talking about all different experiences, learning new things. My health has just always been a bit up and down. Well, when it got suggested to me to try a care farm, I was like, yeah, I'll give it a go. I've basically gained so much confidence since coming here.
For mental health, dementia and other issues, farms have been used as a means of rehabilitation and support for centuries. In 1792, Quaker merchant William Duke, for example, introduced Britain's first animal-based therapy at his York retreat. This farm opened in 2015 and is one of the UK's newest care farms, but it's already won national awards for its impact.
I love the outdoors. I've always been outdoorsy.
Yeah.
And just coming basically makes my skills a lot more better for the future.
Where do you see yourself in the future? What would you love to be doing?
Anything to do with animals, so everything that I learn here is basically going to be brilliant for what I want to do in the future.
Amazing. And what are your favourite animals on the farm?
I'd say Cadbury the goat, the golden Guernsey goat out there,
Yeah.
and Drambuie, one of the alpacas, one of the brown alpacas.
Petting an alpaca is sure to release serotonin. But there's satisfaction also to be found when you see the benefits that come from hard work like mucking out.
What have we got here? We've got vegetable patches.
Yeah, pretty much to the left and right of us, we've got things growing.
I've seen some of the tomatoes. They're absolutely gigantic.
Absolutely massive.
Some UK care farms began as traditional farms or gardening projects. This farm was purpose-built on land that had been unused for a decade. The compost created helped grow fruit and veg that Raymond and Rod are farming today.
Raymond, Rod, what are we doing here? So we're harvesting carrots?
Yes, that's correct.
When did you plant these?
In the spring.
Can I have a go?
Yeah, of course you can.
Is there a trick to it?
Well, just pull them up.
Just go in and pull?
Have a look around, you know, and just...
You enjoy it here?
Oh, love it. Yeah, I've been coming here 6 years. I don't know why over this place. I mean, I really enjoy coming here.
Yeah.
That time there, I love to come here. I was a bit on the quiet side. I can't stop talking now.
And the crop looks fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
What's your favourite thing to grow?
For me, it's just planting the seeds. So I'll grow anything with my boss's permission. Obviously,
There's mentoring, socialising, even entrepreneurship on offer here.
We'll take these up to the shop.
All the crops help this non-profit grow too, sold as they are at the lovely-looking farm shop.
Thanks very much, and I'll see you later.
All right. Lovely to see you, Rod. Take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
You've got to admit, those carrots look good. From soil to plate, may the therapeutic benefits created by care farms continue to grow,
Just these, please.
especially if it helps ensure Ishi ups his 5 a day. Now, Irita's made her way to the village of Blowfield, set in the heart of the Norfolk Broads. She's come to check out Antiques and Homes, which has an aptly broad mix of all things antique, retro, and vintage. Steve's looking after the shop today.
How cool is this? Oh, look at it. Look at these hangers.
They really knew how to make suitcases in early 1900s to withhold everything that was thrown at them. No wonder this has survived for over 100 years.
Made by Waterjoy, London-based suitcase makers well known for making steamer cabin wardrobes like this from the turn of the 20th century.
But you know, the first thing that caught my eye on this, and it's right there, is the label. That's what tells it. And what is it? It's a Cunard White Star to Europe label. Just think of that feeling that they had taking the brand new, expensive, shiny suitcase on that ship. Yes, they are a bit fallen off the label, but the main words are there. White Star. That sells it to me. That's a definite possibility.
This could be an open and shut case for Irita. Ishi, meanwhile, has made his way to the village of Panksworth and the very sizable Norfolk Antiques and Reclamation Centre.
This place is enormous.
Staking a claim to be the UK's largest antique and reclamation centre, there's several acres worth of industrial, arts and sculptures, architectural salvage and much more here.
Another room.
Russell's manning the forklift truck if there's anything Ishi fancies picking up.
Getting a sense of the scale of this place, just casually chilling here, we've got a Gothic door with wood, and then to my other side here, what looks to be like a piazza, a town centre square. The scale of these bricks is insane, meant to be walked on for hundreds, if not thousands of years. I don't know how much these cost, but I imagine if you were to have something like this made brand new, it would cost a lot more than it would to buy this and rescue and salvage. I was not turn the corner and see a town square and a Gothic church door. Let's carry on looking.
You can see how this place ended up supplying props for high-end films, including James Bond. My name's Khan, Ishi Khan.
I'm actually speechless. Have you ever seen anything like this? I feel bad Irita's not here. Queen of Ceramics, she would adore this. This is probably the largest fireplace I've ever seen. I mean, if this was standing upright, it would be double the height of this room. You can see French. Sois bonne ami.
Partly translated as my table be good and my friends. This is a 19th century French glazed ceramic fireplace surround with Corinthian capitals.
You've got devotional figures, women reading books, you've got dragons. The detail in this is insane, but it's probably about 3 feet deep as well. I mean, it belongs in a museum, really, doesn't it? Or a stately home where people can enjoy it, because you don't see things like this every day. I wonder how much this would get at auction.
Well, its ticket price is £162,000, so you'd be looking for a little more on top. Has Irita seen anything within her budget back in Blowfield? She's taken a shine to the Waterjoy vintage suitcase so far. She's not known it yet.
I feel like picking at some smalls. Oh, I might have just stumbled across some quality. Got a lighter in a round shape. These are known as witch balls for the same reason as the balls that people would have hanged in their windows to prevent witches. Now, what I really like is the markings on the bottom. It is RC, which, if I am not mistaken, is actually Richard Commons.
A pioneering London silversmith who started in 1859 and is still going strong.
Love that there's initials on there because a name makes a big difference. No price. I want to know how much that is.
Time to have a word with Steve.
Steve, what are you doing? Is that where the treasure is?
Yes, I do tend to hide it up there when I can. So.
Well, you'll have to say, this is small but perfectly formed.
Thank you, yeah.
And I got some options.
Have you?
There's a trunk outside.
There is, yeah.
Oh, you know what I'm talking
I do,
about.
yes.
Oh.
Yeah, it has no price on it. What is the ticket price of that?
It's 85, actually.
Okay. What is the absolute death on that?
It's been here for a couple of weeks, so we could say double score,
Oh,
£40.
doubles. I learned double score yesterday.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
I feel like double score has power.
I think that's great. I think it's a
Okay.
bargain for that.
And then there's a lighter in your cabinet.
Yeah.
The witch
The
ball
witch
one.
ball. Oh, yeah, nice shiny one. It's £85,
Okay.
and you're going to want to knock me down, so I think the best we can do on that is £35.
Are you sure?
Yeah, that's not a problem.
It would be £75 for the suitcase and the witch ball lighter than.
I got double score!
Oh, thank you very much. I'll put that where the treasure is.
Thank
Thanks
you.
ever so much, and thanks for
It's
coming in.
been an absolute pleasure.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Irita has finished with double score and a little bit more. She has £48.50 still in her kitty.
What am I going to get to the auction like this?
A Herculean effort. Back in Penksworth, he's tracked down Russell to ask for some guidance. Things have been a bit out of Ishi's price bracket so far.
Well, this is the room. Bowling ball? You get a strike, but not going to make a lot of money with that. What on earth is that?
It's from an aircraft. It's from a fighter jet.
From a real fighter jet?
From a real fighter jet.
No
It
way.
flies the skies. If it was a good one, we'd get the best part of £200.
A gearbox from a Typhoon fighter would certainly be of some interest to military collectors.
Incomplete piece of stock. I'll do it for all the money you've got.
Ishi has £68 left.
I don't know. I'm almost speechless. I reckon, well, it's a work of art in its own right.
If you like tinkering in your shed, you get a lot for your money, or you can polish it up and just have it as a work of art in your kitchen.
It is pretty unusual, but I reckon it's worth a gamble.
But I think in auction, it's a sculptural piece.
68 quid. All right, let's do it.
Show me your money.
All right. So I've got 20, 40, 65. 1, 2, 3, 3 quid there. Thank you so much.
Done.
I mean, this is incredible.
I'll leave you to it.
Cheers, mate. Bye.
That unusual find means Ishi is now all spent up.
How am I going to get this?
Might be best if Russell arranges to send that one onto auction.
It's been yet another absolute corker. The car has performed. The sun's out yet again. And you're still there. How come you haven't run off yet?
We are quite far away from home now, so I'm stuck for you.
2 drums and a cymbal fall off a cliff. Oh, why do you finish all my jokes? This is unfair.
Sorry.
Oh,
Time for this giddy pair to get some shut-eye. Irita and Ishi are back for the 4th auction of this trip in the West Midlands.
Good luck.
Go on, let's go.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Having made their way from Kent to Suffolk through Norfolk, they've now arrived in Lichfield and Richard Winterton Auctioneers, where they're looking to entice buyers in the room and online, with Richard himself to govern the gavel.
Sold in at £200. Thank you.
Irita spent £151.50 on 5 lots in Suffolk and Norfolk. What does Richard like the look of?
These trunks have proved really popular in the auction rooms, and it's got a lovely label with a Cunard white star, so quite hopeful for this lot.
She spent his entire £200 on 5 lots. Anything amongst them that excites Richard?
The Typhoon gearbox. We've never had one in the sale room before.
No.
What could you do with it? Good decoration for the house, I suppose. But yeah, interesting. Can't wait.
Irita and Ishi have got in early. Time to take their seats.
Here we go again.
I'm gonna make a fortune.
Really?
Don't be so surprised. I bought some good things.
Well, the first good thing going up is Irita's late 19th century copper Islamic bowl.
Oh, internet, £10, 10 rand a bit, £15 a bit, 50, 20,
Oh, God.
20 pound a bit, £25 all in, £30 easy, £30 a bit, £30 sold at 30.
The lucky buyer will appreciate that.
It was a great thing to buy. A good thing to talk about. I don't regret that.
Will Ishi's Victorian white metal trophy help him take the top spot on the podium?
It looks great quality.
£10 on bid, £10 on bid, 50.
Come on,
50,
man.
20, 20 pounds, 25. 25 on bid, 25 on bid, £30, 35, £40. £40 on bid, £40 internet, £40 internet. Hold on. Thank you very much, £40.
Oh, that hammer just killed me.
At least it won the buyer's heart.
I was swinging that trophy around being like 4-0 to Ishi, 5-0 to Ishi at the auction. So that's my karma.
Let's hope the next lot goes the way Irita intended. It's the cast iron arts and crafts fire dogs.
I absolutely love these five.
They are so beautiful.
A bit of interest in £5 a bid, £5, £10. £10 on bid, £15.
What is it, 500?
£5, £30,
It's going like 10.
£40, £45, £45,
That's a
£45 all in,
bargain.
sold at £45. Those at 45, thank you.
Things are starting to hot up.
I made a profit. And it leaves someone else to make a profit.
Yeah.
It's time for Ishi's Victorian white metal brooch.
It is a gorgeous thing.
Where are you going to be? £5 a bid, £5 a bid, £5 a bid, £10 bid, £10, £12 a bid, £12 a bid, £15 bid, £18 a bid, £18 a bid, £20
Frankie, though.
£20 bid, £20 bid, £22, £25, all in, unsold, £25.
It's a problem. You get a breath.
That one's bright as a button.
I have to say, your dancing is as good as your dad jokes.
Hoping she's made her case, it's Irita's vintage Waterjoy suitcase.
If it all goes wrong, at least I got a case to run off with.
£10 on bid, £10 on bid, £10 on bid, £15 on bid, £20 on bid, £25 on bid, £30 on bid, £35 on bid, £40 on bid, £40 on bid, £45 on bid, £50 on bid, 50, all done, sold at £50.
I've never been so happy for a £10 win.
It packed a punch.
Happy with that.
Packed in the profit.
She's hoping there's money in the Art Deco purse.
You can't go wrong with that.
I hope not.
£10 straight in on the internet. 50, £20, 29, 5, 25, and sold £25.
I want to flip over a table in excitement. Yes.
Yeah, that coined it in. Up next, Irita's Richard Commins Silver Witch Ball Lighter.
It's going to do well.
It's going to set the world on fire.
Where are we going to be? 25 straight in.
25. Oh, it's got to be.
35 I've bid, £40 I've bid, 45 I've bid, £50 I've bid, £60, that's £60, I'll take 65, that's 60, £60 I have. It's all here at 60, thank you very much. Hammers up, £60.
A spark of inspiration.
I'm grateful for the small profits.
Ishi's Victorian brass inkstand is next.
I think it's one of the most special things in this auction.
Nothing plenty about this lot, £10, £50,
It's fine.
£25, oh, 25, 25, 30, 35. What, 40 now, telephone? £40, thank you, £40. All done. That's all, £40. Thank you, £40.
Well, that was good value for the lucky buyer.
Oh, look upset.
I really thought that was special.
Let's see if our readers' vintage fountain pens make anything to write home about.
I'm getting nervous.
Oh.
Break a sweat.
Where are we going to be? 5 and a bit, 5, 10,
Five.
15, 15, 20, 20 pound a bit, 5, 25, 30, 5,
Well done.
25 a bit, 40, 40 pound a bit, 40 pound a bit, 5, 45 pound a bit, 50, 60, 60 pound a bit, 50 pound a bit, 70 pound a bit, 70 pounds a bit, 70, final chance, 70 pounds, thumbs up,
Come on for good time.
70 pounds. Thank you, 70 pounds. It's not
Big quid, isn't it?
the 81.
Yep, those pens were mightier than the sword.
Oh, that was good.
Time for the last lot. That Typhoon fighter jet engine part.
A little bit different.
A little bit different.
There is nothing at all at the moment on the internet. £5 I've got. It's a start.
It's a start.
£5 bid.
This is the quietest I've ever been in an auction room.
Bid. £10. 50,
It's going up.
£20.
20. 730.
I'm at £20. Bit of glass round it, box over the top.
Exactly.
Table, tabletop, lovely. £20. Anyone else out there?
Oh my
Don't be
gosh.
wrong, £20. Looks like that's it. £20. Hammers up. £20.
You lose some, you lose some.
The buyer was firing on all cylinders at least.
Let's go and find the right deal for you. Come on. We'll make it better.
Yeah, right. After starting with £200 on all auction costs, Ishi has made a loss and ends with £123. While after sell-room fees, Rita has made a profit and ends the day with £257 and 60p. All profits will go to children in need. Hurrah! It's now 2 wins each, with just one sale left to go.
Oh, we're still back at that face.
I thought that gearbox was going to do so much more than £20.
Are you disappointed about the gearbox? Or about the fact that it's 2-2? It's even Stevens.
No, like, both actually.
Oh, it's fine.
Next time on the trip, there's dancing,
That's the feeling today.
drinks,
I thought you were buying.
Yeah, I thought. Come over see. Have a couple. The drinks are so good.
and a bit of a shock.
This is something that you do not see in antique centres.
Come on, Ted.
Let's go fishing.
Hello, the name's Dart. Love you, Dart.
Go! We're lucky to have each other.
Oh yeah.
Mortimer and Whitehouse Gone Fishing starts Sunday the 22nd of September on BBC Two and iPlayer.
It's beautiful, by the way. Like your dress.
It's a skirt and a top.
Have you lost a bit of weight?
Oh.
Not that you needed to, and not that you do need to. But it doesn't matter. Like, you look great to me in any ways. You could balloon.
Can you
Like,
get out?
yeah.
The new series of Column from Accounts. Press red for all episodes on BBC iPlayer.
Side Zone gets our full attention now with Dr. Zan's Con or Cure.
In a world of social media and information at our fingertips, we're bombarded with health advice. From miracle medicines that do more harm than good,
I didn't know what was happening to me. I didn't know if this was permanent.
to rip-off remedies that waste your money.
They sent me a picture of a plastic bottle filled with loads of leaves, and they said it was £250 and it would 100% cure your tinnitus.
We're here for when you don't know what to trust.
I've always done my research, so it just kind of goes to show that anyone can get caught out by this.
We'll shine a light on medical malpractice.
It was this wonderful medical lens implant which turned out to be useless.
Answer all your questions to help you take your health into your own hands.
It was as though pound signs were just everywhere, and it was just scary.
This is con or cure. Hello and welcome to another episode of the show that helps you navigate the complex world of health and medicine. As always, we're asking the question, is this a con or a cure? And today we're looking into living longer and healthier. What's really going to help you achieve that, and what's just a waste of your money or worse?
Also on today's show, is exercise really the key to losing weight?
So the myth is, if you run around, you will burn off the calories, and because you're lazy, that's why you've gained weight. That is absolutely not true.
And how the Scottish government had stepped in to put right a mesh implant operation for thousands of women.
I was in so much pain, I just wanted something done, and I couldn't physically walk without crutches.
But first,
when it comes to smiling, some people are embarrassed by the look of their teeth, and there's been a real increase in the number of people getting braces to straighten their teeth, and that has led to a rise in those offering cheap deals on teeth braces. Bridie from the Southwest found a deal online that seemed too good to be true, and it was.
The pain that I experienced was a shock, like tears streaming down my face. Having a good smile is everything. I know I really appreciate it when someone is warm and open and has a big smile, and I want to be that person too. When I looked into the private clinics for the prices, they kind of range between £4,000 and £7,000.
At that sort of price, Bridie didn't take it any further. But then she found a much cheaper option for getting braces online.
I first heard about Smile Life on Instagram. Smile Life was appealing to me from the research that I'd done. I saw that they were based in Ireland, so I knew they'd be under EU law. My background is a medical researcher, so I really pride myself on being able to do my due diligence on a medical company's social media, and their social media ticks the box. The services that I saw with Smile Life that they could provide, it was one service for teeth straightening. They were offering the service for around the £1,700 mark.
This relatively inexpensive offer seemed too good to miss.
I ordered their kit online. The first step is to do an impressions kit, where you have to bite down on the blue putty and then you send your impressions back and they say whether they think you can have braces or not.
Once the company had impressions of Bridie's teeth, she had a meeting with them on Zoom.
During the consultation that I had with them over Zoom, I spoke with them about the results of my impressions. They talked me through what my results would look like.
Bridie was mailed a box with everything she would need. Key to Smile Life's treatment program was their own app, which provided information on all aspects of the treatment plan.
So the app that they gave me, when you click on it now, it just says not available in the App Store anymore. But the way it worked is you could see your plan, and they had a video where you could play it forward, so you could see your teeth changing. It was very impressive.
The treatment plan was to take 12 months. The first step for Bridie was to use a small dental file to remove parts of her teeth that were overlapping.
I had to 5 teeth on the top row 4 times and 3 teeth on the bottom row twice.
However, Bridie's partner Gavin wasn't sure this was a good idea.
Do you remember when you walked in on me on the bathroom, filing in between my teeth?
Yes, very. Just couldn't imagine
That's normal.
that an orthodontist would want you to do that.
Having orthodontic work done can be painful, but what Bridie was experiencing was on another level.
The pain was a shock, like tears streaming down my face. So much blood. I couldn't eat. The pain of eating these braces, it was just far too much.
After around 6 months of treatment, Bridie split one of her aligners and reached out to Smile Life for a replacement. But at this point,
things really started to unravel.
I went on the app, like you're encouraged to do, and the app wasn't working. So then I tried to call them, and the phone line just went dead. Then I see in the comments on social media and on Trustpilot that other people were saying the same thing. I went to a private dentist, and they were really, truly flabbergasted. She said you should never do the teeth filing at home. It should be done by a qualified orthodontist. My jaw's completely misaligned, and the pain that I have now from the nerves where the teeth have twisted is just excruciating.
Bridie tried to track down someone from Smile Life to speak to, but her search came to an abrupt end when she discovered the company had been liquidated.
I know that once a company is liquidated, you have no legal anything to stand on. Like, I know it sounds silly, but I instantly want to cry.
In constant pain, Bridie has a long wait ahead, and she has some advice for others who might be tempted to go for the cheaper option.
I've gone out to get I've joined the NHS, waiting 5 years. Unless you can sit down and physically touch them and have a face-to-face conversation in a legit registered building, don't do it.
That sounds painful, and of course we wish Bridie well. We did, however, track down the founder of the company and discovered that she still appears to be providing these types of cosmetic dental procedures in Dublin. She also failed to respond to our correspondence, so Bridie's been conned out of money, but also left in extreme pain in this instance. With me now is Dr. Rona Iskander, a cosmetic dentist. Should this story give us all pause for thought about these types of procedures?
Absolutely, and I think that one of the biggest misconceptions is that people think that when you have aligners, every single aligner is the same. So there are some very famous brands out there where people know, they go to the dentist asking for these specific brands, and I think, oh, I've just been advertised something that looks the same, is it the same? But there's much more to it. It's not just about the appliance, it's the person providing the appliance and the healthcare professional that's doing the treatment plan for you.
So what kinds of problems are you seeing people having after using these?
So I've seen a whole load of problems, if I'm honest with you, Ashley, and they range from the aligners not fitting properly, pain from the pressure, as we saw with the case that we watched. They also experience things like bleeding sore gums because the aligners don't fit properly. In the extreme case, an aligner actually extracted a tooth.
Bridie touched on that very visceral pain she encountered. Is that uncommon?
It is common, and in fact, it's much more complex than being able to just do these treatments at home. It takes a dentist about 6 years to qualify, and then to become an orthodontist, it takes about another few years. So it's a very complex treatment. If you're expected to do a mold at home, you're not going to be very accurate. You don't know what anatomy you're going to be searching for. You don't know what to do if the impression gets stuck. You know, there's all of these issues that can arise. Moreover, as we saw, you're expected to file your own teeth. That's pretty dangerous and irreversible. You know, and dentists are trained how to do this. They do it in a safe manner. They use certain measurements and certain tools to ensure they're not taking off too much. So there's always a danger with that you're not taking enough or you're taking too much.
Okay, so bottom line, according to your expert's opinion, are these at-home straighteners a con?
I think they are a con, and I really wouldn't advise anybody to do them. I spend half of my clinical time now correcting these cases. So for me, I think, you know, don't mess with this. It is something that really, really needs to be done by an expert and with a team to ensure that you're having the teeth that you desire.
Why do you think so many people feel they can do this stuff at home?
The rise of social media is putting more and more pressure on people to have the perfect smile. I also think that lockdown created a huge surge. We had what we called the Zoom boom, where people were looking at their teeth all the time in motion. So whilst they were speaking, they were noticing how their teeth looked. And because of that, they became more obsessed with it. However, having cosmetic treatments isn't cheap, and people feel that they can't afford the options that dentists give them. So they think, I've been given this option online, but unfortunately it just unravels a whole host of new problems, and they end up spending even more money trying to fix it.
Can you talk about the move away from train tracks type races? Because plastic aligners aren't all bad, are they?
No, absolutely not. It's one of my favourite treatment modalities. In fact, it's the only treatment that I use to straighten out teeth as a general dental practitioner. It's great and it's discreet, but it's all about the planning. It's great when it's done by a reputable company and a system that dentists know how to use.
That in-person consultation
Yes.
sounds so pivotal.
Yes, and that is the key thing, because when you're ordering this stuff online, you are actually not being monitored throughout the treatment. So to give you an example, when I provide aligner treatments, I will review my patient every 8 to 10 weeks. I'm checking if the aligner's still fit. I'm checking that I've done enough filing. I'm checking that the patient's not developing any pain or problems. You're doing checkups as well, hygiene cleans, etc. So the fact that these treatments that you can order online can last up to a year or longer, and they're not having any contact with a dentist, is extremely dangerous.
Well, that is a really stark warning and some really insightful takeaways there. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Throughout this series, we are busting common medical myths, the bits of health advice we hear time and again, but know little about the scientific basis of. Can we catch infections from toilet seats? Can a base tan prevent burning? Does eating cheese at night give you bad dreams? Today, we're asking the question, does exercise help with losing weight?
And I have to say, often when you bust these myths, my mind is blown. And in last series, you spoke about how we cannot change the number of calories we burn per day. This was a massive revelation, not just to me, but to you at home too. Following the show, Sally Mummy got in touch to say, I watched the show where weight loss and the number of calories burned don't seem to matter. Absolute shocker. She goes on to say, so I guess exercise is important still for heart health, etc., but only eating well helps with weight loss.
Okay, lots of people have got in touch about this. First of all, I don't think everyone should lose weight. I don't think that should be your priority. Everyone gains weight for all kinds of personal reasons. So the myth is, if you run around, you will burn off the calories. That is absolutely not true. No matter how much you run, no matter how much exercise you do, exercise is good for you. But if you want to lose weight, you have to stop eating food that is everywhere surrounds us, that has been designed by scientists to make us eat more. So that fact about exercise, you can't really change the number of calories you burn in a day. The data underlying it is really good, but when I tell people, it doesn't just confuse them, it actually kind of annoys people.
If people do really want to eat healthily, as you touched on, it can still be really confusing.
It's so confusing because all the food messaging around what we should eat is really complicated. Fat versus sugar. Should I eat more protein? Should I be doing fasting? The thing that we know is driving obesity rates skyrocketing around the world is ultra-processed food. So my one message, if you're let yourself off the hook, it is not you, it's the food.
What do you mean by that?
What I mean by saying it's not you, it's the food, is the environment we live in. The food we're surrounded with makes it very, very hard to be healthy. In the UK particularly, we have a hard time in this country. Ultra-processed food, unhealthy food is constantly marketed to us. It's constantly around us. It's everywhere. And most importantly, it's very expensive. Whole food, really healthy food, is out of the reach of many people in this country. An apple, even from a cheap supermarket, if you buy a single apple, that's 65p. Half a kilo of custard cream, about 50p.
So what are we looking for here?
So if you start to read the ingredients on most of the food you can buy in the supermarket, you will see all kinds of things that you don't know what they are. Flavorings and colorings. Then there's emulsifiers, binders, humectants, xanthan gum, modified starches, preservatives. All this stuff is commonly, even in ordinary foods like supermarket bread. You see it there all the time. And the more you start to look at those labels and the more you think about what you're eating, you think these companies are making food that's very profitable for them. But these ingredients, they're not good for you.
Yeah.
So if I've got one piece of advice about eating healthily, it's look at the ingredients on your food. And if there's stuff that you don't have in your kitchen, don't eat it. Nevertheless, exercise is extremely good for you and very important for your health. But yes, if you want to lose weight, exercise is not a brilliant way of doing it. Very good luck to anyone who is trying to resist the kind of food system and eat something healthy.
Now, a little fact for you, the average UK person now has a life expectancy of 80.9 years, which is very precise. We live 3 years more than the average American and 3 years less than Australians. It's a pretty good ranking.
But even though as a society we are living longer, the average number of healthy years is declining in the UK population. Could longevity lie in a sense of community?
Joining me now is Dr. Richard Sial, the Director of Ageing Research at King's College London. So tell me, can we live healthier and longer?
Well, actually, that's a very good question. Over the past 30 to 50 years, there is evidence that we are living longer. I think the question should be, are we living more healthily? You know, our lifespans may be increasing, but as we grow older, our health is declining, and it's getting worse, and there's much that we can consider how we can improve that. So it's not only physical health, it's also mental well-being or psychological health, and it's also financial health. So we need to consider the holistic view of healthy aging and health span.
Why that decline in health?
Well, our lifestyles are changing. We're becoming more sedentary. We're using more digital devices. We're moving around much less. And poor sleep actually impacts on our psychological well-being and also physical health. All of that impacts on our well-being as we age. And that also contributes to conditions such as heart disease, inflammation, arthritis, even some certain cancers.
When it comes to being healthy, how much of a factor is happiness?
Well, it's a purpose in life. It's also our social circles, who we interact with, both in our families, at home, with our friends, and more importantly, in our workplace. Because most of our lives we're at work, we can take steps to improve our health span. Even when you are 70s and you're not 80s, loneliness is a key route towards depression, and many people don't have the right social circles. So perhaps getting out to be with our neighbors, our friends, and our families really does improve our psychological well-being at all ages.
I mean, you're drawing together there those practical, physical factors with the emotional and social ones, which is going to be brilliant for our viewers to take away. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Really helpful. Cheers. Incontinence and pelvic prolapses can be debilitating conditions. And so for many women, the offer of a surgical mesh cure available on the NHS was a lifeline. But in many cases, and for this next woman, the supposed solution can make things worse.
I was at the stage where I couldn't come downstairs without coming down on my bottom because the pain was just too much.
Norma Roberts from Glasgow had a busy job as a nurse before her procedure.
When I had the mesh implanted, I worked full time as a theatre nurse. So really busy at work on my feet all day long.
But one morning in 2010, Norma's active lifestyle came to a standstill.
I was getting ready to go to work and I felt a pop down below as if something had dropped. I went to my GP and he said I had a prolapse.
Norma had suffered a double pelvic organ prolapse, likely as a result of weakened pelvic floor muscles following pregnancy. To fix this, Norma was offered a surgical solution known as a transvaginal mesh implant, a form of surgical tape that is made of plastic. The procedure involves passing this tape through the vagina and around the urethra to create a sling. This provides extra support to the weakened or damaged internal tissue. Norma underwent surgery in 2011, and her recovery initially went well, but a year after her operation, she began to experience some worrying symptoms.
I started to get pain in my groin and pain travelled down my legs. At this point, I was in so much pain, I just wanted something done, and I couldn't physically walk without crutches. I went back to my GP and he thought it was possibly my hip. I got scans, I got x-rays, everything came back fine. And he says, I think it could be enmeshed.
While most of the thousands of women who have had this surgery in the UK haven't had problems, some patients like Norma can be left in agony. Because of the way the body interacts with the mesh, tissues and veins grow around it. And because of this, it's incredibly difficult to remove. 2 years after her surgery, Norma was forced to take long-term sick leave, which ended in her early retirement.
Being a nurse, they didn't have a job for me. So I ended up having to be retired. That was hard. That was
Norma received a glimmer of hope when she was referred to a specialist clinic in Glasgow, where patients received surgery for mesh removal. For Norma, though, the surgeon was only able to partially remove the mesh.
At that point, I just wanted to get rid of as much as I could. And I honestly thought that then took the body of the mesh out because all the tension was out of it, then that would maybe get better through time, which it never.
In January 2023, the plight of transvaginal mesh patients like Norma was heard by the Scottish Government, who reached an agreement where patients could either have any remaining mesh removed with a specialist team at Spire Hospital in Bristol or at a clinic in the United States.
Since the surgery, the pain has gradually built up again, but what we've got to remember is there's a lot of scar tissue in there, and scarring does tighten up. So as much as I've got pain, I don't have the intense pain I had before.
In the summer of 2023, the Scottish Government concluded its review into the use of transvaginal mesh and found that patients were given inaccurate information and were not told of the risks of the surgery. The use of transvaginal mesh in the treatment of prolapse no longer takes place in Scotland, and it's been paused in other parts of the country. Norma now wants to use her experience to raise awareness of the dangers of mesh surgery.
We've got a Facebook support group with over 800 women on it. The English ones, and it's thousands. There's thousands and thousands of women all over the world with this. It's a massive, massive scandal.
In the UK, over 100,000 women have had this type of procedure. Well, I'm joined now by Professor Hashim Hashim. He's a world-renowned urological surgeon, and he actually works at the Spire Hospital in Bristol, as well as the North Bristol NHS Trust. Professor, thank you so much for joining us. We've just heard how the Scottish Government responded to this, but it's actually a much wider problem, isn't it?
It is. It's a much wider problem, and we have this not only in Scotland, but in England and Wales and Northern Ireland. So there has been mesh centres in NHS England, for example. There's 9 mesh centres that have been set up to deal with mesh complications. And the Scottish Government have been also sending patients to independent providers. But there's about 100,000 implants for stress urinary incontinence for mesh. For the prolapse transvaginal meshes, it's slightly less numbers. Nonetheless, there are problems not only in the UK as well, but worldwide.
So it's a range of surgical procedures that the meshes are used for. So lots of different people may be affected. What do you do if you've had a mesh and you think it is the thing that is still causing you trouble there?
If you have mesh, then the first thing to do is to actually see your GP, and then the GP can then refer patients to one of the 9 mesh complication centres. As I'm part of the NHS England one, and we cover the whole southwest of England. And once you see the GP, they can refer you to your regional mesh complication centre.
And if you've had the procedure and you don't have any symptoms, are you okay to just leave it?
So as far as we know, yes, it's okay to leave it, and we wouldn't remove mesh if someone didn't have any symptoms, we would be happy to see patients to discuss things further with them.
So if you're worried, you don't have to have symptoms to speak to the team?
No, you don't have to have symptoms. You can be referred to one of the 9 regional mesh centres via the GP to discuss the mesh and potential complications.
Beyond meshes, there are a range of surgical procedures that are actually available to treat people.
Yes, so there are bulking agents and known as fillers, and then there is stitches which can be put in to lift the bladder neck, or using your own tissue as a sling, and these are very efficacious.
Alongside things like physiotherapy and medical management as well.
Yeah, so we wouldn't proceed to surgical options unless medical and conservative therapy has failed.
That's really helpful. Professor, thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank you very much.
Across the series, as well as exposing health cons and scams, we also want to answer your question. And our research teams, including Aoife, have been
shit to buy. It's crazy.
Well, Dr. Sand, Dawn has
Unique
been
car
saying,
shape.
Dear Dr. Sand, I have always been
$2.99.
from an early age. Tried all sorts
Oh
of
yeah,
diets
actually,
and
I'll tell you what.
throughout my life. I've lost weight only to put it back on again. I carry my weight mostly in my tummy area and have seen ads for something called Belligis and just wondered whether you think
A unique shaped zinc alloy keychain, retro style, decorative pendant, creative gift for car enthusiasts, stylish accessories for keys and bags and stuff. And what it is, it's fucking.
Quite good. And so if you want to go down the road of taking drugs for weight management, there are now, for the first time ever, really, these drugs are available and they do work. The other thing that I think is so important to say to anyone who's struggling with overweight or obesity is we are surrounded by unhealthy food. It's heavily marketed to us, and it's
That's a bit like a VW, actually. It does. It looks like a VW. I'll show you.
I tried that worked. Reading the ingredients on the food and trying to cut out anything with ingredients like some.
It looks like a VW, and there's one. There's a silver one.
But look, good luck, lots of love. I really hope it works, but please don't waste your money on these supplements. Aoife, thanks very much indeed.
Thanks, and
Yeah, please do
So-
keep your questions coming in to us. You can send your emails to hello@connallcure.tv.
I'm not sure about that, really. I'm fucking. I've got to have a break for 5 minutes.
Exposing cons, celebrating cures, and
I need a cup of
exploring
tea.
everything else in between.
Seriously.
Thanks for your company. See you soon.
Goodbye.
I want to take you on tour. I want to take you on India.
Wow!
This is so mad. Just hope and pray that all the boys take these opportunities.
I've not done anything like this in all of life.
And they grab it with both hands.
Freddie Flintoff's Field of Dreams. Press red to watch now on BBC iPlayer.
Zelensky, it's an amazing journey. I was not thinking about any politics.
I think he's the greatest optimist.
You've had to make a choice. What is the price of your life?
The Zelensky story. Press red to watch now on BBC iPlayer.
Part 2 of Sign Zone now with Big Little Crimes.
An ordinary shift for a police officer.
This case came in as just another burglary.
This is an offence we have seen quite a lot of.
Can quickly take an extraordinary turn.
It's gone from 0 to 100 in no time at all.
A routine case
Just thought we were picking up somebody who's maybe just a bit drunk and disorderly.
can suddenly spiral into a serious incident.
I need to arrest you on suspicion of murder.
The more I dig, the more I find how big was this case going to get?
He has started a fire, he's done it deliberately, and used some kind of fuel to get that fire going.
Sometimes the most minor crimes
It's really important that we get hold of him as quickly as possible and get him off the street.
can crack major cases.
We did have an international manhunt on our hands. Gotcha.
In today's programme, a routine stop and search by City of London police,
Uniform police pulled over the driver. He was searched and found in possession of cocaine.
leads officers to uncover fraud on an international scale.
It was a functioning ID producing factory in one room.
But first, when an elderly man is targeted in a distraction burglary,
the unknown offender approached his door, said they were from the police, duped their way in and stole £100.
officers could never have predicted the scale of offending that was to follow.
So we now had an unknown offender on the rampage, actively targeting the vulnerable, and the violence was getting exponentially worse. I'm Philip Bond. I spent 31 years in the police service, a career detective, and served in and out of the CID for like 31 years. When I joined the police, we were just coming off the back of programmes like Sweeney, and as a young male, the bright lights of London and the thought of being able to drive around in these cars was highly appealing. But I think with that was a feeling that I joined the police, then it gives me the opportunity to actually make a difference to our communities and improve people's lives.
It's January, and West Midlands Police get a call from a 71-year-old man. He's been burgled in his own home by a man posing as a police officer.
The unknown offender approached his door and said that they were from the police, duped their way in. So generally people that are good at distraction burglary are good with the chat. So he will have taken the victim into their confidence, and then they went in and stole £100. But it was just another distraction burglary, with a slight twist in that it was a bogus police offence, which was an indicator that this is a particular modus operandi.
Local officers head to the scene, but the investigation immediately hits a brick wall.
There was no forensic evidence. There was no CCTV. The victim gave a statement, but there was no detail of particular distinguishing marks or features, or so quite a sketchy description. So nothing really to hang our hats on other than the very specific modus operandi, which was I am PC Aston from Smethwick Police Station, accompanied with the showing of a fake warrant card, which was all part of the ruse of I'm going to dupe you on the doorstep in order for me to be able to get into your property.
Officers have little evidence to go on, but think it's probably an isolated incident.
There was absolutely nothing to indicate to us that this was anything other than one offensive distraction burglary. There was nothing to say it was going to form a pattern. It was just one offensive burglary.
But 2 days later, they get a second report. This time from an elderly lady who lives nearby.
The offender again dupes their way in. But again, the only thing that sort of was the red flag was PC Aston from Smethwick Police Station. So now we've got two offences where it's the same speech that's being used. So we're now starting to link together these offences.
Over the next 14 days, there are another 7 similar burglaries, all in the same area.
But again, frustratingly, little evidence to link together, no DNA, no fingerprints, very little CCTV of any great worth. But again, we had the speech, PC Aston from Smethwick Police Station. So that's the red flag that's linking all these offences together.
And worryingly, reports suggest the man responsible is getting more violent with every crime he commits.
I think that the offender wanted to more quickly expedite what he was doing. So frequently what would happen would be a foot in the door. So the door cannot be shut. And then violence to begin with committed on the doorstep. So it would be a push or a shove to get inside the property. So for two isolated offences of distraction burglary, we're now beginning to call it a series of linked offences, and the level of violence was becoming increasingly more severe with every offence that was being committed. So the ante was now starting to rise.
Philip needs to catch this aggressive distraction burglar before he strikes again. He decides to bring in an intelligence analyst to help build a profile of the offender.
The analyst would go through and look for common denominating issues that would link it all together. We had the modus operandi of PC Aston from Sneddon Police Station. We had the signs that violence was becoming a feature, but also the descriptive detail we were getting from the victims was mentioning coloured and dishevelled teeth. We also had the fact that they were a sallow complexion.
The analyst is also tasked with predicting where he might strike next.
He was actually offending in areas he knew, so he would know the demographics of that's an area where elderly people live. It was not an affluent area, so it was always going to be quick hits, no return, but possibly doing lots to get the maximum amount of money. So we now had an unknown offender on the rampage, actively targeting the vulnerable, and the violence was getting exponentially worse.
In the meantime, Philip has no idea what lengths this man is willing to go to.
The heat was really on.
In our next story, when police stop and search a vehicle on suspicion of drug possession, officers uncover an organised gang, making and selling fake IDs for criminals across the UK.
What started as a routine stop developed into two individuals linked to supplying high quality false documents. The City of London Police is the smallest police force in the UK. It is quite simply a square mile. When people talk about the square mile, the financial district of London, that's the area we police. We are also the lead force for economic crime in the UK.
DS Darren Norman works for the Serious and Organised Crime Team.
We look for opportunities to target individuals who have made money out of committing crime. So we are ultimately looking at the management of organised crime groups.
It's summer, and City of London Police are dealing with an influx of drugs gangs on their patch.
Organised crime groups will target the city because of the number of people out in the night and also opportunities to make money.
Officers decide to do a routine stop and search of a vehicle they suspect may be involved in drug offences.
The uniformed police pulled over the driver, spoke to him, and as a result of their suspicions, he was searched and found in possession of cocaine. The officers believed that he was involved in supplying it, he would be possessing it, and he was arrested.
Seize the man's phone and look for any evidence that he's been dealing drugs. But what they find takes their investigation in a different direction altogether.
There's messages and images that would appear to relate to false identity.
All the messages come to and from a single contact, saved under the name ID.
We then researched that number across databases and established that the telephone number was present in a number of individuals also being arrested by the City of London Police.
this one number is linked to several different criminals makes things much more serious.
Who is the person using that phone and why are they engaging it? Often we'll find with criminals, their telephone numbers are throwaway. They're using for a period of time.
Oi,
and they'll change
you!
it. This number had been active for 3 years.
Oh, fucking hell.
Suggests that level of organisation and professionalism to be able to maintain that without being identified by the police. So, how do we identify them?
You are amazing.
Most criminals.
You can do anything.
So that was a dead end. Is there a bank
You
account
rock.
to make payment? Wasn't the
That's
case
it,
in
yeah,
this
that's
case.
it.
Over
Yeah, that's pretty cool. It's green. It goes with what I'm wearing. It's great.
everything we try to identify the person using the phone.
Be strong, be badass. Well, I don't want to be a badass. I want to be a good boy. You know, this is it. I'm a good boy. This is how it is.
We know this person's out there.
What's this one?
Just got to find out who
This
they
is
are
green.
and
New challenge.
engage in.
Yeah, I want that.
Keep it.
Eventually, the team's perseverance pays off.
As part of the investigation, another telephone came to our attention, and that had.
Oh, right, that's great. I'll tell you what I'm not going to do. I'm just. You know what I'm going to do? Like, because I'm fucking getting carried away with fucking team meeting, right? Seriously.
Any other police forces.
At the moment, I've got to pay 30 quid, right?
And a force in the north replied to say yes, it featured an investigation of theirs in relation to drug supply and fraud. At that point, you feel that you've made a breakthrough. You feel that there may be some information, evidence that another police force is holding that may help you. And in this case, it was a bank account number and a name. So we now have a telephone number that's linked to a bank account.
Police check out the bank account and phone number and discover they both belong to a 30-year-old Albanian, Cherin Dada.
Our job as investigators is to ascertain if he's involved or not in this wider organised crime group involved in supply documents. But we don't know where he is.
Officers examine Dada's mobile phone data to see who else he's in contact with.
We see that every day he is speaking to a telephone number, a number of times. Our next question is, who is this person and will that person lead us to Mr. Dada? The first step was to ask the mobile phone company who was using that phone. And in this case, they had a name and they had an address. And those inquiries quickly established that it was in fact the partner of Mr. Dada.
The couple live together in an apartment in North London. Darren and the team apply for a search warrant and head to the flat.
We were early in the morning, they were both still in bed.
You don't have to say anything, but it may harm your defence. You did mention my question, something which came to life. He said, maybe giving him evidence. The necessity.
We used the element of surprise and managed to recover their phones. And within their phones was evidence clearly relating to them organising the supply of documents, messages between themselves and other third parties, where pictures being sent, information needed to put onto bank statements, pay slips and utility bills. And in their laptop, we found over 14,000 images of templates for the documents, various identity templates from various countries around Europe.
Despite this massive haul of items, Darren thinks it could be just the tip of the iceberg. He now suspects Dada is just one member of a sophisticated organised crime gang producing fake IDs on a huge scale.
Somewhere there's still the printers and the thousands of cards, and there's possibly another person now making the cards, and that business has been handed over by Mr. Dada to another party. We don't know who they are.
With Dada in custody, officers search his phone records for evidence that could lead them to other members of the organised crime group.
We identified that there were 3 other members of the same criminal group at a different location in North London that we believed were now holding and in possession of the printer and cards and were now the people making the documents.
Officers go to the second address, and this time they're planning to catch the suspects in the act.
Hello, mate. Stand up.
When police have entered the small flat, they've found everything you need to make the documents. The laptop and the printer were set up. There was a stack of cards ready to be printed. There were bank statements, utility bills lying around. It was a functioning ID producing factory in one room.
Hello, mate. Stand up. Stand up. Okay. You okay?
I'm arresting you on suspicion of being involved in a conspiracy to make or supply articles for use in fraud, contrary to Section 7 Fraud Act 2006. Okay, do you understand what I'm saying?
All the suspects are arrested and brought in for questioning. The main ringleaders, Dada and his girlfriend, give no comment. But the evidence speaks for itself.
Mr. Dada and his partner were ultimately charged with offences in relation to making and supplying false identity documents over a number of years. The weight of evidence against them, all the material found in their phones, the material recovered at the home address with the thousands of images on their laptop, gave them no choice but to plead guilty, which they both did.
Dada was sentenced to 4 years and 11 months behind bars. His girlfriend received 2 years and 5 months.
Mr. Dada is an enabler. He is higher up in the hierarchy of a criminal group. He's not exposing himself to the risk of dealing drugs on the street, which is where this investigation began. His job is to provide a professional service to people, to provide an alias, and they can be whoever they want. That presents a risk to the public and to the economy of the UK. So what started as a routine stop by uniformed police in the city of someone supplying cocaine developed into 2 individuals linked to supplying high-quality false documents over a number of years to potentially thousands of customers.
Back in Birmingham, police called out to a distraction burglary are worried the offenders' violence levels are escalating, but they're struggling for leads.
All the indicators were that we were probably dealing with somebody that was into drugs because of the discovered teeth, because of the sallow complexion, because of the rising levels of violence. So we then start building a profile of who this person can be.
Officers run the information they have through the police database. And after hours of trawling, they narrow their search down to 3 potential suspects.
So we knew we were looking at probably 3, but we needed the smoking gun.
Philip and the team start analysing info on their 3 suspects, looking for any clues that might lead to the offender.
And it could have been anything. It could have been the speech, discovered teeth, the offending nature on certain days, something. About 6 hours into this mind-blowing task, my colleague, and it was about 2 in the morning, said, "We've got him." And he'd been in the year 2000, the distraction burglary, where the modus operandi was on PC Aston from Smethwick Police Station, discoloured teeth, sunny complexion. He'd been charged, but he got off at court on a technicality, and he was back out. And that was Andrew Simon Aston.
They finally got a name. Andrew Simon Aston. But he's gone quiet.
So we were thinking, has he been arrested in other parts of the country? Has he had a drugs overdose? Why has he stopped? But then it would start up again. And when he started up again, the level of violence was to another level. So come late March, we had 2 linked offences on 2 OAPs, both war veterans, plus an attack on one of the wives of one of the war veterans, and the violence was sickening. And on both of those instances, Aston used violence to get in. He had an attempt at using the rooms, but he wasn't bothered with that. He forced his way in. One of the victims, he tipped out of his wheelchair and assaulted on the floor. He assaulted the wife. And on both war veterans, he used an iron bar. Both of the war heroes died as a result of the attacks. What started as a low-level, isolated crime and distraction burglary, fast forward, we're now in the territory of 2 murders on different days, double homicide, where this monster is preying on the most vulnerable, elderly war heroes and using obscene levels of violence. We had the reality that the offender was going to do it again. We had to stop him. It wasn't negotiable.
Aston is out of hiding, but now on a deadly burglary spree. Police act fast and put the areas under surveillance.
We were given a surveillance team windows of his main pattern of offending times, which was 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. But we only had it 72 hours. Unfortunately, it was, come on, Andrew, offend. Because if you offended, we could get him.
Officers spot Aston casing several potential targets. But they need to catch him in the act, and time is running out.
So we're thinking, right, we're now 11 hours into our 72, where's this going to end?
Then finally, after hours of painstaking surveillance, Aston makes a move.
He went up to an address and he approached the doorway. He then went over the threshold.
Police close in.
He got the victim in a wrist lock, so the violence was there, and we arrested him. Aston was caught red-handed, put in the police car, and taken to Stetchford Police Station and placed in a cell.
With Aston in custody, police have their chance to question him.
His interviews were combinations of lies, no comment, silences, and increasing levels of violence and hostility to the interviewing officers. One of the was, well, on those dates, it couldn't have been me because I was with my dad, painting and decorating. His dad said he wasn't with me, and what do you want me to do? And we said we'd like to go into the witness box and on oath say that Andrew wasn't with you at the time, and that's what he did.
In court, Aston's own father testifies against him. It takes the jury just 6 hours to find him guilty of 20 robberies, 4 assaults, and 2 murders. An unbelievable catalogue of violence.
He didn't take well to the sentence that was handed down to him. Every indictment given a life sentence, 26 life sentences, to much furore at the courts, everybody celebrating the fact that we'd got him and he wasn't going to surface and breathe oxygen for a very, very long time.
And this record-breaking conviction all started with a single distraction burglary.
What we ended up with was one offence, to the identification and safe conviction of a monster. And his claim to fame is that he now appears in the Guinness Book of Records for 26 life sentences, which is the biggest tariff ever given in
Oh, fucking hell.
The whole day in court was highly emotive. I think everybody had a tear in their eye that day. Some of us, openly, weeping. But at the end of the day, we are all human. And it was just the reward of, got you.
Next time on Big Little Crimes. When police are called to what seems like a minor incident,
The householder had returned from holiday and they found that the vehicle had been stolen from the driveway of the house.
it can quickly turn into something much more serious.
What had initially started off for us as what could easily just be a one-off burglary had now turned into an international manhunt.
One of the world's most amazing hotels.
I know what it takes to deliver excellence.
And having been a very picky hotel guest, I love discovering what it takes to keep the most discerning customers. There's no telly, but we do have that.
Amazing hotels, life beyond the lobby. Press red for all episodes on BBC iPlayer.
The Okavango Delta, where big cats behave like nowhere else. Follow their drama through the day,
Absolute chaos.
and the night. Big Cats 24/7. On BBC iPlayer.
Now, as Friday morning develops, we keep pace with the latest BBC News.
Live from London, I'm Cash. This is BBC News. Russia revokes the accreditation of 6 British diplomats, accusing them of spying. Well, this comes as Sir Keir Starmer arrives in Washington for talks with President Biden. They'll discuss President Putin's warning that allowing Ukraine to strike Russia with Western weapons risks a wider war. In other news, the governor of Nigeria's Borno state tells the BBC that an estimated 2 million people have been affected by floods there. David Beckham joins mourners at the funeral of former England football manager Sven-Göran Eriksson in Sweden. And bring on the next decade, Prince Harry tells the BBC he is excited about turning 40 on Sunday. A warm welcome to BBC News, and we start this hour with some breaking news that Russia has revoked the accreditation of 6 British diplomats. Russia is accusing them of spying, of espionage. Now, Russia's state security service, the FSB, has said that their activities had threatened national security, but it did not name any of the diplomats. And it said that the move was a measure against multiple unfriendly acts and had what it called documentary proof confirming London's coordination of an escalation in the international political and military situation. Now, it's not clear whether the diplomats are currently in Russia, and one Russian TV channel actually aired footage claiming to show them leaving the country. Well, the Foreign Office here in London has yet to comment, but all of this breaking news follows President Putin's warning that Russia would consider the use of US and British supplied long-range missiles on targets inside Russia as a serious escalation of the war in Ukraine. Now, the UK's Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, is due to discuss giving permission when he meets President Biden in Washington today. It's very high on their agenda. Sir Keir said that Moscow had started the conflict and could end it by withdrawing its troops from Ukraine. So our political editor, Chris Mason, who was travelling with the Prime Minister, sent this report shortly after landing in the United States.
The Prime Minister arriving here in Washington with the Foreign Secretary David Lammy, Sir Keir Starmer's second visit to the White House in 2 months. Ukraine's allies remain rather guarded in their public remarks about a change in policy on the use of Western missiles inside Russia. But the diplomatic dashing to arrive at a decision is in plain sight. And that has proved enough for President Putin to say this.
If this decision is made, it will mean nothing other than direct participation of NATO countries, the United States, European countries in the war in Ukraine. It is their direct participation, and this, of course, significantly changes the very essence of the conflict. This will mean that NATO countries, the United States, European countries are fighting with Russia.
So what does the Prime Minister make of that? On our flight here, we had a chance to ask him in what we call a huddle, where all of the reporters on the trip crowd around the Prime Minister and ask questions. It was really striking how defiant Keir Starmer was in his language about Vladimir Putin, repeatedly saying that Russia started this, Moscow caused the conflict, and it could stop it. As for the prospect of those Anglo-French missiles, Storm Shadow missiles, being fired into Russia, he was a little more cautious in his language. He said there are really important developments likely in the next few weeks and months, and therefore a number of tactical decisions ought to be taken. This is the reality of a war grinding on. Russian drone strikes in Konotop in northeastern Ukraine this week. Ukraine's allies want to help counter this and for Kyiv to win. Western missiles may help, but may provoke Russia too. It is a big judgment call. Chris Mason, BBC News in Washington.
A big judgment call indeed. A lot to discuss here. We're going to bring in our first guest on this. I'm pleased to say that we're joined by the former UK ambassador to the United States and to NATO, Sir David Manning. Welcome to the programme. Let's just initially just get your reaction in terms of the accusations of Russia, the revocation of the accreditation of 6 British diplomats. Are we witnessing tit for tat here?
Well, I think it's not surprising. This is an effort by Putin to indicate his great displeasure at the fact that we are discussing how best to help Ukraine, and it's completely typical, I think, of his playbook. I imagine there will be some tit for tat, but I don't think we should be surprised that he's resorted to this.
And just drilling down into this, I mean, we obviously, the details are very limited at the moment, but what is your understanding of what's happened?
Well, I think he's signalling very clearly, and it's obviously time to coincide with the Prime Minister's visit to Washington, that he is extremely disconcerted by the possibility that the Ukrainians will be allowed to use Storm Shadow and other missiles to strike at military targets inside Russia in the way they haven't been able to do up to now, and is in a sense sort of trying to get his retaliation in first. But of course, the only reason why he is alarmed is because if Storm Shadow and the other missiles are given this extra targeting capability, it will give Ukraine a better chance of defending itself against this unprovoked aggression.
Is it your understanding, though, that that decision will be made? Because it feels like both Sir Keir Starmer and President Biden are not reining back on this, but they seem to be taking their time, suggesting that this is a very critical decision, which, of course, with your experiences, you know it will be, but they arguably are not committing to give us a decision during this meeting in Washington.
Well, I'd be surprised if a decision comes out today as a result of this discussion between the Prime Minister and the President. Clearly, a lot of other discussions have been going on. There's an enormous amount of activity in the bilateral relationship at the moment, with David Lammy having been in Kiev with his American counterpart, Tony Blinken, earlier in the week, and clearly these discussions are going on. We don't actually know what this decision will be. We're assuming that the decision will be to loosen the targeting discipline, but let's see. But I think we will find that there is continuing discussion, and I don't imagine that the final decision will emerge today.
So, regardless of, just in terms of, depending on what the decision is, obviously, and as you suggest, we're unlikely to get it today, but just with your experience as the former UK ambassador to NATO, if it is a yes, if it is permission to allow Ukraine to use those missiles in Russian territory, does that mean that Russia has the permission to then attack back outside of Ukraine to other countries? Does that mean that you are potentially escalating this situation, this war, in terms of the Article 5 that NATO is aligned to? That is the basis of the...
It's clearly a big decision to take. I don't want to suggest otherwise, but the only situation is because that Russia has attacked Ukraine in an unprovoked way, and Ukraine has the right under international law to defend itself. And we are supplying weapons to Ukraine to do that. But at the moment, what Putin is experiencing is a Ukraine which in effect has one of its hands tied behind its back. We have supplied Ukraine with the weapons to defend itself, but said there are very strict limits to what you can do. We're in a situation where the Russians can rain down whatever they like on Ukraine, schools, hospitals, whatever it may be, but we have a situation in which Ukrainians are very limited in what they're allowed to do, not least to the bases where these raids are coming from. So this can be stopped instantly, as the Prime Minister has said, and as others have said. There is no need for this to happen. Putin can stop this war. This is a war of aggression. And if he's worried about being hit by the Ukrainian inside Russia, he has a very simple way of stopping that, which is to stop the war.
Okay, for the time being, Sir David Manning, really appreciate your expertise and your insight, former UK ambassador to the US and to NATO. Thank you. We're going to cross over live straight away to Warsaw. Our Eastern Europe correspondent is there. Sarah Rainsford joins us live. Sarah, obviously, we've got this developing situation, a lot to discuss with, bearing in mind that Sir Keir Starmer is in Washington, but just bring us up to date with what we know so far regarding this accusation from Russia about those UK diplomats.
Yeah, I think the timing of this is key. This is not accidental that this has been released, that this is happening precisely as those discussions are taking place in Washington about whether or not Ukraine can use Western long-range missiles to strike inside Russia. They're absolutely connected. And it's interesting looking at the statement from the FSB, Russia's security agency, when they're talking about expelling 6 members of the British embassy, accusing them of espionage or intelligence and subversive activities. It's interesting, they also go on to talk about Britain being responsible for escalating what they describe as the military political situation right now, say that Britain is coordinating all of this and claiming that there's a department of the Foreign Office which is specifically dedicated to the strategic defeat of Russia. So I think all of this really needs to be seen in the context of 2 things. One is about threats. It's about Russia saying, look what we can do if you go ahead with this. But I think it's also about the narrative within Russia. This is about Vladimir Putin and his system essentially painting the West as enemies and making sure that Russians see what's happening as Russia as the victim in all of this, with Western agents supposedly plotting subversion and trying to undermine and to weaken Russia, and Russia therefore acting in self-defense. Of course, that's absolutely the reverse position that is presented by Western politicians, Western diplomats, who quite clearly say this is about Ukraine's right to self-defense. This is about protecting Ukraine from a war of aggression, which was launched quite clearly by Vladimir Putin and which he has the power to stop. That was the robust line from Keir Starmer, the British Prime Minister, just yesterday on his way to Washington.
Okay, Sarah, listen, really good to get your expertise there and your insight, quick reaction to that developing story. Sarah Rainsford there joining us live from Warsaw. Thank you. And just to add, we are monitoring this. We have a live page, as you can see, on our website, where we're continuing with this developing story, Russia revoking the accreditation of 6 British diplomats. Russia is accusing them of spying, according to a report in Russian media, and some of that analysis there, to add to Sarah's analysis, Vitaly Shevchenko, our Russia editor, BBC Monitor, is saying that Putin's war warning isn't a dramatic change in rhetoric in relation to those use of those long-range missiles as well. So 2 threads on this, but of course we are monitoring that, and we will bring more to you. But now we are going to turn to Sweden and the sad story, because mourners, of course, are gathering for the funeral of the former England manager, Sven-Göran Eriksson. He died last month at the age of 76. Well, David Beckham, who, of course, served as captain under Eriksson, is among those attending the service. The service is being held in Eriksson's hometown of Torsby. Well, as manager between 2001 and 2006, Eriksson led the team to a World Cup semi-final, and we've had lots of commentators and tributes being paid to Sven-Göran Eriksson, who has, of course, passed away at the age of 76, and David Beckham is among those who are paying their respects as mourners gather for that funeral, which is underway. Around the world, across the UK, this is BBC News.
Absolutely, yeah. Fucking hell. I just thought, I've got to have a break. You know, it's simple. I need to smoke. This is what I need. I've got to wake up. I'm like fucking knackered. Oh my god. I don't know what time I woke up, but fucking hell, I've got some washing. I'm doing some washing as well. I wake up and I've got fucking pain around here, just in my eyes, like, oh, fucking ow, ow, ow. And it's crazy, right? It really fucking kills. I don't know what's going on with that, but like, it's just 2 nights now, 2 mornings I've woken up and I'm going, fucking hell. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? And it's been fucking mental, really bad. I mean, actually, what I did do is I had a packet of these, right? These Frazzles. I started to munch on that side, and it was like munch, and it started to do something. And it also takes some painkillers as well. And it was all doing fucking, it was all, you know, and some water on there as well. Fucking, you know what I mean? Just like, oh, come on, man, what the fuck? It's just fucking terrible pain.
Who joins us. So Nikki, just bring us up to date.
But once it's gone. It's all right. It's fine.
Yes,
it's fucking all right. I said, I look fucking, I'm pissed off because I've got no fucking teeth at all now. I did have 2 teeth. I had one that side, and then 1 teeth, and now no teeth. I now look fucking old as fuck.
Smashed. They came in through the door, and the Banksy was hanging up here, and it was taken off this wall, and they went back out through that smashed window there, all with under a minute. So the robbery was done in less than a minute. Now you can see that the gallery here has taken all of the other artworks that they had on display off display. You can still see here on the floor that there is the girl with the balloon stencil on the floor, and that is the artwork that was taken. Now, police say it has been recovered, and I can confirm that because if you walk with me through the gallery, you can now see that it is back in the gallery. This is the actual painting that was stolen in the robbery on Sunday. And if I go round the back of here, you will also see that you can see there that it says police evidence. So the police had taken this away after it was recovered, and they have brought it back to the gallery, and it is now back in the safe hands of the gallery. Now, The police are saying, as you mentioned, that 2 men have been charged after this robbery. 47-year-old Larry Fraser from Beckton and 53-year-old James Love from North Stifford. Now, they have already appeared at Wimbledon Magistrates Court yesterday, and they are due back in court at Kingston Crown Court on the 7th of
That's crazy.
October. Now, the painting that you can see, the Banksy, which, as I say, was on display here on Sunday, is a version of the very famous girl with the balloon that we can still see here stenciled on the floor of the gallery. Now, you may remember that this one was famously partially shredded after it was sold for more than £1 million back in 2018. This is probably one of the best known Banksys in the world. And as we say, it has been recovered.
What about my
artwork? Say that
my artwork's pretty fucking cool, but I mean, does anyone give a fuck?
£1 million worth of art on display. And as I say, this one was where the Banksy was and where it was taken.
Banksy, yeah. So what? You know, so fucking what? I mean, what the fuck? I'm a bit of an artist as well. I mean, so fucking what? I mean,
the gallery are now deciding what to do with it. We think they will take it away to a safe place to keep it. But
who the fuck is Banksy anyway? I mean, I don't really give a fuck. I mean, to be honest, I'm not worried. I'll do my own shit. This is it.
Vicky, as always, thank you so much for fast work there in that gallery, and let's hope that the security is strong there. Now we're going to turn to Nigeria next, where the governor of Borno State has told the BBC that up to 2 million people have been affected by the widespread flooding that swept across the region. Borno is in northeast Nigeria on the border with Cameroon. Thousands of homes there have been destroyed by flooding. In neighbouring Chad, at least 300 people have died as a result of weeks of unusually heavy rainfall. Now, these are some of the latest drone pictures of the floods, which followed the collapse of a dam earlier this week. Thousands of people are desperately short of food and shelter. The Nigerian military have been using boats and trucks to rescue people. Well, Babaga Zaloom told our reporter Aziza Olalua that half of the region's capital, Maiduguri, was underwater.
I can remember more than 300,000 people were killed in Borno State. Thousands of classrooms were destroyed. Hundreds of health facilities were destroyed by the insurgency. We are just trying to get out of this problem. And then now we witness another disaster, a very serious calamity, another serious humanitarian crisis, which the state government alone cannot shoulder.
We understand that the flood also affected prisons, and reports that some Boko Haram leaders might have escaped.
I think what I would wear today is
seriously worried. But you also have to
this that lever over there and
rehabilitation that has allowed.
I've still got loads of these. That's quite funny. It is a funny fucking cat. But like I say, I mean, who the fuck's gonna? I'll give a few away. I did. I'll give them away. Two white ones to the girls. Around about probably 20-year-olds or whatever. Maybe 25. I don't know, or whatever. And then there was 3 other people, a nipper and 2 girls, probably about, I'd say about fucking 18, 20, maybe something like that. Maybe a little bit older, I don't know. But like, there they were, and I said, yeah, check these out, right? You can have them, right? They're free, fucking, you know what I mean? And they fucking loved it, they can believe it. They are fucking funny. And this old man, he goes, oh, give me a green one. I'll have a green one. And then he looked at it and he thought, no, I don't want it.
By 3-1, the jury voted in favour of the law being changed to allow assisted dying for those with a terminal condition who have the capacity to make their own decisions. The lethal drug could be self-administered or given by a health professional. Ashok was part of.
I'll tell you, I wouldn't trust the NHS. No fucking way. Any health professional, I'd fucking assess them like fuck, because they're dodgy as fuck. They love the power, you know, to be able to kill someone and get away with it. They fucking love it. Mental torment, fucking section units galore. What the fuck? I mean, they're fucking shit. The NHS are fucking shit.
A minority of jurors were concerned that assisted dying could be misused without adequate safeguards.
Misused, yeah. Control freaks who say, oh, yeah. All the bullshit they said about me, fucking psychopathic, schizophrenic, all that bollocks, I mean, fucking bullshit. You know what I mean? Fuck it out. I'm the piano man who fucking looks after all the families. I do. You know, and I still fucking treat people. And I'm pissed off with the way it is. This country's fucked up.
Consistently shown overwhelming public support for assisted dying in the UK. The Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, has said he's committed to giving MPs a free vote on the issue.
They do make me feel like I just want to fucking not even bother no more because the way I've been fucking treated, like all 18 years of bullshit. I can't fucking believe it.
The Isle of Man and Jersey, which passed their
Protect
own
life,
laws,
yeah, protect
are
life. Fucking
already on
treat
track
someone.
to introduce
Treat to
assisted
defeat
dying.
anxiety and upset. Fucking it's easy, it's simple, right? All you got to do is fucking make someone smile with a bit of happiness and a little treat and a little gift, you know. Fucking hell, that's it.
Talk to Fergus, who joins us live now. And Fergus, of course, as you say, this is an impassioned subject. What does this citizens' jury, what does their decision mean in tangible form?
All we're going to get is a load of foreigners, right, claiming to be professional and killing the British people.
Bioethics says that opinion polls have consistently shown that a clear majority of adults in England, and in fact throughout the UK, would like to see the law changed to allow assisted dying. But what policymakers at Westminster...
Get rid of all the foreigners. Get them out of fucking out of UK. You let the British people fucking decide what we do. This is it. We're British. Fuck me. You crazy little cunt. I mean, fuck off. You better be doing a good job because I'm gonna fucking destroy you, you cunt.
They were selected, although on demographics to reflect the population, they were also
What's his fucking name?
selected to reflect the majority views. So most of them went in to the jury already in favour of changing the law. But the organisers, Nuffield, Will, has said to me that it would have been wrong to have not reflected the current views of society. So already arguments about even the makeup of...
We've already got shit doctors, right? Doctors that are fucking rubbish, police that are fucking rubbish, right? And what we've got is a situation where now we've got someone who's got the power to go and kill someone. A fucking load of bollocks.
It was not a jury as you would think about going into a court of law where you really just listen to the evidence and you have no view. And I pushed the Nuffield Council on bioethics on this, and they said that, you know, if they could have done one where they selected a few dozen people.
Carol Flood, if you could have lived another 10 or 20 years, I would have been there by your side, making sure you're going to keep smiling. Because I did watch you and fucking assess you and look at you and think you're suffering like fuck.
The oldest, at, you know, where the UK is internationally, actually, since Westminster, since MPs in Westminster last voted on this, and we saw some...
And it pissed my mum off because my mum was fucking, she didn't like it at all because I was helping Carol all the time.
A very sunny Westminster in 2015.
A dear old lady behind my mum, you know. And next door was Kim Dayton with her fucking 5 kids and that. So I was helping them as well.
California, Spain, Portugal have allowed assisted dying. So there is a mood towards this internationally.
Fergus, as always, thank you so much for bringing
What we're going to get a planet, are we? You know, the Earth, you know, the fucking planet, right? Suddenly we decide to kill all the fucking people, you know, all around the world, fucking, right? We've decided now we can all kill each other and fucking kill the people around us and all that. And just, yeah, fucking, let's have a planet with no fucking human beings on it. I mean, why not? I mean, what the fuck? Are you insane or what, you silly little cunt? I mean, fuck off.
It's only a ground frost and even an air frost in some areas. Now, from the motion of the cloud, you get a sense of where the air has come from. In fact, all the way from the Arctic, and it's spread across many parts of West.
I do like this. It goes well with the colour.
High pressure is now building across the UK. That means light winds and lots of sunshine right from the word go. And of
Yeah, I
course,
think I'll wear
clear skies,
that.
hours, just 1 or 2 showers maybe clipping.
It looks funny as fuck. I do like it.
Now these are the city centre temperatures, so right in the middle. Look at that, 3 degrees in Birmingham. You go out of town.
It's better than the fucking the Burberry colour. It's fucking spot on.
Across northern England and Scotland,
Yeah.
away from city centres. So lots of sunshine right from the word go. Clouds all bubble up.
Yeah, I'm going to take this as that's right. That's great. Lovely.
Highs of around 15 degrees typically. Now later in the day, it does look as though it'll turn hazy in Northern Ireland and also Scotland. And that takes us into Saturday, a weather front brushing the northwest of the UK. So the possibility of some rain later on, but the further east and south you are, the brighter it'll be.
I was going to wear this, right? But
East Anglia and also into Lincolnshire, most of the North Sea coast as well. The wind will change.
I think I'll wear this a little bit now and again. I'll take it with me. I'll wear this one and then this one. And I'll wear. Let's see now.
Once again, start to nudge up to about 20 or so. But some of us will have to pay for it. In southwesterlies, we often get weather fronts.
Come on.
There will be a few showers around on Sunday. Not everywhere, but certainly some sunny skies in the forecast too. So here are the temperatures. 18 in Belfast once again.
I've got to stop going crazy on fucking Temu. It's fucking driving me crazy. I've got a big bag of fucking stuff, you know, it's crazy.
Expected to build across the UK on Monday. Light winds, prolonged spells of sunshine, which are expected to last for the days ahead. And in fact, look at that. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday across the bulk of the UK. Right.
Do you mean? That's it. Oh, this is what I want to wear today. Fucking right. I could wear my teeth. I'm fucking good.
I wanted to tell stories about technology, and it's obvious, but as a disabled person, your life was filled with all sorts of assistive tech. My first ever proper TV presenting gig was about prosthetic running legs. Even with all the training in the world, I don't think I'm ever going to be fit enough to compete with these guys. Assistive tech in the last 20 years has from something that was very...
That's going in my pocket. That is definitely.
This is one of the most incredible things I've ever done. The Paris Olympics truly are pushing the envelope in terms of technology and how it's being deployed. We've got blood, we've got sweat. If I was doing this, we're definitely have the tears as well. It's really important for journalists to bring their own experience to the stories that they cover. Not just because I'm a disabled person doesn't mean...
This is looking a bit grubby, actually.
...stories to do with disability. And that's a very fine line to tread, but hopefully I'm getting it right.
I should clean it, really.
We're going to start with what's happening when it comes to climate change.
We cannot normalize this.
This is going to appeal to more people than just his base. And that's really the nub of things.
I had a message. Let's have a look.
But this is the first time we've done this in modern history.
And we're going to say unprecedented a lot.
The news is just words without the context.
And this is the context.
Tonight from 8 on BBC News and iPlayer.
Welcome, you're watching BBC News. Our main headlines this hour. Russia revokes the accreditation of 6 British diplomats, accusing them of spying. Well, it comes as Sir Keir Starmer arrives in Washington for talks with President Biden. They'll be discussing allowing Ukraine to strike Russia with...
That sounds all right, actually.
President Putin has warned that it would escalate the war. The Pope leaves Singapore after his 12-day trip to the Asia-Pacific region. David Beckham joins mourners at the funeral of the former England football manager Sven-Göran Eriksson in Sweden.
That's great, because that means my gas is going to fucking half price. It's not going to be £800, it's going to be £400. Because it's fucking £800 at the moment, and I'm not paying it. I'm fucking pissed off. Because they want too much money all the fucking time.
News that Russia has revoked the accreditation of 6 British diplomats, accusing them of spying. Russia's State Security Service, the FSB, said that their activities have threatened national security, but did not name any of the diplomats. Now, it said that the move was a measure against multiple unfriendly acts and had what it called documentary proof, confirming London's coordination and escalation of the international political and military situation.
this is my this is me singing. The royal family tune.
Russian spy agency has documents from the department in the Foreign Office which say that the task of the embassy is ensuring Russia's.
I paid 50 quid for, more. You see that? You see that? You can see that. It's me and Prince Andrew chatting, right? Now, what I did have some more conversation put together on more towels.
Just how is the Kremlin?
I've just sorted out my mate, chucked him to 50 quid, and he's going to do me a load of towels.
From what the Western media publish about it. We obviously, I saw the statement of Russian.
Yeah, I don't want to buy no more fucking CMU stuff. I mean, fuck me, I bought loads of CMU stuff. I've got a big bag full of shit. Fucking all sorts, really. And I've got more coming, but where the fuck is it? I mean, it should arrive.
They do name them. They published the 6 names of British diplomats who they're going to expel. And we're not going to say those names because obviously we don't want to spread any misinformation. And it is quite interesting to see that Russian media outlets also immediately published lots of details. Let's say the infamous Russian TV channel, Russia 24,
fuck me. I'll tell you what, I'll try and get some flu stuff for today.
Which is Russian intelligence, who was explaining the details of how they allegedly verified that those people, according to Russia, were spies. They were accusing those people that they were meeting with journalists, that they were meeting with civil activists, and they were also naming a couple of media outlets, journalists from which were allegedly meeting those British diplomats, including Novaya Gazeta and International.
I'll just go to YouTube. Let's have a look, see where we are.
Organization, which is quite
YouTube. Oh, no one's chatting. No one's chatting. That's been bad, isn't it?
For the rights of the Russian
Hang on. Oh, yeah.
there in the country.
I've got to do that.
Now,
Yeah,
it's also quite interesting that the Russian media run lots of details which, well, one might question how is it possible to know so much and how is it possible to have for the media outlets immediately the interview with the intelligence officer right on set, right when the breaking news happened. So all that tells you that it was very well prepared, very well orchestrated operation, which is obviously staged or poised to show their Russian audience and to show the Western audience what Russia is going to do, or basically to obviously make the Western audience more threatened of possible further actions of Vladimir Putin.
The question mark, isn't it, that they're so well organized, so it kind of feels a little bit staged. And of course, you stress we're not naming the names, and we're also not using the video that Russian state media is using. Just a lot of commentators are questioning the timing of this, because of course all of this is around that question of whether the US and the UK will allow Kyiv to use those long-range missiles within Russian territory. Of course, Vladimir Putin said that that would be an absolute escalation of direct war with Moscow. How is Ukraine reacting to this? What is Kyiv saying?
Well, Kyiv or Ukrainian media are widely sharing the statement of actually a British Prime Minister who said that Ukraine was not the one who started this war, that Russia was the one who started this war. And Ukrainian officials did not comment anything about that, but Ukrainian media and experts are saying that, well, that is not a new statement by Russia and Russian president. And
I've got to pull my fridge out. I've got a fridge freezer out there. Fucking great big fridge freezer. I pull it out and fucking get down the side of it, because all my Nurophens, they found down the side of the fucking, there's a little tiny gap where it fucking, a packet of fucking Nurophens went down that packet, down the side, and I thought, fuck it. And I've tried to fucking hook it out, and I can't get down the side of it. So I've actually got to pull it out. I've got to pull the fucking fridge out. And get in there.
The civilian infrastructure being destroyed and energy infrastructure. And even today, Ukrainian media reporting that several Ukrainian cities were shelled and several people were already killed there in various Ukrainian cities. But speaking about the timing, obviously everyone links that to that statement.
Well, actually, I did have I had a fridge at the bottom and a freezer
And
the freezer at the top, right? And I fucking couldn't handle it. It was driving me crazy because every time I leaned down, I fucking had a backache. I was like, fucking my back. So I got rid of the freezer and got a different one.
Olga, as always, thanks so much for just detail of all of this, Olga Malczewska. Thank you. And just to add to the points that we were talking about, we've got a statement from the Polish Prime Minister.
Russia accuses British diplomats of spying in Putin. Escalates
by President Putin that the use of those Western missiles in Russian territory would be a direct act of war and would bring NATO into the frame. Donald Tusk saying that all events in Ukraine...
Why does people have to just go to war and fucking fight all the time? Fight. I mean, people, and they've got the brains to be fucking happy and smile. Can't they fucking smile? I mean, can you try smiling? Have you ever smiled? I mean, fucking hell, what's your problem?
President Putin's words should rather convince us that this aid is advisable, necessary, and should be continued. Poland, just important to stress, one of those voices arguing for a long time now that Western long-range missiles...
Arguing for a long time now, yeah, exactly. Fucking, that's what I'm trying to say.
So, lots more, as you saw there.
I did say about the family friends, you know, all these caps I've done, fucking, that have been passed around everywhere, right? But like I say, we need like probably a few thousand sent out to that area, so that everyone can fucking try and be friends and all this and all that.
Francis is heading back to Rome at the end of his longest trip of his papacy. The pontiff, who is 87, ended his 12-day tour of the Asia-Pacific region in Singapore, where he met young people at a Roman Catholic college.
That's the Pope in it, I think.
Concern for Singapore's rapidly aging population and its migrant workforce, centred in the construction and domestic services industries. My colleague Stephen Lai gave this analysis of the pontiff's 12-day trip.
There's certainly a lot of ground to cover, and he certainly covered a lot of topics as well. Just to get you up to speed with what he did here in Singapore.
I think what I do today, I'll take my bag with me and I'll start bagging up loads of shit and say, look, this is it, right? There's a bag, put your bits in it, whatever you want, just fucking put it in a bag, right? And walk away happy and all that. Yeah, because I'm just like, I'm fed up with all this shit. I mean, I've got loads of it. I mean, fucking, I've got loads of tablets. I've got fucking, you know, well, I've got Neuropens, yeah, but these are like LCD tablets. Look, I've got one here. Look, this one here. It's
over 600 participants from 50 schools. The Pope gave his thoughts on a range of questions asked, including how to harness the opportunities of AI and managing the risks that it poses through disinformation of different groups. Now, he said a young person has to be a critic, but he has to be a constructive with their criticism, as it can also be destructive. He also said that young people should use social media to move forward, but not to be slaves of it. Now, he called for sincere dialogue among young people from different faiths, likening religions to languages that all lead to God. And he also asked young people to have hope and to move forward in this kind of dialogue and different faiths. The dialogue or interfaith dialogue is something that was a theme that came up throughout his trip here to the Asia Pacific, whether he was in Papua New Guinea or Timor-Leste or Indonesia, where he started his trip. That was very much a message that he wanted to bring home.
Steve Lai there in Singapore. Now, the term time has started for many children around the world, but in Gaza, getting education has become a much more difficult, if not impossible, mission for many because of the ongoing war. We can talk to Avatar Sheikh, who's the CEO of the Ajial Foundation for Education. It's a UK-based charity. You're helping children in Gaza. Are any children accessing any type of education there, given what is ongoing?
Well, good morning, Natasha, and thank you for having me on the program. As you said,
I'm going to leave it on there.
Children have been out of school since October 2023.
I've got a green one and a blue one, and I've got a white one. It's crazy, really.
Not only learning, psychological and social development. Very few are getting a little bit of support, but the entire school population in Gaza.
So take that with me. I think I will, actually.
So the impact with that is obviously understandable, but just how are the children when you're
I will take this with me. I think I will, actually. I will.
These are kids that have been displaced numerous times.
Well, if you allow me, I'm just going to share with you a little bit of statistics about the mental health condition of children in Gaza. And if 90% of children are suffering from PTSD, and this was before the war in October. 79% were experiencing bedwetting. 59 children exhibit reactive
Where are they
autism.
then?
And 90%
Education in Gaza. Children's education in Gaza. See how the fucking I send stuff to Gaza. I mean,
the experience and conditions for children now.
they probably won't even get anything. I mean, that's the problem. Someone fucking rob it or something. I tried to send some stuff to New York and it fucking never happened.
How the children are coping. They're being skittish, irritable.
I lost about £100 fucking sending stuff to New York.
The children are waking up multiple times per night, screaming and showing several years of regression in their behavior and development. The mental health impact on children is beyond measure in Gaza.
The UN is describing the conflict in Gaza as is taking a catastrophic toll on the children there. I just wonder, what kind of hope do they have given the conditions and what has already happened to them that you've experienced?
The children are really struggling, are mentally and emotionally destroyed, and the fact that they have experienced horrific conditions. Many of them have been pulled from under the rubble. We hear stories about children that while they were forced to flee from the north into the south and displaced many times. We spoke to children, parents who had basically had to flee and were forced to move at least 3 times. And children on their journey from the north to the south have witnessed unimaginable scenes, including decomposing bodies and dead and fellow Palestinians half eaten by animals. But the experience of
there's my white one.
And displacement
This
and
is my little one.
this on a daily basis since October has had a severe impact on children's mental health in Gaza. And taking us back to education and what Israel is doing in Gaza, we call it Edisad, which is
I think what I'll do is I'll chuck this in here.
Education, because it is a campaign of mass destructions of the
this is my green one. Yeah, great, lovely.
At the beginning of the year, Israel has destroyed all.
Yeah, I'll put that in my bag, and I'll get it out of the packet and I'll put it on the table.
Destroyed or damaged. We're talking about 630,000 children denied access to education. We are talking about targeting the educational staff. We have 500 school teachers and university educators that have been over 3,500.
Yeah, I don't want to be killed. Fucking hell, you're joking.
We're talking about naming of children. We still don't have exact figures of how many children have lost limbs. I mean, we speak to parents, or we get the reports from the hospitals.
That's where the war is. I mean, it's fucking must be mad, really.
Themselves on the families. And,
I was so pissed off about all that, fucking, I couldn't believe it, because I was when I was at school, I was writing, studying about fucking Jesus and Mary and that, in Jerusalem, anyway.
Whatever is happening in Gaza is an insanely unimaginable and unacceptable scale. If you and your audience follow the news, the United Nations schools which families are using as shelter are being regularly targeted and bombed. And there is a school 2 days ago that imagine having 12,000 people sheltering at a school. And this school was used to vaccinate children against the polio disease, and that was targeted. Israel had the coordination of the school. It's a United Nations school, but the school was targeted. UN staff were killed, in addition to children and families that are taking shelter there. So it will take years to restore the education system, but it's a systemic targeting of the education.
From the Ajial Foundation, thank you for sharing that and just highlighting the plight and the difficulties there. Thank you. Around the world, across the UK, this is BBC News.
Winter fuel cut impacts was not assessed, says Stone. That's pretty cool, because I mean, now I've got a text saying I'm going to pay whatever I pay, they will pay the same. Now that's all right, I don't mind that. Because I mean, that gets from 800 down to 400. Because if I pay 400, they pay 400. But I want to make sure I'm not dealing with bullshit. I mean, I want to see it fucking go down to next to nothing. I was sectioned, don't forget, and my place was fucking. It was fucking mental, really.
Researchers say that they've solved the mystery of the origins of the seismic signal that shook the Earth for 9 days last September. They pinned it down to a massive landslide which caused a tsunami in a remote fjord in Greenland. The risk of these Arctic landslides is increasing because of climate change, according to scientists, as Victoria Gill reports.
Carved and moulded by vast glaciers. But in one fjord,
I think I'll put my I put everything in my other bag. Yeah, because I've got like a greenie bag and I've got a fucking the blue one.
Run this, we'll start to see this wave.
This animation shows the signal that baffled scientists for 9 days in September of last year. Picking up vibrations of something happening in Greenland. At the same time that scientists were puzzling over that, a team working in Greenland received a report of a large tsunami in the east of the country. These photographs show what caused it, a huge landslide into this fjord. Look at the mountaintop in this image taken before the event, and look at it afterwards. The top of the mountain is gone, collapsed into the fjord, taking parts of the glacier with it. The scientists analysed the depth and shape of this narrow 200-kilometre long fjord, and that revealed why the tsunami the landslide caused reverberated around the world for so long. The wave was essentially trapped.
The energy of that wave just can't escape. So that wave has to just keep bouncing back and forth, sloshing back and forth in the fjord. It just can't go anywhere. Never before in such a long duration sort of large-scale movement of water over 9 days in this case.
Remote as it is, this is a location that cruise ships do visit. Fortunately, no vessels were in the area when the landslide happened. But scientists say the risk of these events is increasing with climate change. This glacier was holding up the mountain. Over decades, it melted and thinned, and eventually millions of cubic meters of rock simply collapsed. It's a destructive side effect of climate change that was felt around the world. Victoria Gill, BBC News.
Prince Harry has told the BBC that whilst he was anxious about turning 30, he's excited about turning 40 this weekend. The Duke of Sussex plans to celebrate his 40th birthday on Sunday with his family in California, before then heading off on a break with a group of his closest friends. Well, in a statement that he gave to the BBC, the Prince said that whatever the age, my mission is to continue showing up and doing good in the world. So Prince Harry, they're giving that statement to the BBC that he is excited to turn 40 on Sunday and
is he 40, is he?
Family before then
fucking hell. I'm 57. I'm 17 years older than you.
On Sunday.
And I think fucking how old is fucking Prince Charles, King Charles, and fucking Prince Andrew?
The prison population of England and Wales, I can tell you that it has fallen by 2,188. So the prison population of England and Wales is 86,333. And this is, of course, you'll recall, following that mass release of prisoners who were at 40% of their sentence.
That's great. They'll get a social worker around to see them and take them out for a meal and, have a chat about life and everything and see how they feel. And
Since the 26th of July, it was at 87,479. So it's now fallen, figures on the 13th of September, down to 86,333. Down by 2,000.
yeah, people should be free. Fucking right. Being locked up all the time by every cunt around. The police and fucking NHS, you fucking shit. All you want to do is control people, you sick cunts.
Consistently here on BBC News. No doubt there'll be some reaction coming out on those figures that have just broken here.
Treat to defeat anxiety and upset.
Now let's turn to
Right,
residents
get
of a
freedom
village in South
sorted
Wales who've been
and then go out and fucking look after them and treat them, make them feel good.
People living in beds, which I hope I pronounced that correctly, it's near Bridgend, say that they can't open their windows or eat lunch in peace because of the insects. Our Wales correspondent Hal Griffith has been to find out more.
The common housefly, all too common it seems in the homes of Betws, South Wales.
I remember a song I was singing about flies. 100,000 crazy flies. Or something like that. I was singing it. I was singing the song. I made it myself. I put it together. It's fucking just crazy flies in my fucking kitchen. It was crazy. It was mad.
Melnie's had to stop serving meals. She just can't stomach seeing the insects.
If I see a fly on a piece of food, that's it, it's done. It's gone. And it's just the
100,000 crazy flies. Okay, I sang it. I did sing it. Fucking right then.
Very difficult to keep on top of that.
The village has had problems in the past, but never on this scale. There are tales of children having to eat under mosquito nets. One family said they counted 205 flies in just 45 minutes.
Captured on camera, homemade traps have helped. But what residents really want is for the problem to end.
This year has been exceptional, and I wouldn't call it activity. I would actually call it a fly infestation. And as you would see, social media is awash with horrible images of the volume of flies found in people's homes.
Environmental health officers have been investigating. So far, they've not determined the source of the swarm. But here, they can't wait for their village to become a no-fly zone. Howell Greer, BBC News.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Listen up. Oh, fucking hell. I've got to go for a pee.
There, and I apologise to the residents there of the Betws.
I want to make a cup of coffee, I think. Yeah.
Now, I'm going to take you back to Sweden to the live shots that we are monitoring there. And this is the funeral of Sven-Göran Eriksson that is underway right now. David Beckham among those joining mourners in this Swedish town. It's the Swedish hometown of Sven-Göran Eriksson, Torsby, where the former England manager is being laid to rest, with numerous mourners paying their respects. Of course, Sven-Göran Eriksson led the Three Lions to the quarterfinals of the 2002 and 2006 World Cup, and not to forget the 2004 Euros. This service will be followed by a procession, as well as you can see the speeches, eulogies as well, that we're monitoring on the BBC News channel, and also, of course, on our live page on our website. And one of the priests who's been leading today's service has performed for the congregation, singing what's described as an upbeat but a melancholy tune in Swedish, which was actually followed by a version of the Elton John classic Candle in the Wind, which was so famously sung at the funeral of Diana, Princess of Wales. So mourners have gathered outside the church, and now a lot of respect being paid for Sven-Göran Eriksson, his character, memories of his character being read out at the service. We've heard reflections from his families, and the priest was saying that the family home was finer than a 5-star hotel, and that it was a place where Sven-Göran Eriksson found rest between his travels around the world. And apparently one of the other sweet stories about the former England manager was that a do not disturb homework in progress sign was often hung from his childhood bedroom so the family never went in. So people paying their respect to the former England manager who passed away at the age of 76. He was the first non-British manager of the England team between 2001 and 2006. So let's cross over now to get all the way with Simon King.
Hello again. You may have noticed it was pretty cold this morning. We've had the earliest September frost across England. The temperature got down to minus 2.7 degrees in Topcliffe in Yorkshire this morning. Now, as we go through the next few days, that colder air is going to disappear. You notice on the air mass picture, we switched to a southwesterly by Saturday and into Sunday, so those temperatures will rise. We won't see that frost again for a while. But for today, it's going to stay pretty sunny for the rest of this afternoon. We'll have a few showers affecting northern Scotland, perhaps one or two down the North Sea coast as well. More clouds across Northern Ireland later, but otherwise, though, the light winds and that sunshine, it will feel fairly pleasant, sunny, a little bit milder in the last few days. But through tonight, we'll have the cloud increasing across Scotland and Northern Ireland, the southwesterly winds picking up with some rain pushing in. And crucially, because of that southwesterly wind and that cloud, temperatures perhaps going up in double figures, so a much milder night compared to last night. Whereas for England and Wales, with some clearer skies, once again, it could be a little bit chilly, but not as cold as this morning. Sunshine then to greet you first thing across much of England and Wales. The cloud increasing all the while in Scotland and Northern Ireland, but that's some rain moving its way in. It's going to be quite gusty here as well. Temperatures up a little bit again, so 17 to 19 degrees Celsius. But that sunshine in the southeast, it's going to feel fairly pleasant. Now, on into Sunday, that wet weather across northern areas will gradually move its way further southward with this weather front. So during the day, we'll see rain initially across Scotland, northern England, into Wales. It'll take a while, but it'll push eventually into the far south. For much of the day, it should be dry with some sunny spells here. As that rain clears from northern and western areas, there'll be some sunny spells. And temperatures, well, again, could be up by a degree or so with that milder air pushing in from the Atlantic, so 17 to 20 degrees. By into next week, high pressure becomes dominant, and that's going to keep the weather very settled as we go through the week. So there'll be some sunny spells, lots of dry weather around, and actually temperatures about 18 to 23 degrees Celsius, more typical for the time of year in September. Bye-bye.
Live from London, this is BBC News. Russia revokes the accreditation of 6 British diplomats, accusing them of spying. Well, it comes as Keir Starmer arrives in Washington for talks with President Biden. They'll discuss President Putin's warning that allowing Ukraine to strike Russia with Western weapons risks a wider war. A panel of people chosen to reflect the population of England has backed a change in the law to allow people who are terminally ill to end their life. Football matches between villages in southwest China have captured the attention of the nation, greatly boosting local tourism. And David Beckham joins mourners at the funeral of the former England manager, Sven-Göran Eriksson. Welcome to BBC News. I'm Kasia Madeira, and we start with that developing story. Russia has revoked the accreditation of 6 British diplomats, accusing them of espionage or spying. Well, Russia's State Security Service, the FSB, said that their activities had threatened national security, but it did not name any of the diplomats. It said that the move was a measure against multiple unfriendly acts and had what it called documentary proof confirming London's coordination of an escalation in the international political and military situation. Now, it's not clear whether the diplomats are currently in Russia, and one Russian TV channel actually aired footage claiming to show them leaving the country. Now, the Foreign Office here in London has yet to comment on this. Well, for the very latest on this developing story, I caught up with our Eastern Europe correspondent, Sarah Rainsford.
I think the timing of this is key. This is not accidental that this has been released, that this is happening precisely as those discussions are taking place in Washington about whether or not Ukraine can use Western long-range missiles to strike inside Russia. They're absolutely connected. And it's interesting looking at the statement from the FSB, Russia's security agency, when they're talking about expelling essentially 6 members of the British embassy, accusing of espionage or intelligence and subversive activities. It's interesting, they also go on to talk about Britain being responsible for escalating what they describe as the military political situation right now, say that Britain is coordinating all of this and claiming that there's a department of the Foreign Office which is specifically dedicated to the strategic defeat of Russia. So I think all of this really needs to be seen in the context of 2 things. One is about threats, it's about Russia saying, look what we can do if you go ahead with this. But I think it's also about the narrative within Russia. This is about Vladimir Putin and his system essentially painting the West as enemies and making sure that Russians see what's happening as Russia as the victim in all of this, with Western agents supposedly plotting subversion and trying to undermine and to weaken Russia, and Russia therefore acting in self-defense. Of course, that's absolutely the reverse position that is presented by Western politicians, Western diplomats, who quite clearly say this is about Ukraine's right to self-defense. This is about protecting Ukraine from a war of aggression, which was launched quite clearly by Vladimir Putin and which he has the power to stop. That was the robust line from Keir Starmer, the British Prime Minister, just yesterday on his way to Washington.
So Sarah Rainsford there in Warsaw for us. Let's pick up on some of the points that she made with Paul Knott, who's in Zurich. Paul, you're a writer and you are the former British diplomat to Ukraine and Russia. Let's just start with this expulsion of the diplomats. The timing, as Sarah was mentioning, is arguably because of what is happening in Washington, given that potential decision about Ukraine being allowed to use those long-distance missiles within Russian territory. Is this tit for tat that we're seeing?
Oh, I think Sarah's absolutely right there. Yeah, that's clearly what this is all about. It's possibly an indication of the sort of lack of options Russia has to express its displeasure at this possibly significant change in policy. If that is what actually happens, yeah, it doesn't appear to be anything to do with what the diplomats are actually doing.
And we heard from my colleague Olga Malcheska, who was describing how quickly Russian media were to jump on this story. It all felt a little bit staged. Is that, from your experience as a diplomat in Ukraine and Russia, is that something that they are, the Russian media, the Russian states, the way they work, is that something they're capable of doing?
Oh, yeah. So the Russian state's taken complete control over the last, let's say, decade of all of the media in Russia. Any kind of independent media has basically been crushed, often quite brutally and violently. So what media is left in Russia is purely state-directed propaganda. So yes, they're directed and essentially controlled by the Kremlin.
And President Putin, him saying this idea that if Ukraine is given this allowance and permitted to use these long-range missiles within Russian territory, that it is a direct threat. This means that the West is at war with Russia. Who is he talking to? Is he talking to the West, or is he talking to his own domestic audience?
I think in the main he's talking to his own domestic audience. They've had to almost come up with some explanation to the Russian people as to why this appalling war was launched in the first place, and why the Russian armed forces have been totally incapable of winning it, and against a much smaller country, and taken such heavy losses. So I think they use that to try and sort of justify to their own people that they're actually fighting against a much bigger force than Ukraine alone, which isn't the case.
It's interesting to note that he doesn't really explain what Moscow would do if this actually does go ahead.
No, because I honestly think they lack options, really. And as I just said, they thought they were going to roll over the much smaller neighbouring country of Ukraine really quickly. Have totally failed to do that, thanks to a mixture of their own sort of incompetence and corruption and the incredible resistance of the Ukrainians. So it's very difficult to conceive that they'd actually want to, struggling as they are, sort of pick a fight with much bigger forces, which with NATO is the US, Canada, pretty much all of the rest of Europe. So it's they're talking about that, but it's hard to see what they would realistically and seriously could do.
Paul, give us some insight. Just what on earth is going on in the Kremlin? Is President Putin at risk?
I think with systems like President Putin, they look, these sort of all-powerful dictators, they always look so solid and secure, don't they, until all of a sudden it collapses. There's not really any way that anybody from the outside can get a great insight into what's actually happening. It's such a sort of tightly controlled and small team, but you look at the situation, you look at the problems they've had, you look at the problems it's causing for Russia, that you would think there must be people in the system somewhere sort of saying, what is he doing and why are we doing this? And it's doing so much damage to all of us. What it would appear is, most of those people who are left in the system have got on by groveling to Putin, so probably lack the capacity and the courage to do much about it right now.
Paul Knott, fascinating to get that insider insight from you. Paul Knott, former British diplomat to Ukraine and Russia. Thank you so much. As you can expect, there's much, much more on our website where we're monitoring this, and we've got lots of analysis as well. Steve Rosenberg has just been commenting there that Putin draws new red line on long-range missiles, but as we were hearing there from Paul, arguably because where else has he left to go? So you can go to the BBC News website or, of course, the BBC News. Now let's turn to Sweden. Let's take you live to the pictures of the funeral that is taking place of the former England football manager Sven-Göran Eriksson. He died last month at the age of 76. And as you saw there, David Beckham, who served as captain under Eriksson, is among the many, many mourners at this service, the service which is being held in Eriksson's hometown of Torsby, as well as England's first 2001 and 2006. He led the team to the quarterfinals.
Oh my God.
Football journalist Henry Winter, who's in Torsby, just shared a little bit of insight and memories of how some of the greats of the game had gathered to pay tribute to Sven-Göran Eriksson. So we're hoping to hear from the Henry Winter, the football journalist who just talked us through some of those big names who had gathered to pay tribute.
The world of football is gathering here, and representatives from the Football Association, former England managers like Roy Hodgson, his Sven's former captain David Beckham is flying in. The local TV have basically just had a camera pointed at the runway at Karlstad, waiting for Beckham's arrival. So it's also a big family event. Lena and Johan, Sven's children, were sort of going around the sort of hotels last night, sort of seeing old friends and relatives, and just sort of welcoming everyone to say farewell to their father.
You mentioned David Beckham, and he went to visit Sven before he died, because Sven played a huge part in Beckham's redemption.
He did. I mean, Peter Taylor was the one as caretaker before Sven who appointed David Beckham as captain in Turin. But absolutely, Eriksson and Beckham's careers with England were pretty much intertwined. And I thought it was very beautiful the way that David Beckham flew out here a few months ago to say a sort of private farewell.
I'll save myself one of these. Chinese, give me Chinese. Oh yeah.
So much to Sven. So I thought that was very thoughtful, but also shows the type of respect and affection that Sven engendered in his players. You saw it with the outpouring of grief from his former players, Gerrard, Lampard, Gary Neville, players like that, but also from the public generally, because even though Sven wasn't England's greatest manager, 3 quarter-finals possibly could have done more, but from
now I've got to work out where the fuck's my bags. I've got loads of little bags somewhere.
But he was loved by the public because he was a man who enjoyed life.
He was also transcended past football because of the headlines that often a lot of the tabloids did. But he was one of those people that you just knew by the name Sven.
Well, absolutely. I mean, maybe not quite Pele level, but absolutely the name Sven, or Sven as they call him here in Värmland in remote Sweden. Absolutely, he was loved. I think it was because of his grace under pressure. When you got people like me in the media sort of throwing hand grenades at him in
under pressure.
Conferences. He just dealt with it with his just calm, you know, he just, as he always used to say to his players, if you got sacked or had some adversity or some headline on the front page, you can just open a bottle of champagne and toast life.
So 3 weeks of being paid to Sven Göran Eriksson there, whose funeral is taking place. That was a football commentator speaking to my colleague Nikki Schiller as we just continue to monitor as people pay their across the UK. This is BBC News.
I'm sure I've got some bags somewhere, but where the fuck are they? I mean, there's a bit more poetry here. My time ticks along. As I sit alone, a moment cherished. The tick of 2 clocks, a moment perished. Moments in time, these ones are mine. Tick through the night, into the day, ticking in time, moments so fine. This moment's so great, time never late.
Welcome back. We're going to get the latest for
That's
the race to the
28th
White
of
House.
July,
Donald Trump has said that he will not take part
2001.
in the debate with Vice President Kamala
I was
Harris
actually sectioned in 2004.
election in November. Now he claims to have
And it was my
won
mother that
Tuesday
done that.
night's debate, although several opinion polls suggest
She
that
didn't like
Trump
that family
is
next door.
better.
No fucking way.
Well, our correspondent Jenny Kumar sent this
And
report
she
from
didn't
London.
like me helping Carol Flood. No.
Donald Trump back on the campaign trail. Speaking to supporters in the key battleground state of Arizona last night, he confirmed something he posted on social media a few hours earlier.
So because we've done 2 debates and because they were successful, there will be no 3rd debate.
This decision came just a few days after his first live presidential debate with Kamala Harris. He's claimed victory, even though several snap polls suggest his rival did better.
When a prize fighter loses a fight, you've seen a lot of.
Yeah, but he's obviously,
the first
you know.
words out of that fighter's mouth is, "I want a rematch. I want a rematch," and that's what she said. "I want a rematch." Polls clearly show that I won the debate against Comrade Kamala Harris.
Donald Trump's not normally one to back off a fight, but he's decided there'll be no more TV jousts with his political opponent. Kamala Harris, at her own rally last night, said she was ready for round 2.
2 nights ago, Donald Trump and I had our first debate. I believe we owe it to the voters to have another debate.
I wonder if my mum was actually still watching Trump. I mean, I don't know really.
67 million viewers tuned in to watch Tuesday night's debate, the first time the pair went up against each other. And now we know it'll be the last.
She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist.
People start leaving his rallies early
Trump,
out of
Trump,
exhaustion
Trump.
and boredom.
It was a debate that sparked some interesting moments.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in.
I know you're saying all that. I mean, that's fucking mad, really.
Polls suggest the two candidates are in an extremely tight race with just 2 months to go.
Go to Portugal, there's fucking loads of dogs there.
Jenny Kumar, BBC News, Washington.
Now let's turn to Nigeria. The governor of Borno State has told the BBC that up to 2 million people have been affected by major flooding in the region. Borno, which is in the northeast of the country on the border with Cameroon, has seen thousands of homes destroyed by
Nigeria.
in neighbouring Chad.
Don't they fucking rob me? About 3,000 quid.
Weeks of unusually heavy rain. Well, these are just some of the latest drone pictures from the floods, which followed the collapse of a dam earlier this week during intense rainfall. Thousands of people are desperately short of food and shelter. Nigeria's military have used boats and trucks to rescue people. So State Governor Babagana Zululon has told our reporter Azizat Olaoluwa that half of the region's capital, Maiduguri, has been underwater.
I can remember more than 300,000 people were killed in Borno State. Thousands of classrooms were destroyed. Hundreds of health facilities were destroyed by the insurgency. We are just trying to get out of this problem. And then now we witness another disaster, a very serious calamity, another serious humanitarian crisis, which the state government...
Here comes the sun.
You understand that?
Here comes the sun. I say it's alright. Little darling, how you feeling, UK? Yes, great, because I've got some goodies with me. Oh yeah, and I've got my mask. I've got my mask on it. Yeah, there it is.
Rehabilitation that has allowed many insurgents to repent. Within the last 2 years, over 200,000 Boko Haram members and their families have repented. And I think this has also yielded positive result in ensuring return of peace and stability to Borno State.
That was Nigeria's governor of Borno State. Now let's turn to the UK. 47-year-old Larry Fraser and 53-year-old James Love have been charged with burglary after a painting by Banksy was stolen from a gallery in London on
Who is this
Sunday.
Banksy? I don't even know the guy. I mean,
Called Girl with Balloon has been recovered and it will be...
I showed you my artwork. Some of it.
Our reporter Nikki Schiller, who is at the gallery for the very latest.
I am outside the gallery where this robbery took place on
Oh, it's a
Sunday
gallery, is it?
around 11
Yeah,
o'clock.
maybe I should get a gallery.
But it says Banksy's, if I turn the camera around, Banksy's Breakout London Rebellion. And this here is the window that the burglars smashed. They came in through the door and the Banksy was hanging up here and it was taken off this wall and they went back out through that smashed window there, all with minutes. So the robbery was...
Actually, I'll tell you what I did do. Millbrook Towers. I was there with Mark Dunn, right? And me and Mark Dunn, we smashed the window at the bottom of the window, and we climbed in, and we walked out with some big trays, like fucking like bread bins, you know, like fucking. We filled it up with loads of shopping, and we took it out. We walked it around to this place, and yeah, and then we actually went to court and got done for that.
in the robbery on Sunday, and if I go round the
Yeah,
back,
that's what me and Mark Dunn done.
there's police evidence. So the police had taken this away.
£36 and a penny. I think we got charged.
To the gallery.
Yeah, we had to pay £36 and a penny, or whatever it was. And we weren't allowed to hang around with each other. We were kids, you know. That's it.
Charged after this robbery, 47-year-old Larry Fraser from Beckton and 53-year-old James Love from North Stifford. Now, they have already appeared at Wimbledon Magistrates Court yesterday, and they are due back in court at Kingston Crown Court on the 7th of October. Now, the painting that you can see, the Banksy, which, as I say, was on display here on Sunday, is a version of the very famous Girl with the Balloon that we can still see here stenciled on the floor of the gallery. Now, you may remember that this one was famously partially shredded after it was sold for more than £1 million back in 2018.
How the fuck do you sell your stuff for £1 million? I've got loads of shit, but I mean, I don't fucking nothing.
Gallery say that within this space there was over £1.8 million worth of art on display. And as I say, this one was where the Banksy was and where it was taken on Sunday. So the
Well,
as I say,
when I say Banksy, you're obviously not a very nice man, are you? Because people, well, they wouldn't steal your stuff if you was a good man. They would have probably fucking not stole it at all. They would probably fucking, been nice and fucking looked at it and thumbs up and all that.
Thanks to Nicky Schiller, who was at the gallery really quickly here in central London, monitoring that, of course. Just some breaking news for you coming from Ukraine. We're getting reports from local authorities in the Sumy region.
I don't even know what Banksy looks like. He could be, well, I don't know, man. I've never seen him. Fucking not once.
And injured 6 in Ukraine's Sumy region. This is just one line coming into us here at the BBC from local authorities. But of course, all of this off the back of those diplomatic talks about whether Ukraine will be allowed to use Western missiles and use them within Russian territory, something that the UK leader, the UK Prime Minister, is in Washington discussing with the US President, and something that Volodymyr Zelensky, Ukraine's president, has been calling for a long time. So just that update, 2 people killed in a Russian strike, 6 injured in the Sumy region, which is in the very west of Ukraine. Now, is it possible for a sport like football to lift a poor region? Well, that's what seems to be happening in the mountains of China, where a competition between villages has captured the attention of the entire nation. It's even boosted tourist revenue by nearly 75%. Our correspondent Stephen McDonald went there to meet the players and their fans.
These are the farmers, shopkeepers and students who've become the stars of the Guizhou Village Super League.
They're playing football.
A grassroots spectacle which has drawn national attention largely through social media. It's free to attend, but a bit of a hike to get here.
Why don't you play a piano and not a ball?
Until recently, all they had was farming. Now, poor community a boost from the millions of big city tourists who've come through in just over a year to watch the football.
It has improved our economic
I'm really not interested. Not sure.
Vendors, black families, and small businesses. It has increased their income.
Shin Yang is a hospital maintenance worker. After pulling an all-night shift, he's still in high spirits, preparing to run on to Dongmen Village in this year's final. His friend on the other team is the son of itinerant labourers. Hu Jinfu just finished high school, but he's been kicking the ball since he was 11.
When I started playing cricket, I didn't expect us to have such an amazing football atmosphere.
The fans dress up in traditional ethnic costumes has added to the allure of the matches played over many months.
When we watch the game, it's so exciting. We are really nervous. You feel your heart.
It's not exciting, it's fucking boring.
We are so happy. We sing and dance.
And the teams certainly give it all.
The secret of the success here is the combination of football and local culture, all presented in a pretty raucous fashion. No wonder it's so popular, and it's all done in a pretty good spirit.
In the most important game of the year, Lu Jinfu scores twice, and his younger, faster Dongshang Village win the final.
My teammates and I have played together since primary school. We are like brothers.
But the second team also gets a prize.
312 cakes. That's not bad.
And you wouldn't know from the party of the losers that they're not champions. To their neighbours, the players from Dongmen Village are still their heroes. And
There's always next year. Stephen McDonald, BBC News, Guangzhou Province.
Great report there. We need Ryan Reynolds. If you're watching, are you interested? Are you going to buy one of those clubs to sprinkle their Hollywood magic as they did with Wrexham? Lots more on our website. I'm back at the top of the hour. Do stay with us here on BBC News.
Hello again. You may have noticed it was pretty cold this morning. We've had the earliest September frost across England. The temperature got down to minus 2.7 degrees in Topcliffe in Yorkshire this morning. Now, as we go for the next few days, that colder air is going to disappear. You notice on the air mass picture, we switched to a southwesterly by Saturday and into Sunday, so those temperatures will rise. We won't see that frost again for a while. But for today, it's going to stay pretty sunny for the rest of this afternoon. We'll have a few showers affecting northern Scotland, perhaps one or two down the North Sea coast as well. More clouds across Northern Ireland later, but otherwise, though, with light winds and that sunshine, it will feel fairly pleasant, certainly a little bit milder than the last few days. But through tonight, we'll have the cloud increasing across Scotland and Northern Ireland, the southwesterly wind picking up with some rain pushing in, and crucially, because of southwesterly wind and that cloud, temperatures perhaps going up in double figures, so a much milder night compared to last night, whereas for England and Wales, with some clearer skies, once again, it could be a little bit chilly, but not as cold as this morning. Sunshine then to greet you first thing across much of England and Wales. The cloud increasing all the while in Scotland and Northern Ireland, with that some rain moving its way in. It's only quite gusty here as well. Temperatures up a little bit again. So 17 to 19 degrees Celsius for that sunshine in the south. It's going to feel fairly pleasant. Now, on into Sunday, that wet weather across northern areas will gradually move its way further southward with this weather front. So during the day, we'll see rain initially across Scotland, northern England, into Wales. It will take a while, but it will push eventually into the far south. For much of the day, it should be dry with some sunny spells here. As that rain clears from northern and western areas, there'll be some sunny spells. And temperatures, well, again, could be up by a degree or so with that mild pushing in from the Atlantic. So 17 to 20 degrees. On into next week, high pressure becomes dominant, and that's going to keep the weather very settled as we go through the week. So there'll be some sunny spells, lots of dry weather around, and actually temperatures about 18 to 23 degrees Celsius, more typical for the time of year in September.
The future is already here, lies agriculture. We're all about AI changing our jobs. Where do you see this technology moving in the future? The flipping burger.
To gaming, the virtual reality landscape has changed quite a bit. Sustainability to AI.
Are using giant nets and AI robots to deal with plastic pollution. This is where the technology is being tested. Yay! I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, this is good. The latest developments from the world of tech.
I could come up with an date predicting when you would die.
This is actually a floating solar farm, and it's a pretty impressive target.
I think it's quite cool.
Wow! That was right through me! Click.
The art of good conversation is to say at the right time in the right way.
Oh, man.
You have to be original, sympathetic, encouraging, and also keep an open mind. You do just need to sit back and listen.
Katty Kay meets with legendary Olympic champions to find out what it takes to get the top.
Influential with me, Katty Kay. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Welcome back to watching BBC News. Same headlines. Russia revokes the accreditation of 6 British diplomats, accusing them of spying. When it comes as Sir Sam arrives in Washington for talks with President Biden, they'll discuss President Putin's warning that allowing Ukraine to strike Russia with Western weapons risks a wider war. Our people, chosen to reflect the population of England, has backed the change in the law to allow people
This is going to be my personal bits and pieces.
Welcome back. Let's look
Panic,
at what
panic.
Ukraine is saying, because it has just been telling us that a Russian attack on the Sumy region has killed 2 people and injured 6 more. This is a developing story coming to us here at the BBC. But of course, this comes after the Kremlin warned the use of Western-supplied missiles for strikes by Ukraine on Russian territory, saying that it risked escalating the conflict. Well, today, Russia has revoked the accreditation of 6 British diplomats, accusing them of spying. State Security Service, the FSB, said that their activities had threatened national security, but they did not name any of the diplomats. It said that it was a measure against multiple unfriendly acts and had what it called documentary proof confirming London's coordination of an escalation in the international political and military situation. Now, it's not clear whether the diplomats are currently in Russia, but one Russian TV channel aired footage claiming to show them leaving the country. Well, the Foreign Office here in London has yet to comment. Lord Peter Ricketts, who's a former top diplomat and former UK national security advisor, told me that Russia has timed the expulsions to send a message to the UK.
Absolutely no doubt. The timing is too coincidental. This is Russian punishment for the UK being seen as a cheerleader for supplying weapons to Ukraine. And the reasons
that's great. That's my daughter.
Trumped up, and we were told that the Russian spy agency has documents in the Foreign Office which say that the task of the embassy is ensuring Russia's strategic defeat.
Hang on.
Well, surprise, surprise.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna one other son.
So yeah, this is a trumped up story to create pressure on the British government.
So, as you'd imagine, we have much more on this story on our website.
This is a good picture. Look at this, right? This is artwork. Give me £1 million for this, right?
Monitoring any updates that we have from conversations between Sir Keir Starmer and President Biden in Washington, who will, of course, be talking about this.
I'll give you the original copy for £1 million.
The resident population of England and Wales fell by more than 2,000 in the week of the mass release of prisoners who were at 40% of their sentence. Figures published in the past hour show that the weekly prison population was down 2,188,000 on the previous week. So let's discuss this with our Home Affairs correspondent Daniel Sanford, and arguably no surprise, given what we were seeing at the beginning of the week, that this population has fallen.
It's exactly the result that the government had wanted for releasing all of these prisoners at 40% of their prison sentence instead of 50%. As prisoners were unlocked this morning, the population stood at 86,333, and that was down more than 2,000 in a week. The problem is that this was something that was already developed by the Labour government when they first came into power in July, but in August, the prison population went up by 1,000. So, in fact, they've actually, if you look across the piece from the beginning of August, they've actually only reduced the prison population by 1,000 from the top level. So it's not as good as it might have been because of the dancing and disorder over the summer.
Well, exactly, because even while that mass release, we were witnessing that and we were reporting on this consistently, that question over how much time the government has bought itself is still really important.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was an idea that they maybe bought themselves about 18 months before they were hitting up against the maximum population again by the mass release this week and the one that's scheduled for October. I think now, because of the increased prison population just from the rioting in the summer, there's a sense that maybe that amount of time they bought themselves is going to come down closer to a year. So, I mean, these things are fairly unpredictable. We don't quite know how good the courts are going to be next year in terms of recovering from the pandemic, because that can have an effect on the prison population. But certainly they're not buying themselves 10 years, 15 years headroom. It's a matter of a year or so.
And just when we're talking about that next mass release, will it be on the same terms as this one that we saw?
Yeah, so the release this week was for people who had prison sentences of 5 years or less, or for violent offenders 4 years or less. The release that's coming in October will have prisoners whose sentences was over 5 years apart.
Yeah, we're going to answer that.
Much longer
Section.
People sentences of 7, 8, 9, 10 years will be coming out at the 40% stage rather than the 50% stage. So it's a different kind of prisoner. We hope not serious violent offenders, and that's certainly what the government's intention is. But as we saw this week, there's always kind of odd cases that fall through the cracks. So inevitably there will be high-risk prisoners being released in October, just as there were this week as well.
We've of course been hearing those voices of concern as well. Daniel Sanford, thank you very much.
23rd of the 4th, 07.
Now, in the UK, the first so
Local area.
Jury dying in England has backed a change in the law to allow people who are terminally ill to end their life. The jury of 30 people spent 8 weeks listening to expert evidence and campaigners, and it concluded that it should only be an option for those who are terminally ill and have the capacity to make their own decisions. Our medical editor, Fergus Walsh, has the details.
Away from the placards and the protests, the citizens' jury was intended to produce a measured response to this highly sensitive issue. Jury members were selected to be representative of the makeup and the views of the population, which meant most were already in favour of assisted dying at the start. By 3-1, the jury voted in favour of the law being changed to allow assisted dying for those
That's me, the piano man. What?
Who have the capacity to make their own decisions. The lethal drug could be self-administered or given by a health professional. Ashok was part of the jury and says
That's me, the piano man.
to explore the issue in depth.
It was an amazing experience. It was nerve-wracking. It was sensitive. It was like a mixed emotion to be part of this, actually, because it's a very sensitive topic to be deliberated. Our jury members wanted the terminally ill people not to suffer and prolong the agony, and to have the option to choose in their own country rather than waiting for that.
A minority of jurors were concerned that assisted dying could be misused without adequate safeguards. There was near universal
That's my business card, no?
funding for palliative care.
We know that policymakers want to have more evidence about what the public think. They want to understand the richness, the detail of people's views, and understand where, for example, people want to see safeguards and other considerations around presumptive care.
Opinion polls have consistently shown overwhelming public support for assisted dying in the UK. The Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, has said he's committed to giving MPs a free vote on the issue at some point. Private members' bills have already been introduced at Westminster and at the Scottish Parliament, Holyrood. The Isle of Man and Jersey, which passed their own laws, are already on track to introduce assisted dying. But throughout the British Isles, the impassioned debate on this key issue will continue. Fergus Walsh, BBC News.
Well, our thanks to Fergus Walsh there, and we will pick up this conversation with the social worker and jury member who we saw in Fergus's report, Ashok Kumar, who joins us. And we're also joined by the CEO for Care Not Killing. It's a UK-based alliance group against assisted dying. Dr. Gordon MacDonald, welcome to you. Welcome to you both. Ashok, we saw you there speaking to Fergus Walsh. Just tell us a little bit about that process of being on that jury and coming to that conclusion. Of course, it's a very difficult conversation that you as jury members on this citizens' jury had.
Of course, it was a very difficult situation to be in because it's a highly sensitive and then highly debated topic over the last 2 decades. It was really not easy for us to arrive at the decision. So most of the people have come with being on the fence. But the issue was to discuss about the risks and benefits of voting for and against assisted dying. So there were case examples which was discussed, and then there were a lot of panel discussions, and people are coming from different backgrounds, all walks of life, talking about the personal experience and the professional experience to assisted dying and how they went through in their own personal experience. So it was not arriving at the decision just in a spark, but it is more about going through the process of understanding and critically analyzing and then weighing the pros and cons of everything and to arrive at the decision along with other fellow jury members.
So this jury of 30 people spending 8 weeks discussing this, painstakingly analysing it. But I know, Dr. Gordon, you have concerns about the makeup of the jury.
Wouldn't expect a jury to have predetermined views on the subject. I'm not questioning Ashok's integrity in terms of his approach to this. But the point is that you would make the point of having a jury that had clearly not a predetermined view one way or the other, and that's the way a jury should operate. If you use the process of saying, well, we will have 2/3 or 3/4 of the jury members in favour at the start, then that clearly calls into question the results at the end of the day, because it's unlikely that you're going to get any other result than support.
Ashok, is that a fair point? Were the members on your jury, were they arguably having a predetermined? Is that something that you sensed?
What happened on the last day when face to face? Okay, I came with, because I do understand that I had a preconceived idea before, mind-blinded by my own beliefs, but I never knew any of the other jury members throughout the process that they had an idea beforehand. They probably had the idea, but it was not shared until the last minute. But it was done in a fair way as far as I was concerned, because nobody influenced any decision throughout the jury process. So it was fair, and it was also given, the information was given for us to make an informed decision in the end.
Dr. Gordon, are you satisfied with that? And just, it's important to also stress that this citizens' jury, of course, it will help to inform, but it doesn't have any legal standing.
Yeah, and I think that's a really important point, actually, because what we consistently see is politicians who do have, a legal standing. They make law, and they are conscious of their responsibility. So, if we have this discussion in the abstract, and we see this in opinion polls, we see this, I suspect, in the citizens' jury process too, is that the public generally don't want to say no to people for things, and we generally have an approach of saying, well, it doesn't affect me. Who am I to impose my view on somebody else? But that's different from legislating. And when you legislate, and when you're a politician, and you've got, day in, day out, you find people who are being failed by the system, by public services, who are waiting 2 years for an operation, or who can't get access to palliative care. You're very conscious of your responsibility not to introduce something which can't be protected. And it's easy to say we should put safeguards in, but the problem is the safeguards very quickly get seen as barriers to access and get removed. And the safeguards don't actually work in practice. And so that's why politicians, in our experience over 20 odd years, consistently decide that they don't want to do this. Not because they don't think it's a good idea in principle, but it's because they realise when they think it through, it's actually more difficult than it appears.
Ashok, what's your understanding as to what your decision, what your conclusion will be, how that will feed into letting politicians understand what people are feeling about such an issue, which is really impassioned and people really feel strongly for or against it?
The existing law in the UK do not permit people to die, but they allow people to refuse treatment. Say, if a patient is refusing treatment, then they go through the pain for a longer period of time. And this is in the law, where people are not allowed to choose assisted dying. So that doesn't make any sense to me as a jury member, because we should be given the option. I think people should be given the option. People should be given the information. We've got do not resuscitate in place, and we've got advanced decisions in place. So I think this should also be an option for people out there, so that people can make their informed decision and people can be empowered to take control of their own life.
And Dr. Gordon, that option that Ashok was describing, that option is for those who are terminally ill and have the capacity to make their own decision. Does that make you feel more comfortable?
Well, the problem is that the definitions of terminal illness can be very broad. I mean, in Scotland, the bill in the Scottish Parliament, the definition of illness can apply to people who've got years.
Yeah, a bit of artwork for you. Yeah, a bit of artwork for you.
The condition doesn't have to. You don't have to be imminently dying. And I think the other issue is that it's easy to say people have to have capacity, but what has happened in practice is that the boundaries get blurred, and so you have people in Belgium and in the Netherlands who don't have capacity, who cannot give consent, being euthanized without giving explicit consent. I mean, that's happening. There's a study from Belgium that showed that. that about 25%, I think it was, of people who were having physician-assisted death were not giving their explicit consent. So that's really, really troubling.
Dr. Gordon MacDonald from the UK-based Alliance Group Against Assisted Dying, and also Ashok Kumar, social worker, and you were on that citizens jury. You were a member. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us about what is, of course, a very difficult subject. We really appreciate your time. Now let's turn to Pope Francis. He's heading back to Rome at the end of the longest trip of his papacy. The pontiff, who is 87, ended his 12-day tour of the Asia-Pacific region in Singapore, where he met young people at a Roman Catholic college. On Thursday, he expressed concern for Singapore's rapidly aging population and its migrant workforce, which is centred in the construction and domestic services industries. Well, my colleague Stephen Lai gave me his analysis of the pontiff's 12-day trip.
There's certainly a lot of ground to cover, and he certainly covered a lot of topics as well. Just to get you up to speed, what he did here in Singapore yesterday. So he sat alongside Singapore's president to address the country's leaders, diplomats, and heads of civil society, and then he celebrated Mass with 50,000 people at the National Stadium. Now, today it was far less grand, but perhaps equally meaningful. He started by visiting the sick and the elderly, who you referred to just now, elderly residents from several homes for the aged, where he thanked them for their prayers and asked them to continue to pray for the church and for humanity as well. You mentioned as well he met with some young people. There was an interreligious dialogue at the Catholic Junior. It included over 600 participants from 50 schools. The Pope gave his thoughts on a range of questions asked, including how to harness the opportunities of AI and managing the risks that it poses through disinformation of different groups. Now, he said a young person has to be a critic, but you have to be constructive with your criticism, as it can also be destructive. He also said that young people should use social media to move forward, but not to be slaves of it. Now, he called for sincere dialogue among young people from different faiths, likening religions to languages that all lead to God. And he also asked young people to have courage to move forward and respect dialogue and different faiths. Now, that dialogue or interfaith dialogue is something that was a theme that came up throughout his trip here to the Asia Pacific, whether he was in Papua New Guinea or Timor-Leste or Indonesia, where he started his trip. That was very much a message that he wanted to bring home.
Now, some breaking news for you. A High Court judge has quashed the decision to grant planning permission for what would have been the UK's first coal mine in 30 years at Whitehaven in Cumbria. The proposal by West Cumbria Mining had been given the go-ahead by the Conservative government in December 2022, but legal challenges were submitted by environmental campaign groups who claimed that the decision was flawed. So the High Court judge, they're quashing that decision to grant that planning permission for what would have been the UK's first coal mine in 30 years. Researchers say that they've solved the mystery of the origins of the seismic signal that shook the Earth for 9 days last September. They have pinned it down to a massive landslide which caused a tsunami in a remote fjord in Greenland. The risk of these Arctic landslides is increasing.
That was years ago. That was some.
That's according to scientists, as Victoria Gill reports.
A land continuously carved and moulded by vast glaciers. But in one fjord in the east of Greenland, a seismic event has transformed the landscape here forever.
We're seeing here a sort of a simulation of how the seismic is being travelled around the world. When we run this, we'll start to see this wave.
This animation shows the signal that baffled scientists for 9 days in September of last year. The dots are seismic monitors around the world, picking up vibrations from something happening in Greenland. At the same time that scientists were puzzling over that, a team working in Greenland received a report of a large tsunami in the east of the country. These photographs show what caused it, a huge landslide into this fjord. Look at the mountaintop in this image taken before the event. And look at it afterwards. The top of the mountain is gone, collapsed into the fjord, taking parts of the glacier with it. The scientists analysed the depth and shape of this narrow 200-kilometre long fjord, and that revealed why the tsunami the landslide caused reverberated around the world for so long. The wave was essentially trapped.
The energy of that wave just can't escape. So that wave has to just keep bouncing back and forth, sloshing back and forth
Never before such a long duration sort of large scale movement of water over 9 days in this case.
Remote as it is, this is a location that cruise ships do visit. Fortunately, no vessels were in the area when the landslide happened. But scientists say the risk of these events is increasing with climate change. This glacier was holding up the mountain. Over decades, it melted and thinned, and eventually millions of cubic meters of rock simply collapsed. It's a destructive side effect of climate change that was felt around the world. Victoria Gill, BBC News.
Residents of a village in South Wales are battling a mysterious infestation of flies, saying that they can't open their windows or eat their lunch in peace because of the constant presence of the insects. Our Wales correspondent, Hal Griffith, has been to Betis, near Bridgend, to find out more.
The common housefly, all too common it seems in the homes of Betis, South Wales. Residents say they've been inundated by thousands of the insects in recent weeks. At the local pub, regulars come armed with swats and sprays to keep the flies at bay, but it feels like a losing battle. Melanie's had to stop serving meals. She just can't stomach seeing the insects.
If I see a fly on a piece of food, that's it, it's gone. And it's just been a constant, the door open here, and one punter come in, the 20 flies to follow. It's very difficult to keep on track of it.
The village has had problems in the past, but never on this scale. There are tales of children having to eat under mosquito nets. One family said they counted 205 flies in just 45 minutes.
Captured on camera, homemade traps have helped. But what residents...
Hey, look what I got.
This year has been
My tenancy agreement. There it is. Oh my God.
And as you would see, social media is awash with horrible images of the volume of flies currently being found in people's homes.
Environmental health officers have been investigating. So far, they've not determined the source of the swarm. But here, they can't wait for their village to become a no-fly zone. Howell Griffith, BBC News, Betis.
Now, some breaking news on the main story that we've been reporting, that Russia has revoked the accreditation of 6 British diplomats. They accused them of spying. We have just had a response from the Foreign Office.
And there it is. I'll take a picture of that. Actually, I will. I'll put it on Facebook. Yeah. Tell Peter to fuck off, you little cunt.
Russia last month, following action taken by the UK government in response to Russian state-directed activity across Europe and in the UK. We are unapologetic about protecting our national interests. And I guess just worth to tell you that the statement goes on. It's just worth to remind you that in May, the UK government imposed various measures against the Russian embassy in response to the growing Russian threat. So the Foreign Office, there, a spokesperson saying that the accusations which were made by the FSB against those 6 members of staff are indeed completely baseless. So that reaction coming in, and that is also on our website as well. So if you want to get the latest reaction to this developing story, that revocation of the accreditation of 6 British diplomats in Russia, much more on our website as well. Now, the time has started for many children around the world, but in Gaza, of course, getting education has become a much more difficult, if not impossible, mission for many because of the ongoing war. Well, I spoke to Abatef Sheikh. She's the CEO of the Agial Foundation for Education. It's a UK-based charity which is helping children in Gaza.
Children have been out of school since October 2023, so losing at least an entire year of learning, and not only learning, psychological and social development. Very few are getting a little bit of support, but the entire school population in Gaza didn't have access to education since October last year.
So the impact with that is obviously understandable, but just how are the children when you're talking to your people on the ground there? How are the kids on earth coping? Because these are kids that have been displaced.
I was just taking pictures of mortality.
Well, If you allow me, I'm just going to share with you a little bit of statistics about the mental health condition of children in Gaza. And if 90% of children are suffering from PTSD, and this was before the war in October. 79% were experiencing bedwetting, mutism, and 90% of children are experiencing high level of emotional distress when they are separated from parents. But again, this is before the war started, and we have the experience and conditions for children now, and obviously have been far worse now. The testimonies we get from parents when we speak with them to gather testimonies about how the children are coping. They're being skittish, irritable, and highly fearful. The children are waking up multiple times per night, screaming and showing several years of regression in their behavior and development. The mental health impact on children is beyond measure in Gaza.
Abu Sheikh there from the Agyal Foundation, which looks after and tries to help children in Gaza get some form of education. Much more, of course, on our website. I'm back in just a moment, but now let's bring you up to date with the weather. Here's Simon King.
Hello again. You may have noticed it was pretty cold this morning. We've had the earliest September frost across England. The temperature got down to minus 2.7 degrees in Topcliffe in Yorkshire this morning. Now, as we go through the next few days, that colder air is going to disappear. You notice on the air mass picture, we switched to a southwesterly by Saturday and into Sunday, so those temperatures will rise. We won't see that frost again for a while. But for today, it's going to stay pretty sunny for the rest of this afternoon. We'll have a few showers affecting northern Scotland, perhaps one or two down the North Sea coast as well. Clouds across Northern Ireland later, but otherwise, though, with light winds and that sunshine, it will feel fairly pleasant, sunny, a little bit milder than the last few days. But for tonight, we'll have the cloud increasing across Scotland and Northern Ireland, the southwesterly winds picking up with some rain pushing in, and crucially, because of that southwesterly wind,
I'm just going through section 1.
a little bit chilly, but not as cold as this morning. Sunshine then to greet you first thing across much of England and Wales. The cloud increasing all the while in Scotland and Northern Ireland, with that some rain moving its way in. It's getting quite gusty here as well. Temperatures up a little bit again. So 17 to 19 degrees Celsius for that sunshine in the southeast. Very pleasant. Now, on into Sunday, that wet weather across northern areas will gradually move its way further southward with this weather front. So during the day, we'll see rain initially across England into Wales. It'll take a while, but it'll push eventually into the far south. For much of the day, it should be dry with some sunny spells here. As that rain clears from northern and western areas, there'll be some sunny spells. And temperatures, well, again, could be up by a degree or so with that mild air pushing in from the Atlantic. So 17 to 20 degrees. On into next week, high pressure becomes dominant, and that's going to keep the weather very settled as we go through the week. So there'll be some sunny spells, lots of dry weather around, and actually temperatures about 18 to 23 degrees Celsius, more typical for the time of year in September. Bye-bye.
Live from London, this is BBC News. Russia revokes the accreditation of 6 British diplomats, accusing them of spying. The UK Foreign Office says these claims are completely baseless. Well, Keir Starmer arrives in Washington for talks with President Biden. They'll discuss President Putin's warning that allowing Ukraine to strike Russia with Western weapons risks a wider war. In other news, football matches between villages in southwest China have captured the attention of the nation, greatly boosting local tourism. And David Beckham joined mourners at the funeral of the former England football manager Sven-Göran Eriksson in Sweden. Welcome to BBC News. I'm Kasia Madeira. We're starting this hour with news from the war in Ukraine, where reports from the north of Sumy say that a Russian-guided bomb has killed 2 people and injured 6 others, including a child. Well, this attack comes as the Kremlin warned that the use of Western supplied long-range missiles by Ukraine against targets inside Russian territory would escalate. In Moscow, Kremlin officials announced that they've revoked the accreditation of 6 British diplomats, accusing them of spying. Well, Russia's state security service, the FSB, said that their activities have threatened national security, but did not name any of the diplomats. Said that the move was a measure against multiple unfriendly acts. It's not yet clear whether the diplomats are actually currently in Russia. And in response to this, the Foreign Office here in London says that Russia had revoked the staff members' diplomatic accreditation last month, and that Russia's accusations against them were completely baseless. Well, the statement adds that the UK was unapologetic about protecting its national interests. Well, for the very latest on this developing story, I spoke to our Eastern editor, Sarah Rains.
I think the timing of this is key. This is not accidental that this has been
section 2. Oh my God.
Precisely as those discussions are taking place in Washington about whether or not Ukraine can use Western long-range missiles to strike inside Russia. They're absolutely connected. And it's interesting looking at the statement from the FSB, Russia's security agency, when they're talking about expelling essentially 6 members of the British Embassy, accusing them of espionage or intelligence and subversive activities. It's interesting, they also go on to talk about Britain being responsible for escalating what they describe as the military political situation right now, say that Britain is coordinating all of this and claiming that there's a department of the Foreign Office which is specifically dedicated to the strategic defeat of Russia. So I think all of this really needs to be seen in the context of 2 things. One is about threats. It's about Russia saying, look what we can do if you go ahead with this. But I think it's also about the narrative within Russia. This is about Vladimir Putin and his system essentially painting the West as enemies and making sure that Russians see what's happening as Russia as the victim in all of it, with Western agents supposedly plotting subversion and trying to undermine and to weaken Russia, and Russia therefore acting in self-defense. Of course, that's absolutely the reverse position that is presented by Western politicians, Western diplomats, who quite clearly say this is about Ukraine's right to self-defense. This is about protecting Ukraine from a war of aggression, which was launched quite clearly by Vladimir Putin and which he has the power to stop. That was the robust line from Keir Starmer, the British Prime Minister, just yesterday on his way to Washington.
Sarah Rainsford there. Well, I caught up with Paul Knott, who's a writer and former British diplomat to Ukraine and Russia, for more on this, and he gave his perspective on the timing of this move by Russia.
It's possibly an indication of the sort of lack of options Russia has to express its displeasure at this possibly significant changing policy. If that is what actually happens, it doesn't appear to be anything to do with what the diplomats are actually doing.
And we heard from my colleague Olga Malchevska, who was describing how quickly Russian media were to jump on this story. It all felt a little bit staged. Is that, from your experience as a diplomat in Ukraine and Russia, is that something that they are, the Russian media, the Russian states, the way they work, is that something they're capable of doing?
Oh yes, I mean the Russian state's taken complete control over the last, let's say, decade of all of the media in Russia. Any kind of independent media has basically been crushed, often quite brutally and violently. So what media is left in Russia is purely state-directed propaganda. So yes, they're directed and essentially controlled by the Kremlin.
And President Putin, him saying this idea that if Ukraine is given this allowance, is permitted to use these long-range missiles within Russian territory, that it is a direct threat. That means that the West is at war with Russia. Who is he talking to? Is he talking to the West, or is he talking to his own domestic audience?
I think in the main he's talking to his own domestic audience. They've had to almost come up with some explanation to the Russian people as to why this appalling war was launched in the first place, and why the Russian armed forces have been totally incapable of winning it, and against a much smaller country, and taken such heavy losses. So I think they use that to try and sort of justify to their own people that they're actually fighting against a much bigger force than Ukraine alone, which isn't the case.
It's interesting to note that he doesn't really explain what Moscow would do if this actually does go ahead.
No, because I honestly think they lack options, really. I mean, as I've just said, they thought they were going to roll over the much smaller neighbouring country of Ukraine really quickly. Have totally failed to do that, thanks to, well, a mixture of their own sort of incompetence and corruption and the incredible resistance of the Ukrainians. So it's very difficult to conceive that they'd actually want to, struggling as they are, sort of pick a fight with much bigger forces, which, with the NATO is the US, Canada, pretty much all of the rest of Europe. So it's, they're talking about that, but it's hard to see what they would realistically and seriously could do.
Paul, give us some insight. Just what on earth is going on in the Kremlin? Is President Putin at risk?
I think with systems like President Putin, they look, these sort of all-powerful dictators, they always look so solid and secure, don't they, until all of a sudden it collapses. There's not really any that anybody from the outside can
it's going to kill me. Fuck's sake.
Into what's actually happening. It's
fucking hell.
Sort of tightly controlled. And
I don't really want to look at all this shit. I mean, fucking hell.
You look at the problems they've had. You look at the problems it's caused.
I'm not going to bother with this fucking bollocks. I can't be fucking bothered.
Somewhere, sort of.
Let's have a look. Right.
What is he doing?
Right, and then you make an emergency
so much
call.
damage to all of us. What it would appear is, most of those people who are left in the system have got on by grovelling to Putin, so probably lack the capacity and the courage to do much about it right now.
Paul, not there, a former British diplomat to Ukraine and Russia. And just in terms of that line that President Putin was saying, that allowing Ukraine to use those missiles, those long-range missiles in that way will mean that NATO countries, the USA, Europe, are fighting with Russia. We've just had a statement from Dmitry Peskov from the Kremlin. Who says
I'll look at it later.
Today is a very important one. It is ambiguous. We are in no doubt that this statement has reached its addresses, is what Dmitry Peskov says on that statement. Addresses, whether to the West or to their own audience is another matter. But we are
fast charge, really.
There's a few lines coming from that, of course, on our website as well. There's a live page. We will come back to it throughout the day here on BBC News. But now let's turn to Sweden, where the funeral has taken place of the former England football manager Sven-Göran Eriksson, who died last month at the age of 76. David Beckham, who served as captain under Eriksson, is among the mourners who was at the service, which was held in Eriksson's hometown of Horsley. Well, as England's first foreign coach between 2001 and 2006, he led the team to the quarterfinals of 2 World Cups. Well, the football journalist Henry Winter, who's in Crosby, told us how some of the greats of the game had gathered to pay tribute.
The world of football is gathering here, and representatives from the Football Association, former England managers like Roy Hodgson, as you say, Sven's former captain.
It's fucking judging. That's great.
The local TV basically just had a camera pointed at the runway at Karlstad, waiting for Beckham's arrival. So it's also a big family event. Nina and Johan, Sven's children, were sort of going around the sort of hotels last night, sort of seeing old friends and relatives, and just sort of welcoming everyone to say farewell to their father.
You mentioned David Beckham, and he went to visit Sven before he died, because Sven played a huge part in Beckham's redemption, didn't he?
He did. I mean, Peter Taylor was the one as caretaker before Sven who appointed David Beckham as captain in Turin. But absolutely, Eriksson and Beckham's careers with England are pretty much intertwined. And I thought it was very beautiful the way that David Beckham flew out to go to say a sort of private farewell to Sven. And actually, typical gesture from Beckham that he brought wines of a vintage of the years that meant so much to Sven. So I thought that was very thoughtful, but also shows the type of respect and affection that Sven engendered in his players. You saw it with the outpouring of grief from his former players, Gerrard, Lampard, Gary Neville, players like also from the public generally, because even though Sven wasn't England's greatest manager, 3 quarter-finals possibly could have done more, but for metatarsals and penalties and 1 or 2 sort of tactical decisions. But he was loved by the public because he was a man who enjoyed life.
He was also transcended past football because of the headlines that often a lot of the tabloids did. But he was one of those people that you just knew by the name Sven.
Well, absolutely. I mean, maybe not quite Pele level, but absolutely the name Sven, or Sven as they call him here in Varmland in London. Absolutely, he was loved. I think it was because of his grace under pressure. We got people like me in the media sort of throwing hand grenades at him in press conferences. He just dealt with it with his just very calm, he just, as he always used to say to his players, if he got sacked or had some adversity or some headline on the front page, he just opened a bottle of champagne and toast life.
Oh, Henry Winter there. Remembering Sven-Göran Eriksson, whose funeral, of course, taking place today. He was speaking.
Oh, they're going to fucking... hang on.
And it's bringing up to date with some of the day's other news stories. North Korea has given a rare public glimpse inside its nuclear program, releasing pictures taken during a visit to a facility by the country's leader, Kim Jong-un. State media showed these photos of Mr. Kim walking between long rows of what appear to be uranium enrichment machines as he toured the nuclear weapons industry. Thousands of Boeing workers have begun the first strike at the US plane maker in 16 years. The stoppage is expected to bring operations to a halt at plants in Seattle and Portland and to most of the company's commercial plane manufacturing. Members at the firm's West Coast factories overwhelmingly rejected a contract offer from the firm, which included a 25% pay rise over 4 years. Firefighters in California are still battling 3 major wildfires, which have been raging near Los Angeles for the past 6 days, burning more than 100,000 acres of land. A state of emergency was declared earlier in the week, while thousands of homes have been evacuated. 12 people have been injured, most of them firefighters. Around the world, across the UK, this is BBC
Oh! Digital cordless antiphone. There's my phone. Fucking hell, that's crazy.
Welcome back to BBC News. Now, the decision to grant planning permission for what would have been the UK's first new coal mine in 30 years has been quashed in the High Court in London. Friends of the Earth, who brought a joint legal action against the developers of the plans for the mine at Whitehaven in Cumbria, described today's ruling as a huge victory for our environment. Judge Mr. Justice Holgate said that the earlier go-ahead for the development had been legally cured. The government had already withdrawn its legal defence of the plan.
There's me.
July. Our North of England correspondent Rowan Bridge, who joins us live. So Rowan, just to bring us up to date with what has been decided today, or what's been revoked rather.
Yeah, so what has been revoked is the planning permission for this mine to be given the go-ahead. This has been a very long and sort of almost tortuous saga, really, which started back in 2017 when West Cumbrian Mining applied for planning permission to build this mine in Whitehaven in Cumbria. It will be the first new mine in the UK for 30 years. Since then, it has gone through several rounds of planning permission applications at Cumbria County Council level, and ultimately went to a public inquiry and a planning inspector's report, which landed on the Secretary of State's desk 2 years ago. At that point, it was Michael Gove, and he ultimately decided to give the mine planning permission to allow it to go ahead. That was controversial. Even then at the time, there were several high-profile critics of the idea, including the government's own Climate Advisory Committee. Subsequent to that decision, there was this legal challenge was launched by two environmental campaign groups, Friends of the Earth and then a group based in Cumbria called SLAC, who were opposed to the decision and believed that it had been legally flawed in the way that that decision was carried out. And then today, we have the judgment, as you say, from the High Court, which basically backed Friends of the Earth and the environmental campaigns. He said that the decision to allow planning permission for the mine to go ahead was legally flawed. What that means in this sort of chain of events is that this will now go back to the Secretary of State, now Angela Rayner, the Deputy Prime Minister and Community Secretary, where she will have to decide whether to give it planning permission again. Now, it's also possible that West Cumbria Mining could decide that they want to try and challenge this legal decision as a higher court in the UK. But West Cumbria Mining aren't saying at the moment exactly what their next move is going to be. They say they are going to consider the verdict today before they decide what their next steps will be.
Rowan, thank you very much for bringing us up to date there. Rowan Bridge, thank you. Now, let's get the latest on the race for the White House. Donald Trump says that he will not take part in another televised debate with the Vice President, Kamala Harris, in the run-up to the presidential election in November. He claims to have won Tuesday night's debate, although several opinion polls suggest that his rival performed better. Our correspondent, Jenny Kumar, sent this report from Washington.
Donald Trump back on the campaign trail. Speaking to supporters in the key battleground state of Arizona last night, he confirmed something he posted on social media a few hours earlier.
So because we've done 2 debates and because they were successful, there will be no third debate.
This decision came just a few days after his first live presidential debate with Kamala Harris. He's claimed victory, even though several snap polls suggest his rival did better.
When a prize fighter loses a fight, you've seen a lot of fights, right? The first words out of that fighter's mouth is, I want a rematch. I want a rematch. And that's what she said, I want a rematch. Polls clearly show that I won the debate against Comrade Kamala Harris.
Donald Trump's not normally one to back off a fight, but he's decided there'll be no more TV jousts with his political opponent. Kamala Harris, at her own rally last night, said she was ready for round 2.
2 nights ago, Donald Trump and I had our first debate. And I believe we owe it to the voters to have another debate.
The ABC News presidential debate.
Some 67 million viewers tuned in to watch Tuesday night's debate, the first time the pair went up against each other. And now we know it'll be the last.
She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist.
People start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom.
It was a debate that sparked some interesting moments.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating.
Polls suggest the two candidates are in an extremely tight race, with just 2 months to go before November's election. Jenny Kumar, BBC News, Washington.
Our BBC Verify team have, of course, been looking at some of those claims all along. Now let's turn to Nigeria. The governor of Borno State told the BBC that up to 2 million people have been affected by major flooding in the region. Borno, in the northeast of the country, on the border with Cameroon, has seen thousands of homes destroyed by flooding, and in neighbouring Chad, at least 300 people have died as a result of weeks of unusually heavy rain. Well, these are just some of the latest drone pictures from the floods, which followed the collapse of a dam earlier this week during intense rainfall. And the state governor, Babagana Zululum, has told our reporter, Azizat Alaolua, that half of the region's capital, Maiduguri, was underwater.
I can remember more than 300,000 people were killed in Borno State. Thousands of classrooms were destroyed. Hundreds of health facilities were destroyed by the insurgency. We are just trying to get out of these problems. And then now we witness another disaster, a very serious calamity, another serious humanitarian crisis, which the state government alone cannot shoulder.
We understand that the flood also affected prisons, and there are reports that some Boko Haram leaders might have escaped. Are you worried?
I'm worried. Yes, I'm seriously worried. But you also have to bear in mind that Borno State government has established what we call Borno model of rehabilitation that has allowed many insurgents to repent. Within the last 2 years, over 200,000 Boko Haram members and their families have repented. And I think this has also yielded positive results in ensuring return of peace and stability to Borno State.
The governor of Borno State in Nigeria speaking to my colleague. Now, is it possible for a sport like football to lift a poor region? Well, that is what seems to be happening in the remote mountains of southwestern China, where a competition between villages has captured the attention of the entire nation. It's even boosted tourist revenue by nearly 75%. So our correspondent Stephen McDonald went there to meet the players and, of course, their fans.
These are farmers, shopkeepers and students who've become the stars of the Guizhou Village Super League. A weekly grassroots spectacle which has drawn national attention largely through social media. It's free to attend, but a bit of a hike to get here. The mountains of Guizhou have been isolated for centuries. And until recently, all they had was farming. Now poor communities are getting a boost from the millions of big city tourists who've come through in just over a year to watch the football.
It has improved our economic prospects, like for vendors where families have small businesses. It has increased their income.
Chen Yang is a hospital maintenance worker. After pulling an all-night shift, he's still in high spirits, preparing to run on for Dongdon Village in this year's fight. His other team is the son of itinerant labourers. Wu Jinfu just finished high school, but he's been kicking the ball since he was 11.
When I started playing footy, I didn't expect us to have such an amazing football atmosphere.
The fans dress up in traditional ethnic costumes has added to the allure of the matches, played over many months.
When we watch the game, it's so exciting. We are really nervous. We feel your heart pumping. And when we win, we are so happy. We sing and dance.
And their teams certainly keep it all.
The secret of the success here is the combination of football and local culture, all presented in a pretty raucous fashion. No wonder it's so popular, and it's all done in a pretty good spirit.
In the most important game of the year, Lu Jinfu twice and his younger, faster Dangshan Village win the final.
My teammates and I have played together since primary school. We are like brothers.
But second team also gets a prize.
We won 2 pigs. That's not bad.
And you wouldn't know from the party of the losers that they're not champions. To their neighbours, the players from Dolman Village are still their heroes. And there's always next year. Stephen McDonald, BBC News, Guizhou Province.
Who needs Ryan Reynolds to transform the fortunes of their local football team? Now, slightly to home, here in the UK, 47-year-old Larry Fraser and 53-year-old James Love have been charged with murder after a painting by Banksy stolen from a gallery on Sunday. Police say that the artwork called Girl in the Moon has been recovered and that it will be returned to the gallery. Lots more, as always, on our website for me and the team, as always. Thanks very much for watching. BBC News.
Hello again. You may have noticed it was pretty cold this morning. We've had the earliest September frost across England. The temperature got down to minus 2.7 degrees in Topcliffe in Yorkshire this morning. Now, as we go through the next few days, that colder air is going to disappear. You notice on the air mass picture, we switched to a southwesterly by Saturday and into Sunday, so the temperatures will rise. We won't see that frost again for a while. But for today, it's going to stay pretty sunny for the rest of this afternoon. We'll have a few showers affecting northern Scotland, perhaps one or two down the North Sea coast as well. More clouds across Northern Ireland later, but otherwise, though, with light winds and that sunshine, it will feel fairly pleasant, sunny, a little bit milder than the last few days. But through tonight, we'll have the cloud increasing across Scotland and Northern Ireland, the southwesterly winds picking up with some rain pushing in, and crucially, because of that southwesterly wind and that cloud, temperatures perhaps staying up in double figures, so a much milder night compared to last night, whereas for England and Wales, with some clearer skies, once again, it could be a little bit chilly, but not as cold as this morning. Sunshine then to greet you first thing across much of England and Wales. The cloud increasing all the while in Scotland and Northern Ireland, with that some rain moving its way in, something quite gusty here as well. Temperatures up a little bit again, so 17 to 19 degrees Celsius for that sunshine in the southeast. It's going to feel fairly pleasant. Now, on into Sunday, that wet weather across northern areas will gradually move its way further southward with this weather front. So during the day, we'll see rain initially across Scotland, northern England, into Wales. It'll take a while, but it'll push eventually into the far south. For much of the day, it should be dry with some sunny spells here. As that rain clears from northern and western areas, there'll be some sunny spells. And temperatures, well, again, could be up by a degree or so with that mild air. 17 to 20 degrees. On into next week, high becomes dominant, and that's going to keep the weather very settled as we go through the week. So there'll be some sunny spells, lots of dry weather around, and actually temperatures about 18 to 23 degrees Celsius, more typical for the time of year in September. Bye-bye.
Morning. Come and have a seat. Now, of course, I'm not going to go easy on you. There are some really big questions we've got to try and get answers to this morning. But I'll be fair, and we just want to hear what you've got to say. So, shall we get on?
We're rolling.
Here we go. Join me to hear from the biggest names inside and outside politics.
Sunday with Laura Koonsberg. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Whether you're in Washington, Wisconsin, or even back in the UK, we take you behind the scenes, explaining US news, culture, and the era-defining presidential election.
Americast, a BBC News podcast untangling America. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Get the BBC News app for breaking news live as it happens. Stay up to date with BBC News. Download the app.
Ukraine is just about holding the front here, while the Russians have launched this fresh assault.
Everywhere you look, there are uprooted trees, there are bits of buildings, and the destruction is just in every direction.
Incendiary drones were dropped here. We know this was the military junta because the rebels don't have that kind of weaponry.
When you can hear the tear gas canisters being lobbed at the protesters.
There when the story breaks. BBC News. Follow on the app.
Fears Boeing and its suppliers could lose billions as its workers go on strike, halting production of the 777 and 737 MAX aircraft. As the war in Ukraine continues, how is the Russian economy soldiering on amid central bank fears of spiraling inflation? A warm welcome to Business Today. I'm Mark Lobel. Boeing workers have voted to strike after rejecting a pay offer backed by their own union. The deal they rejected was a 25% pay rise over 4 years. That fell short of their original target of 40%. to now, more than 30,000 workers are downing tools in Washington State and Oregon, closing assembly plants for the 737 MAX and 777. The move further delays the company's turnaround efforts. Speaking at a news conference, John Holden, who led the negotiations for the IAM union, explained why members had rejected the proposed contract and voted for strike action.
While there were many important things that were in this offer, it didn't bridge the gap for 16 years from 2008 and going through 2 extensions and the threats of job loss, stagnated wages, cost shift on healthcare, and many other issues, and especially relocation of thousands of jobs for other programs in the state.
Let's get the latest now with our business correspondent, Theo Leggett. Theo, as we heard there, this is not just a grievance about rejecting a 25% pay rise. This is problems going back over 15 years. What's the history here?
We've seen in this vote, which was absolutely emphatic, 96% of those polled voted for a strike, shows the depth of feeling between the workforce against management and how little trust there is between the workforce in the Pacific Northwest and Boeing management. And as you say, that does go back a long time, because in past renegotiations of contracts, Boeing was in a strong position, and it went into these negotiations threatening to remove production from the Pacific Northwest area and take it into other states. Now, that went down very badly with Boeing workers in the region, who had to accept reductions in terms and conditions, including the removal of pension schemes, for example, and those resentments have remained. And over the past few years as well, while Boeing has been trying to ramp up production of the 737 MAX, more and more pressure has been placed on workers on the shop floor to do more and to do it quicker. And I think what we've seen in this vote is that those resentments have come to a head. This was a contract offer that the union's own negotiators said was the best contract offer they'd ever had. It was applauded by management, it was applauded by union leaders, and yet the workforce have rejected it, which shows that Boeing has a real job on its hands to try and come up with some kind of compromise to end the strike and get production restarted.
Well, on that point, Theo, how is the production of the 737 MAX going to be affected? It's popular on the order sheet despite the safety concerns.
Well, this is a problem that Boeing is facing. It has more than 4,500 planes on order. There's just the 737 MAX. Now, production of that plane has repeatedly been slow. You might remember 5 years ago, there were 2 major accidents involving the 737 MAX due to badly designed flight control software. That prompted a redesign which held up production. And then since then, there have been repeated quality control problems which Boeing is trying to address. And then earlier this year, we had the incident where a door fell off, a disused door, but a door nonetheless, fell off an aircraft as it was taking off from Portland, Oregon. That really put a spotlight on Boeing's quality control issues. Regulators have now come down on the company, trying to force them to implement changes on the shop floor. So just when Boeing needs its workforce on site to implement those changes and take them forward, it has a strike to deal with. So it's a real headache for Boeing's new chief executive, Kelly Ortberg, who's only been in the job for a month.
All right, Theo, for the latest, thanks very much for that. We'll take you to China now, because accountancy giant PwC has been banned from working for 6 months there and slapped with a fine of $62.6 million over problems with its audit of the beleaguered property company Evergrande. The move by Chinese regulators marks the latest development in a crackdown on PwC for its work with Evergrande, which has become emblematic of a protracted debt crisis in the country's real estate sector. Now, both Vodafone and Three have rejected claims by the UK's competition watchdog that their proposed merger would lead to higher prices for mobile users. The Competition and Markets Authority has provisionally concluded the deal would weaken competition between mobile networks. The final report on the deal will be issued in December. So, is the deal now unlikely? I'm joined by Enders Analysis, Karen Egan. Karen, thanks very much for joining us. Is this alarming reading then for Vodafone?
I think the headlines of these kind of reports at this stage of CMA investigations often look quite alarming. The truth is that the remedies that the CMA is proposing are reasonably palatable, I think, for the company, and the conclusions that the
fucking
is actually quite modest. It's only equates to about a 2%.
NHS Foundation Trust, right? And it's got a full name, Gordon White, Mr. Date of birth, 16th of the 5th, 1959. That's a bit fucking wrong, isn't it?
We've had one that's saying they're setting the bar.
That is wrong. That is wrong. That is not right.
Shutting the door on the deal. You think there's still room for manoeuvre?
That says I was born in fucking let me see. That says I'm fucking
was that they might ask for structural remedies as part of the approval for the merger, and that would require the companies to divest parts of the businesses that they are proposing to put together. And I think that could well have been a very big.
Yeah, they're saying I'm 65. I'm 65.
They're looking to extract. So the fact that the CMA seems to be shying.
They're full of shit because I'm 57.
Is very positive. The ones that they are.
And here it says about the psychopathic bit, right? It says here, I don't agree with it. It's fucking mad what they're saying. Right here, I'll deal with that later. Yeah, I'll be taking the piss out of the NHS. Oh yeah, I got some funny shit to tell the world about. You sick motherfuckers.
Very keen on the companies providing legally binding assurances that they're going to spend the 11 billion on their network over the next 10 years. And I think they'll be putting in place means of monitoring that and the detail around it. And on the pricing side, they want the companies, it seems, to assure them that they will continue to offer social tariffs at the kind of levels that they have at the moment, and also promote their uptake, as well as allowing customers to roll over contracts on the terms that they currently have, as reassurance to the CMA that the companies are not going to use the merger as a means of increasing prices. The final thing that they're looking for on the pricing side, reassurances that they will offer good terms to MVNOs like Sky, Tesco Mobile, like Navara, and I think the companies will be very keen to attract MVNO business.
This is my monthly watch. Brand new in the box.
Yeah. Now, new figures show nearly 1 in 5 of women-owned or led businesses
I just want to do something.
delayed or cancelled business plans due to not being able
Google,
to access finance. That's according to a new YouGov poll commissioned by banking giant HSBC, which says it reflects a longer-term trend. So, what are the barriers to women-owned or women-led businesses, and how can they be broken down? Stephanie Bouton is head of global trade solutions at HSBC UK. She told me a little earlier about the kind of challenges women face in securing finance.
One of the elements that we found in the research is isolation. What we know is that 1 in 5 women don't have anyone to talk to or to turn to when they're faced with a challenge. So building networks, communities, is the key way to actually unlock that isolation.
So is it that they don't get access to the process, or is there something else?
It's a combination of things. What we see is that, for instance, for 13% of men that start a lending journey, only 8% of women try to access finance. So it's both in the process, but also the lack of access. 18% of women are saying that it's the access to lending, to actual credit, that is slowing down the growth opportunity of their business.
Okay, so partly a reticence. Well, let's talk numbers. How do you value the credit gap those businesses are missing out on?
So globally, the credit gap for women-led businesses is about $17 trillion. So absolutely enormous. In the UK, there are about 20% of women-led businesses. And the Rose Review estimated that that's a £250 billion opportunity for the UK economy. So HSBC is launching a women business growth initiative that aims to support access to credit for these women-led businesses with a number of opportunities linked to it.
Yeah, because nearly half of female business leaders plan to expand their businesses next year. So what has worked in the past, and what do you hope will move the dial in the future?
There's a number of when we look at supporting women, obviously different businesses have different needs. But recently I met with a company, and one of the things that I found was access to international markets, access to new opportunities makes businesses more robust and creates a faster pace of growth. And we're supporting this business that's accessing new markets in Asia, new markets in the Middle East, and the US market to actually build new opportunities and build resilience for their business.
To take a snapshot now of the Russian economy as the war in Ukraine continues, because this past week Russia has raised its GDP output for 2024. That's because of an increase in consumer spending, in military spending, and the tax take is going up too. Finance Minister Anton Suranov said he now expects gross domestic product to climb 3.9% this year. That's up from 2.8% in the forecast back in April. This is heavily dependent on large-scale military spending by the government, as I said. And of course, there's the pace of inflation.
That's what, man.
Shooting up. The central bank's nervous at the moment. Interest rates there at 18%. Bring you one other story. Japanese retail giant Seven & i Holdings has been classified as core to national security, according to the latest update of the Finance Ministry's list for security reviews released on Friday. This comes a week after Seven & i rejected a $38.5 billion buyout offer that came from Calinida's Alimentation Couche-Tard. Don't forget, on the BBC website, you'll have the latest on that strike by Boeing, as 96% of workers there rejected a pay rise. That's business today. You're up to date. You stay with us here on BBC News.
We're going to start with what's happening when it comes to climate change.
We cannot normalize this.
This is going to appeal to more people than just in case.
And that's really the nub of this. The hard part comes next.
That gift of family diplomacy.
So this is the first time we've done this in modern history.
And we're going to say unprecedented a lot.
The news is just words without the context.
And this is the context.
Tonight from 8.
I'm just gonna wear my cap. My cunt cap. I'm gonna wear it today. Fucking right.
Hello there, I'm Ollie Foster with the latest sports news. The biggest team competition in women's golf gets underway in the next 20 minutes. The 19th Solheim Cup, USA, they got home advantage in Virginia as they look to win the trophy for the first time since 2017. Europe were winners. They're on their best run in the competition. They're the holders after a thrilling 14-all tie in Spain last year, first in the contest's history. They retained the trophy after previous victories in Ohio and Glen Eagles. Europe returned with 10 of the 12 players from that team in Spain. And the event's got the same two captains, Stacey Lewis for the USA, Suzanne Petterson for Europe. England's Charlie Hull will kick things off around just after midday when she and German rookie Esther Heinzeleit faced world number 1 Nelly Korda and Alison Korkus.
I've been in Solheim Cups and played some really good golf. So from what I take away from the 3 that I've been in, I know that I've played solid golf. But at the end of the day, we want to get points. And, you know, it's just all got to come together. And I certainly don't feel like I've lost confidence because of the record. But I certainly, you know, want to put more points on the board.
For a lot of players, this is the pinnacle of our careers. And it's just extremely important to us, and it means a lot to win. You know, even contributing to the team and, you know, our individual points as well. And, you know, we're just great friends. And I think that's extremely important in team golf. And, you know, when we go out there tomorrow with our partner, it's just like we'll, you know, do anything for them when we have their back. And I think that's what's most important.
Well, it's the foursomes first. It's when each team take alternate shots with the same ball. 4 balls later. In the last quarter, Carlota Ciganda, who won all 4 of her matches in Spain last year, securing the point as well to retain the trophy. She's playing with Sweden's Linn Grant. They've got the world number 2, USA's Lilia Vu, and Sarah Schmetzel, who's the lowest ranked American in the field at 58 in the world. The funeral of Sven-Göran Eriksson, the former manager, has been held in Torsby, the Swedish town where he grew up. Hundreds attended the service, including David Beckham, who was England's captain during Eriksson's time in charge between 2001 2006. Eriksson, who was 76, won numerous club honours, league and cup titles with Gothenburg, Benfica and Lazio. He revealed earlier this year that he'd been diagnosed with pancreatic cancer.
He had this aura around him where he had the respect of so many people, and, you know, what he's done in his career as well, what he did, it's exceptional. And to take England so far, not quite getting them to the level, but maybe starting that journey of the new way of playing and new philosophy. And he sort of eased me in at times. I never really had a one-on-one chat with him, particularly more so away from the football field, but on the football field, he always had time for me. I'd always go up to him and chat to him when I could, just on small factors in regards to actually playing football, and his football knowledge was incredible. So yeah, he would be definitely missed.
Formula One's in Baku this weekend for the Azerbaijan
The
Grand
piano man, there I am. That's great. I love that picture. Fucking amazing.
Fastest, pitting Lewis Hamilton in the final moments of the session.
That's me on the city.
Yeah. 11th in his first F1 practice. He's replacing Kevin Magnussen for Haas. We heard yesterday how McLaren are going to adopt team orders to favour Lando Norris as they try and catch Verstappen over the last 8 races of the season. Probably not in this car, though. This is a replica of the McLaren P1 road car made entirely out of Lego.
Oh, really? Lego?
Silverstone. It's comprised of
That's crazy.
142,000 bricks and components and hundreds of their own battery units. So 23 people, 8,344 hours of development to put it all together. I bet there's still a piece left in the box afterwards. First test match to take place between Afghanistan and New Zealand has been washed out without a single ball bowled across the 5 days. This was in the Greater Noida region in India near Delhi. First time a men's test had been completely washed out in the country. First time a test had been scheduled there, and the prospects of play were never good with persistent rain for the last couple of weeks. Rafael Nadal says he won't play for Europe in the Laver Cup in Berlin next week. The 22-time Grand Slam winner hasn't played since his defeat alongside Carlos Alcaraz at the Paris Olympics back in August. He didn't give a specific reason for his withdrawal, but he said it's a team competition, and to really support Team Europe, I need to do what's best for them. And at this moment, there are other players who can help the team deliver the win. Miami Dolphins quarterback Tua Tagovailoa has sustained a concussion for the 3rd time in his NFL career. He collided with an opponent during the 3rd quarter of their defeat to the Bills. Didn't need to go to hospital, but he played no further part in the game. He's going to have further tests today. That's the 3rd time he's suffered concussion. His first 2 in the 2022 season came in back-to-back games. Controversially, that led to the league and union revising their own concussion protocols. There is, of course, lots more on the BBC Sports website or your BBC Sport app. Keep across the Solheim Cup, which gets going in the next 15 minutes or go in Virginia. But for me, Ollie Foster, for now, goodbye.
Welcome, you're watching BBC News. I'm Kasia Madeira. The prison population of England and Wales fell by more than 2,000 in the week of the mass release of prisoners at 40% of their sentence. Figures published in the past hour show that the weekly prison population was down 2,188 on the previous week. Our Home Affairs correspondent Daniel Sanford has been breaking down the figures.
As prisoners were unlocked this morning, the population stood at 86,333, and that is down more than 2,000 in a week. The problem is that this was something that was already developed by the Labour government when they first came into power in July, but in August, the prison population went up by 1,000. So, in fact, they've actually, if you look across the piece from the beginning of August, they've actually only reduced the prison population by 1,000 from the top level. So it's not as good as it might have been because of the rioting and disorder over the summer.
Well, exactly, because even while that mass release, we were witnessing that, and you were reporting on this consistently, that question over how much time the government has bought itself is still really important.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was a sort of an idea that they maybe bought themselves about 18 months before they were hitting up against the maximum population again by the mass release this week and the one that's scheduled for October. I think now, because of the increased prison population just from the rioting in the summer, there's a sense that maybe that amount of time they bought themselves is going to come down closer to a year. So, I mean, these things are fairly unpredictable. We don't quite know how good the courts are going to be next year in terms of recovering from the pandemic, because that can have an effect on the prison population. But certainly they're not buying themselves 10 years, 15 years headroom. It's a matter of a year or so.
And just when we're talking about that next mass release, will it be on the same terms as this one that we saw?
Yeah, so the release this week was for people who had prison sentences of 5 years or less, or for violent offenders, 4 years or less. The release that's coming in October will be for prisoners whose sentences was over 5 years apart from violent offences. So people serving much longer sentences, people serving sentences of 7, 8, 9, 10 years will be coming out at the 40% stage rather than the 50% stage. So it's a different kind of prisoner. We hope not serious violent offenders, and that's certainly what the government's intention is. But as we saw this week, there's always kind of odd cases that fall through the cracks.
Our Home Affairs correspondent there, Daniel Sanford. While staying in the UK, the first so-called citizens' jury on assisted dying in England has backed a change in the law to allow people who are terminally ill to end their life. The jury of 30 people spent 8 weeks listening to expert evidence and campaigners and concluded that it should only be an option for those who are terminally ill and have the capacity to make their own decisions. Our medical editor, Fergus Walsh, has the details.
Away from the placards and the protests, the citizens' jury was intended to produce a measured response to this highly sensitive issue. Jury members were selected to be representative of the makeup and the views of the population, which meant most were already in favour of assisted dying at the start. By 3-1, the jury voted in favour of the law being changed to allow assisted dying for those with a terminal condition who have the capacity to make their own decisions. The lethal drug could be self-administered or given by a health professional. Ashok was part of the jury and says they were given time to explore the issue in depth.
It was an amazing experience, and it was nerve-wracking, it was sensitive. It was like a mixed emotion to be part of this, actually, because it's a very sensitive topic to be deliberated. Our jury members wanted the terminally ill people not to suffer and prolong the agony, and to have the option to choose to die in their own country rather than going abroad to die.
A minority of jurors were concerned that assisted dying could be misused without adequate safeguards. There was near universal support for more funding for palliative care.
We know that policymakers want to have more evidence about what the public think. They want to understand the richness, the detail of people's views, and understand where, for example, people want to see safeguards and other considerations around, for example, palliative care.
Opinion polls have consistently shown overwhelming public support for assisted dying in the UK. The Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, has said he's committed to giving MPs a free vote on the issue at some point. Private members' bills have already been introduced at Westminster and at the Scottish Parliament, Holyrood. The Isle of Man and Jersey, which passed their own laws, are already on track to introduce assisted dying. But throughout the British Isles, the impassioned debate on this key issue will continue. Fergus Walsh, BBC News.
That's it from me, but do stay with us here on BBC News because Virginia Vaidyanathan is up next. But before that, it's time for all the weather. Here's Simon King.
Hello again. You may have noticed it was pretty cold this morning. We've had the earliest September frost across England. The temperature got down to minus 2.7 degrees in Topcliffe in Yorkshire this morning. Now, as we go through the next few days, that colder air is going to disappear. You notice on the air mass picture, we switched to a southwesterly by Saturday and into Sunday, so those temperatures will rise. We won't see that frost again for a while. But for today, it's going to stay pretty sunny for the rest of this afternoon. We'll have a few showers affecting northern Scotland, perhaps one or two down the North Sea coast as well. More clouds across Northern Ireland later, but otherwise, though, with light winds and that sunshine, it will feel fairly pleasant for the last few days. But through tonight, we'll have the cloud increasing across Scotland and Northern Ireland, the southwesterly wind picking up with some rain pushing in, and crucially, because of that southwesterly wind and that cloud, temperatures perhaps staying up in double figures, so a much milder night compared to last night, whereas for England and Wales, with some clearer skies, once again, it could be a little bit chilly, but not as cold as this morning. Sunshine then to greet you first thing across much of England and Wales. The cloud increasing all the while in Scotland and Northern Ireland, with that some rain moving its way in. It's only quite gusty here as well. Temperatures up a little bit again, so 17 to 19 degrees Celsius. But that sunshine in the southeast, it's going to feel fairly pleasant. Now, on into Sunday, that wet weather across northern areas will gradually move its way further southward with this weather front. So during the day, we'll see rain initially across Scotland, northern England, into Wales. It'll take a while, but it'll push eventually into the far south. For much of the day, it should be dry with some sunny spells here. As that rain clears from northern and western areas, there'll be some sunny spells. And temperatures, well, again, could be up by a degree or so with that mild air pushing in from the Atlantic, so 17 to 20 degrees. On into next week, high pressure becomes dominant, and that's going to keep the weather very settled as we go through the week. So there'll be some sunny spells, lots of dry weather around, and actually temperatures about 18 to 23 degrees Celsius, more typical for the time of year in September. Bye-bye.
All you need is love. All you need is love, love, love is all you need.
This fresh assault.
Everywhere you look, there are uprooted trees, there are bits of building, and the destruction is just in every direction.
Incendiary drones were dropped here. We know this was the military junta because the rebels don't have that kind of weaponry.
When you can hear the tear gas canisters being lobbed at the protesters.
There when the story breaks. BBC News. Follow on the app.
Live
from London, this is BBC News. The UK government says Russia's claims that 6 British diplomats were spying are completely baseless. It comes as Sir Keir Starmer prepares to meet President Biden. The pair will discuss Mr. Putin's warning over allowing Ukraine to strike inside Russia using Western weapons. The governor of Nigeria's Borno state tells the BBC that an estimated 2 million people have been affected by floods there. And 2 men have been charged with burglary after a painting by Banksy was stolen from a gallery in central London on Sunday. Virginia Vaidyanathan. Welcome to BBC News Now, where we bring you 3 hours of fast-moving news, interviews and reaction. Now, the UK government says Russian accusations against 6 British diplomats in Moscow are completely baseless. The group was expelled by the Kremlin, which accused them of spying and sabotage. The Russian government said London had engaged in multiple unfriendly acts and that actions of the British embassy in Moscow aimed to cause harm to Russia's people. But the government here says it believes the suspension came after it brought in measures against the Russian embassy earlier in the year. Well, all these developments come on the day that Britain's Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, is due to meet President Biden at the White House. And on Thursday, President Biden warned Western governments not to let Ukraine target Russia with Western arms. Well, to discuss all of those developments, we can now cross live to Warsaw and speak to our Eastern Europe correspondent, Sarah Rainsford. Sarah, always good to talk to you. First of all, wanted to get your reaction to the news of this expulsion.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that the timing is no accident. I think this is quite clearly, or the timing of the announcement certainly is quite clearly linked to those talks that are taking place now over whether or not Ukraine should be allowed to use long-range Western missiles to fire deep within Russia at targets there. So I think it is a connected statement that we've seen today from the FSB, the security service in Russia. Now, what they're saying is that they have expelled or removed the accreditation from 6 British diplomats at the British Embassy in Moscow, who they're accusing of intelligence activities and subversive actions. But I think it's the language around that which is perhaps more indicative, because what the FSB is claiming is that the British government, the British Foreign Office, is specifically engaged in subversion in Russia. It says there's an entire department which is responsible for escalating the political and military tensions between Russia and the West. It's basically blaming Britain for everything and accusing, as I say, Britain of subversive activity, which it says is aimed at escalating those tensions. So I think quite clearly lashing out at Britain, which is playing a central role in these discussions, the negotiations, and the decision ultimately on whether or not Ukraine will get the right to use those longer range weapons. As you said, though, earlier, Britain has, the Foreign Office has made a statement. It is said that those allegations are absolutely baseless, that Britain believes this is actually a move in response to the expulsion of the defence attaché, the Russian defence attaché in London earlier this year, and that it said was a protection of Britain's national interests.
So they're arguing that this is essentially a tit-for-tat measure, Sarah. I want to ask you about, of course, what's going on in Washington and those talks about whether Ukraine would be allowed to use Western missiles to strike Russian targets. The question is, what reaction could we expect from Vladimir Putin if Mr. Biden and others decide to give it the go-ahead?
I think what we're seeing right now, including this diplomatic expulsion, but also, of course, the statement from Vladimir Putin yesterday when he was asked about these discussions and a possible decision. I think this is basically Russia trying to send a warning to the West, trying to scare Ukraine's allies into inaction. That's precisely what they want to happen. And I think what's interesting is to look at the response to that. There was a very robust response from Keir Starmer on the flight over to Washington, telling British reporters that Ukraine had the right to self-defense and that the UK and Ukraine's allies would go on supporting it, and that Russia started the war and Russia could end this war. We've also seen here in Poland, which I think is important because don't forget, Poland is right on the eastern flank of NATO. It is right on the border with Ukraine, so its opinion really does matter in all of this. The Polish Prime Minister has also being very robust in his response, again saying he doesn't think that the West should set too much store by these statements coming from Vladimir Putin, in particular these warning statements. Donald Tusk again saying Ukraine has the right to self-defense and its allies should stand very firmly by it. So I think it is a key moment, it's a big decision, but ultimately Vladimir Putin does threaten to respond to every step that the West takes in supporting Ukraine, and in a way, this is no different.
Sarah, just while I've got you here, we've just got some news coming into us that says that Ukraine has secured the return of 49 Ukrainians from Russian captivity. That's coming from President Zelensky. He's issued a statement on the Telegram messaging app. Just want to get your thoughts on that news that's coming into us.
Well, this is something that happens relatively regularly. Large groups of prisoners released by each side. It is the one kind of avenue of communication that does remain open between Russia and Ukraine, between them using intermediaries to try to return prisoners. It happens sporadically, periodically, but it does happen. And certainly for the families of the soldiers who are returned, it is an enormous relief because there are many, many hundreds, if not thousands, captives, soldiers who are held captive in Russia, and many of them return with terrible stories and proof of what ill treatment they face in those prisons. So it is obviously a key moment, and it's something that continues despite everything between these two countries.
Okay, Sarah Rainsford, thanks as always for sharing your insight on that developing story. Now, the expulsion of 6 British diplomats comes as Britain's Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, is in Washington, D.C. to meet President Biden. The issue of Ukraine will, of course, be high on the agenda, as President Zelensky wants the US and other partners to allow his military to fire Western missiles into Russia. President Putin said that if that was allowed, NATO countries would be directly fighting with Russia. Well, to discuss this in a bit more detail, I'm joined now by Andrew Gawthorpe, an expert in US foreign policy and politics at Leiden University. Welcome to BBC News, Andrew. What do you think the goal of this meeting between Mr. Starmer and Mr. Biden is when it comes to Ukraine? Are we going to see some sort of announcement?
Well, we're trying to see Britain and the United States have over Ukraine's use of these long-range missiles. Starmer is to pressure Joe Biden into agreeing to allow Ukraine to use those missiles to strike deep into Russia. Joe Biden's goals are a little bit harder to discern at this point. There's a split within his administration. Some agencies, such as the Defense Department and the intelligence agencies, are opposed to this decision, and some are in favor of it and think that the missiles should be used. So the two countries are trying to hash out those differences. And they're also talking about other parts of the world as well, though. This takes place in the context of a strategic dialogue, but also covers the Middle East and China as well.
And just on the relationship when it comes to Russia, we've heard from Vladimir Putin saying that if Mr. Biden does go ahead and allow Ukraine to use Western missiles on Russian targets inside Russia, that would effectively mean that NATO is directly fighting Russia. What are the implications of that statement, and what do you think might come next?
Well, this statement is clearly intended to scare the Western leaders out of making this decision. Now, as Sarah Rainsford pointed out, it is important to bear in mind that we've made many similar statements like this before. It's drawn red lines only to see the West, ride over those red lines and then nothing really to happen. In this case, there seems to be a specific threat. US officials are worried that Russia might provide its own long-range missiles to Iran and Iranian proxy groups in the Middle East, and that they might be used to target American assets in the Middle East. So I think if there is a response, then this is the kind of thing that we should be thinking about. It's not likely that Russia is about to start attacking NATO countries or NATO forces, but it might take some action somewhere else in the world, which is detrimental to US interests. And that's possibly one reason why the mood music out of Washington this morning seems to suggest that the Biden administration may allow British and French missiles to be used to strike deep into Russia, but not American missiles. And that may be an attempt to protect the United States from these kinds of consequences elsewhere, such as in the Middle East.
Okay, Andrew Gawthorpe joining us from Leiden in the Netherlands. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. Now let's take you to Nigeria, where the governor of Borno State has told the BBC that up to 2 million people have been affected by major flooding in the region. The Borno region is in the northeast of the country, on the border with Cameroon, which has seen thousands of homes destroyed by floods. In Chad, at least 300 people have died as a result of unusually heavy rainfall. Well, these are the latest drone shots from the floods, which followed the collapse of a dam earlier this week during heavy rain. Thousands of people are now desperately short of food and shelter. Nigeria's military has been using boats and trucks to rescue people who've been displaced. The state governor, Babagana Zulum, told our reporter, Aziza Olawoluwa, that half of the region's capital is now underwater.
I can remember more than 300,000 people were killed in Borno State. Thousands of classrooms were destroyed. Hundreds of health facilities were destroyed by the insurgency. We are just trying to get out of this problem. And then now we witness another disaster, a very serious calamity, another serious humanitarian crisis, which the state government alone cannot shoulder.
We understand that the flood also affected prisons, and there are reports that some Boko Haram leaders might have escaped. Are you worried?
I'm worried. Yes, I'm seriously worried. But you also have to bear in mind that Borno State government has established what we call Borno model of rehabilitation that has allowed many insurgents to repent. Within the last 2 years, over 200,000 Boko Haram members and their families have repented. And I think this has also yielded positive result in ensuring return of peace and stability to Borno State.
So State Governor Babagana Zulum there. Well, for more on that story and the situation in Nigeria, we're joined by Arjun Jain, who's the representative for the United Nations Refugee Agency in Nigeria. Thanks very much for taking the time to talk to us at what must be an incredibly busy period for you and your colleagues. First of all, just tell us about the work and the needs that you're seeing on the ground.
Thank you so much. The needs are just enormous right now. We are seeing hundreds of thousands of people who are displaced in Maiduguri alone. But as you had said in your news piece, this is not just about Maiduguri, it's about the whole country. We are seeing over 1 million people affected according to the government, and the region as a whole. We are seeing people in Chad, Niger, Mali, Cameroon, and Burkina Faso all affected by heavy rains. Right now, people are displaced. They are living in school buildings. They are living in old IDP camps that were closed. Just as they were getting back on their feet, they are back in these IDP settlements. They need water. They are desperate for food, shelter material, mosquito nets, a whole array of things that we are providing on the ground, but we need to do a lot more far quickly.
I was reading that these are the worst floods that region has seen, Maiduguri, for 3 decades. So is the area equipped to cope with this?
Well, we do have a large presence there as the UN and the humanitarian community, but we are not prepared to respond to the size and magnitude of this crisis unless we get more resources in. We need to fly in more resources to provide the assistance that people need now. And when they do go back home, as the flood waters recede, they need a lot more support in rebuilding. Most of the city is underwater, and many people have lost a lot of what they built up for just as they were getting back on their feet.
And so what stories are you hearing from people? Were there people who perhaps stayed in their homes trying to save them, protect them, who are now trapped? Are you finding, of course, you mentioned so many people displaced. Just tell us more about on the ground.
So Maiduguri is a city that was on its feet, and the flood waters came in the night. A lot of people were caught unaware. A number of our staff belonging to the government, NGOs, and the UN were also affected and evacuated. They have got back into their communities to support people who are far more vulnerable. And they are seeing communities that have been displaced, people who have been trapped under flood waters, people who are unable to access urgent medical care. And the government has been in the lead. They have been helping with the evacuations and relocating them to schools and shelters. These are people who have been affected by conflict for decades. These are people who are vulnerable.
Oh, no.
They are prior to the floods. There is
Oh,
a
fuck it.
situation of malnutrition that was
I
affected.
broke the fucking. I stood on this. What a fucking twat. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Been repeatedly displaced for decades that have again now been placed in a very precarious situation.
What a wanker. Fucking hell, what a wanker. Oh, for fuck's
We
sake.
understand that this, of course, was caused by a dam being breached. Do we know how long it might take for the flood waters to recede?
Well, we expect the flood waters to recede in the next 2-3 weeks. We don't know how long it'll take for people to get back on their feet. So we are desperate to support them now, but there is an urgent need also to provide early recovery. So UNICEF is on the ground, IOM is on the ground, UNDP is getting ready to help them with the recovery. We are providing essential services. WHO is out there to provide essential health services as well. We are all on the ground, desperately working 24/7, but we need to do a lot more, much faster.
Okay, Arjun Jain from the UNHCR joining us live from Nigeria on those devastating floods. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Around the world and across the UK, this is BBC News.
Trail. Kamala Harris.
The ABC News President debate.
Some 67 million viewers tuned in to watch Tuesday night's debate, the first time the pair went up against each other. And now we know it'll be the last.
Actually, I don't need this one.
People start leaving his rallies out of exhaustion and boredom.
It was a debate that sparked some Indian moments.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating.
Polls suggest the two candidates are in an extremely tight race with just 2 months to go before November's election. Jenny Kumar, BBC News, Washington.
Now let's take a look at some of the other news.
Oh, yeah, well, that's murder. Oh, my God, that's crazy.
Of Ecuador's biggest prison has been
Oh, look at this.
shot dead.
Oh, my God.
Witnesses say gunmen intercepted her car in the city of Guayaquil, firing several shots. Maria Daniela Icaza was the director
Oh, there's loads of
the
shit here.
Ecuador
Oh, my God.
security jail. It's been the scene of several deadly riots in recent years. She's the second prison governor to be killed this month in Ecuador, which has become one of the most violent countries in Latin America. The violence is being widely blamed on Mexican drug
This is
cartels
great.
operating in the country. North Korea has, for the first time, released photographs showing the machines it uses to make fuel for nuclear bombs. The images show the North Korean leader Kim Jong-un visiting a uranium facility. He called for an exponential increase
I
in
didn't
the
show up,
country's
really,
arsenal
honestly.
of
This is
nuclear
great.
weapons. It's not clear exactly where or when these snaps were taken, but it's thought North Korea has two sites in which it
Hey,
produces
look at this. This is
enriched
crazy.
uranium. China's announced that it will raise the age at which people retire as it looks to temper a looming demographic crisis. It currently has one of the world's lowest retirement ages. The government says men will in future stop working at 63 instead of 60, and the age of retirement for most women will be raised from 55 to 58. China has a rapidly growing number of older people and a declining birth rate. And staying with China, is it possible for a sport like football to lift a poorer region? Well, that's what seems to be happening in remote mountainous southwestern areas of China, where a competition between villages has captured the attention of the entire
Let's be a
nation,
minister.
and boosted
Fucking hell.
tourist revenue by nearly 75%. Our correspondent Stephen McDonald went to meet the players and their fans.
The black pussy. Oh my God, look at that.
Shopkeepers and
There's that family next door.
become the stars of the Guizhou village.
There's me on the beach. There's fucking, what's this thing?
A weekly grassroots spectacle which has drawn national attention largely through social media. It's free to attend, but a bit of a hike to get there.
Oh, look at me. Oh my God.
The mountains of Guizhou have been isolated for centuries. And until recently, all they had was farming. Now poor communities are getting a boost from the millions of big city tourists who've come through in just over a year to watch the football.
It has improved our economic prospects, like for
There's me now. Yeah.
businesses.
That must be in Portugal. Yeah. That's my garden. No, I've done my garden. I've done that.
After pulling an all-night shift, he's still in high spirits, preparing to run on the Dongmen village in this year's final. His friend on the other team is the son of itinerant labourers. Jin Fu just finished high school, but he's been kicking the ball since he was 11.
When I started playing footy, I didn't expect us to have such an amazing football atmosphere.
The fans dress up in traditional ethnic costumes has added to the allure of the matches played over many months.
When we watch the game, it's so exciting. We are really nervous. You feel your heart pumping. And when we win, we are so happy. We sing and dance.
And their teams certainly give it all.
The secret of the success here is the combination of football and local culture, all presented in a pretty raucous fashion. No wonder it's so popular, and it's all done in a pretty good spirit.
In the most important game of the year, Lu Jinfu scores twice, and his younger, faster Dangshan village win the final.
My teammates and I have played together since primary school. We are like brothers.
But the second team also gets a prize.
We want 2 pigs. That's not bad.
And you wouldn't know from the party of the losers that they're not champions. To their neighbours, the players from Dongmen village are still their heroes. And there's always next year. Stephen McDonald, BBC News, Guizhou Province.
Reports in the US media suggest Israeli special forces have raided and blown up an Iranian missile plant in Syria. Israel has not commented on the operation, but Syrian state media said 18 people were killed by Israeli strikes near the city of Masyaf on Monday. Well, before we leave you this half an hour, let's show you some incredible pictures of the Northern Lights. Now, they've been seen across parts of the UK.
History!
Clear skies made for ideal viewing conditions, that is, despite the colder weather. Now, normally in the Northern Hemisphere, most of the colourful displays take place near the Arctic Circle, but when solar activity is strong, It can expand to cover.
Oh, look, you know that man, don't you?
Which explains why displays
He fucked up the garden.
occasionally be seen as
He's a
far
wanker.
south as the UK. Just look at those pictures; they're incredibly beautiful. Well, that's it for this half hour. I'm Regina Biden-Arden. I'll be back after a short break, so do stay with us here on BBC News.
Hello again. You may have noticed it was pretty cold this morning. We've had the earliest September frost across England. The temperature got down to minus 2.7 degrees in Topcliffe in Yorkshire this morning. Now, as we go through the next few days, that colder air is going to disappear. You notice on the air mass picture, we switched to a southwesterly by Saturday and into Sunday, so those temperatures will rise. We won't see that frost again for a while. But for today, it's going to stay pretty sunny for the rest of this afternoon. We'll have a few showers affecting northern Scotland, perhaps one or two down the North Sea coast as well. More clouds across Northern Ireland later, but otherwise, though, with light winds and that sunshine, it will feel fairly pleasant, sunny, a little bit milder than the last few days. But through tonight, we'll have the cloud increasing across Scotland and Northern Ireland, the southwesterly wind picking up with some rain pushing in, and crucially, because of that southwesterly wind and that cloud, temperatures perhaps staying up in double figures, so a much milder night compared to last night, whereas for England and Wales, with some clearer skies, once again, it could be a little bit chilly, but not as cold as this morning. Sunshine then to greet you first thing across much of England and Wales. The cloud increasing all the while in Scotland and Northern Ireland, with that some rain moving its way in. It's only quite gusty here as well. Temperatures up a little bit again, so 17 to 19 degrees Celsius. But that sunshine in the southeast, it's going to feel fairly pleasant. Now, on into Sunday, that wet weather across northern areas will gradually move its way further southward with this weather front. So during the day, we'll see rain initially across Scotland, northern England, into Wales. It'll take a while, but it'll push eventually into the far south. For much of the day, it should be dry with some sunny spells here. As that rain clears from northern and western areas, there'll be some sunny spells. And temperatures, well, again, could be up by a degree or so with that mild air pushing in from the Atlantic, so 17 to 20 degrees. On into next week, high pressure becomes dominant, and that's going to keep the weather very settled as we go through the week. So there'll be some sunny spells, lots of dry weather around, and actually temperatures about 18 to 23 degrees Celsius, more typical for the time of year in September. Bye-bye.
The BBC was always on in the Mashiri house, and my dream actually was to be a BBC News presenter. I want to be for others what the BBC was for us, a trusted source of stability and hope. For me, trust is about presence, about fostering relationships all around the world over years. So when a story breaks, we're not chasing a lead, we're already there. I'm Marianne Mashiri on The World Today for BBC News. The 2024 US election looks set to be one of the most extraordinary yet. Could there be further shocks ahead in this historic race to the White House? Get the latest headlines in the BBC News app. Get in-depth coverage on bbc.co.uk/news. Follow the story of the US election on BBC News.
Today we're looking at the state of British politics.
Asking, is technology ruining football?
Are we too obsessed with our phones?
Helen from Hull wants to know, how hot's the planet going to get?
And we'll explain why prices keep going up and up.
Also, Rach, did you know that space has its own smell?
Really? What of? The world is fast moving and can be confusing.
So let's talk about it.
5 Live Breakfast with Rachel and Rick. Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is BBC News, the headlines. The UK government says Russia's claims that 6 British diplomats were spying are completely baseless. The United Nations estimates that more than 600,000 students in Gaza are being deprived of access to formal education for another year. And bring on the next decade. Prince Harry tells the BBC he's excited about turning 40 on Sunday. Hello.
Can you see my corner cabinet? There it is. That's my corner cabinet. Look at that. There it is. Hey.
Accusing them of spying and sabotage. It says London engaged in multiple unfriendly acts and that actions of the British Embassy in Moscow aim to cause harm to Russia's people. As we were saying, the UK Foreign Office has said that those claims are completely baseless. Now, state television in Russia showed footage of what it said were...
Oh, my bed. Look at my bed. That's an 11 water bed, king size. And there's the Beatles. Look at that. Oh my God.
We can now speak to Sir Adam Thompson. He was the UK permanent representative to NATO between 2014 and 2016 and now works as the director of the European Leadership Network. Welcome to BBC News. First of all, how shocked or surprised are you about news of these expulsions?
Not surprised, not really shocked, saddened a bit. My understanding is from Whitehall sources that are being cited that the expulsions actually took place last month and had more to do with the sort of tit-for-tat retaliation between the UK and Russia that's been going on for quite a long time now. However, the timing of the announcement, I think, has everything to do with Keir Starmer's meetings in Washington today and the apparently looming decision about allowing Ukrainians to use British Storm Shadow missiles against actual Russian territory as opposed to territory that Russia has seized. So it's part of a coordinated Russian media effort to discourage the UK from taking this step, but I think more importantly to try to discourage other allies from following the US lead or supporting it. And it's part of a very long running action-reaction cycle between Russia and Western countries ever since Russia stepped up its invasion of Ukraine in February 2022. It works some of the time. Russian threats have clearly been deterring for NATO countries to a certain degree. The West has proceeded very cautiously, as has Russia towards NATO. But the Russians have a real problem. They don't know how to stop gradually greater Western support for Ukraine.
Let me ask you about that, because obviously you served as a UK ambassador to NATO, and we've heard from Vladimir Putin saying that if that approval goes ahead and that Ukraine can use Western missiles inside Russia, that would effectively mean that NATO is fighting directly with Russia.
Well, I think his actual words were that NATO countries would be fighting with Russia, and he's quite careful in his statement not to say exactly how he'll respond. He'll say he'll respond according to the level of threat. In a sense, yes, Russia's red lines have repeatedly been crossed, and I'm pretty confident that this one will be too. But at the same time, Russia has been asking around for ways to respond that make it painful for the West without being too escalatory. So Richard Moore, the head of MI6, was talking very recently about rising Russian sabotage operations across Europe, for example, or there might be more Russian cyber attacks, certainly more disinformation and attempts at political influencing. There's quite a long list of what you might call sort of horizontal escalation into other domains that Russia is pursuing and could step up. It's not just sort of military vertical escalation that we might see.
Okay, so Adam Thompson, Director of the European Leadership Network and of course former UK Ambassador to NATO, thank you very much for sharing your insights.
Thank you.
Now, Germany and Kenya have agreed on a migration treaty which is set to be signed later today during President William Ruto's visit to Berlin. Well, that treaty aims to provide jobs for skilled workers from Kenya who've gone to Germany, particularly in the health sector. It will also contain measures to make it easier to send Kenyans who are in Germany illegally back home. Well, this comes weeks after the German government said it could process some asylum seeker applications in Rwanda, a measure similar to what was proposed by the former UK government. Well, for more on all of that, let's speak to Hans von der Burchard, a senior politics reporter with Politico Germany. Welcome to the programme. First of all, I'd like to ask you about the treaty that's going to be signed later today, the idea that Kenyans could be placed in healthcare jobs, for example, in Germany. Just tell us about how this has come about.
Yes, so this deal comes, of course, amid a very peculiar situation in Germany. You mentioned that Germany is tightening currently its checks on asylum seekers because the numbers have been very high. And we had about 2 weeks ago this horrific in the Western German city of Solingen. So the political atmosphere is quite different, and we have elections in about a week in the German state of Brandenburg. And amid all this, the government is, of course, keen to show that it's acting on migration, on especially irregular migration, because, of course, Germany needs migration. What this particular deal is, for example, you mentioned the healthcare workers from Kenya. They're much needed with an aging population in Germany as in other European countries. And there's this aspect of returning irregular migrants, asylum seekers that have no right to stay in Germany. However, that is a very small portion. That's about a few hundreds, maybe 800 asylum seekers that might be returned. So this deal is more a first step to act, but there's, of course, pressure on the government to do more to curb irregular migration.
Let me ask you about that. What is the public mood when it comes to the German government's policies around immigration, both legal and illegal?
Well, there's a broad sense that the government has not done enough in recent years. And we are seeing this with the strong rise of the far-right party, the Alternative for Germany, that has won a recent election in the east of Germany, and in another state it has come second. It's almost won, and it's actually complicating the building of government coalitions in those two states. It is also very strong in this election in about 1 week, which I mentioned, in the state of Brandenburg, right next to Berlin, actually the state where Olaf Scholz lives, in the city of Potsdam. So this is all, of course, bringing the government in a very difficult situation. Germans feel that there has not enough been done. The center-right opposition, the CDU of former Chancellor Angela Merkel, is really pushing the government by demanding stronger action. And now the government is acting. This migration deal is one part of it. There's going to be another one signed with Uzbekistan on Sunday, but also that is not the country where the migrants coming from. So now they're also thinking about stronger measures. Border controls have already been implemented, but stronger measures also to send asylum seekers back.
And just tell me about those tightening of the borders, because we had some reaction, including from Poland's Prime Minister, saying that Germany's decision to tighten controls on land borders was unacceptable.
Yes, so there is a lot of confusion, especially in Europe now, of Germany's neighbors. Some of them are very concerned, like Poland, about these measures. Others, which are not direct neighbors, but are in the south, for example, like Bulgaria, Greece, and Italy, are not particularly amused about the new German government's tone, saying that we need to send asylum seekers back to the country where they first applied for asylum. That's in many cases those first arrival countries like Italy, like Greece, like Bulgaria. They're saying we cannot cope with the strong influx of migrants, so that Germany wants to send them back is, of course, problematic for them. But as I mentioned, the mood in Germany is really that too many of the asylum seekers are coming to Germany. So now there has to be some high-level negotiations going on between Chancellor Scholz and other European leaders about where the asylum seekers are going to. And the bottom line is, of course, that the European Union is really shutting down on migration. They want to do much more on its external borders to stem the influx of migrants, with deals like with Libya, for example.
Okay, Hans von der Burchard, senior politics reporter with Politico in Germany. Thanks for taking us through all the angles on that story.
With pleasure.
Now, the first so-called citizens' jury on assisted dying in England has backed a change in the law to allow people who are terminally ill to end their life. The jury of 30 people spent 8 weeks listening to expert evidence and campaigners and concluded it should only be an option for those who are terminally ill and have the capacity to make their own decisions. Our medical editor Fergus Walsh has more.
Away from the placards and the protests, the citizens' jury was intended to produce a measured response to this highly sensitive issue. Jury members were selected to be representative of the makeup and the views of the population, which meant most were already in favour of assisted dying at the start. By 3-1, the jury voted in favour of the law being changed to allow assisted dying for those with a terminal condition who have the capacity to make their own decisions. The lethal drug could be self-administered or given by a health professional.
Fuck the health professionals. You can all fuck off, you sick cunts. I'm fucking pissed off at you wankers. You're fucking disgusting. NHS, you're fucking history. You can die, you motherfucking bastards.
How do you respond to the terminally ill people and prolong the agony, and to have the option to choose to die in their own country rather than going abroad?
I bet you work for the NHS, you sick cunt.
Were concerned that assisted dying could be misused without adequate safeguards. There was near universal support for more funding for palliative care.
And we know that policymakers want to have more evidence about what the public think. They want to understand the richness, the detail of people's views, and understand where, for example, people want to see safeguards and other considerations around, for example, palliative care.
Opinion polls have consistently shown overwhelming public support for assisted dying in the UK. The Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, has said he's committed to giving MPs a free vote on the issue at some point. Private members' bills have already been introduced at Westminster and at the Scottish Parliament, Holyrood. The Isle of Man and Jersey, which passed their own laws, are already on track to introduce assisted dying.
Yeah, you can see Paul Lovegrove. There he is. I employed him. I got him driving for me. Yeah, and he went the fucking wrong way, the prick. I mean, fucking hell. Look at these wankers. Look.
Now, the term time has begun for many children around the world, but in Gaza, getting education has become much more difficult, if not impossible, for many because of the ongoing war. The United Nations estimates that more than 600,000 students are being deprived of access to formal education for yet another year. Now, the UN Relief and Works Agency says no official schooling is available in any of its 200 schools, with many now serving as shelters for displaced Palestinians. Now, to discuss this in a bit more detail, I'm joined now in the studio by Samaya Bouzani, who's the co-chair of the charity Children Not Numbers. Thanks very much for taking the time to come into the studio. We talk about the challenges of children facing Gaza on so many different fronts here on BBC News, but one of the things we don't explore perhaps in enough detail is the impact on children's education. What does your organisation do when it comes to trying to support children who don't have a classroom to go to and want an education?
Well, at the moment, it's been virtually impossible to feed them and make sure they're hydrated and safe and getting the medical treatment that they need. So actually, education has just had to take a back seat. And that's something that it's not desirable. There are 625,000 children that are not starting school this year. 45,000 of those are starting first grade. There is no way of being able to get them safely to an educational setting. There is no way of setting up an educational setting. 85% of the schools in Gaza have been rendered completely unusable. They'll need significant amounts of rebuilding, if not completely rebuilding from scratch. This is a problem that we are looking at for years to come.
For years to come, in what short-term solutions can organisations like yours try to offer?
Well, everybody's scrambling around. I mean, all of the aid agencies on the ground are scrambling around. NGOs like Children Not Numbers, we are trying to strategise ways of being able to get some sort of education provision, but it's incredibly hard. And I mean, when you think about the fact that you can't even get formula to dying babies, you can't get basic medical aid to children that have been severely injured as a result of the bomb blast, really, where do you even begin to start?
That's the garden. I made that garden look as good as it did.
Have been targeted,
But it was all fucked up, you know, seriously.
I'm talking about very basic educational standards, but it's critically needed because apart from anything else, it's one way to help meet their emotional and mental needs.
Ooh.
It's not just about actually basic.
Nudity. Yeah.
I was just reading a bit about the
Jane Crawford, more tits out. Hey, look at them tits. Oh my God.
in Gaza do under hugely difficult circumstances. And one thing that struck me is that you also say that you provide support for orphans. Of course, there must be thousands of children in Gaza who lost their parents since the conflict began.
At the moment, the figures are around 18,000, but that's completely at this stage expected to be a conservative estimate. And as part of our orphan support programme, one of the things we want to do is be able to offer an education, because one of the questions we are asked by children and their caregivers, first and foremost, is when can they go back to school? It's not even when I get
Yeah, Wendy Weir. Wendy Weir. Who's that? Is that your daughter? Is it? I think it is, isn't it?
School, because as with every child the world over, it's such an important provision. If you kind of compare the international outrage during the pandemic when children were not able to go to school, it was, people were horrified of that. And this is something that's happened for over
Look at that.
as you said, and it's likely to
Blibbing homes fucked the garden up. They destroyed the garden because they're a bunch of cults.
Co-chair of the charity Children Not Numbers, thank you very much for sharing your team's work with us. This is BBC News. Now, researchers say they've solved the mystery of the origins of the seismic signal which shook the Earth for 9 days last September. They pinned it down to a massive landslide which caused a tsunami in the remote fjord in Greenland. While the risk of these Arctic landslides is increasing due to climate change, that's according to scientists Victoria Gill.
Yeah, look, this is Langard Road and Shirley.
But in one fjord in the east of Greenland, a seismic
That's a Morris,
landscape here.
which I was driving. I was.
A simulation of how the seismic can travel around the world. When we run this, we'll start to see the wave.
This animation shows the signal that baffled scientists for 9 days in September of last year. The dots are seismic monitors around the world picking up vibrations from something happening in Greenland. At the same time that scientists were puzzling over that, a team working in Greenland received a report of a large tsunami in the east of the country. These photographs show what caused it, a huge landslide into this fjord. Look at the mountaintop in this image taken before the event, and look at it afterwards. The top of the mountain is gone, collapsed into the fjord, taking part of the glacier with it. Scientists analysed the depth and shape of this narrow 200-kilometre long fjord, and that revealed why the tsunami the landslide caused reverberated around the world for so long. The wave was essentially trapped.
The energy of that wave just can't escape. So that wave has to just keep bouncing back and forth, sloshing back and forth in the fjord and can't go anywhere. Never before in such a long duration, but it can move large-scale movement of water over 9 days in this case. We've observed.
Remote as it is, this is a location that cruise ships do visit. Fortunately, no vessels were in the area when the landslide happened. But scientists say the risk of these events is increasing with climate change. This glacier was holding up the mountain. Over decades, it melted and thinned, and eventually millions of cubic meters of rock simply collapsed. It's a destructive side effect of climate change that was felt around the world. Victoria Gill, BBC News.
Now, here in the UK, 2 men have been charged with burglary after a painting by Banksy was stolen from a gallery in central London on Sunday. These CCTV images show just how quickly that artwork was removed from the wall of the gallery. all over in less than a minute. Police say the painting, called The Girl with the Balloon, has been recovered and has now been returned to the gallery. Well, Nikki Schiller has been there.
I am outside the gallery where this robbery took place on Sunday evening at around 11 o'clock. Now you can see that it says Banksy's, if I turn the camera around, Banksy's Breakout London Rebellion. And this...
I'm better than Banksy. I'm better than Banksy. Fucking right.
They came in through the door and the Banksy was hanging up.
I'm better than Banksy. Fucking right, mate. You know what I mean?
That smashed window there, all with under a minute. So the robbery was done in less than a minute. Now you can see that the gallery here has taken all of the other artworks that they had on display off display. You can still see here on the floor that there is the girl with the balloon stencil on the floor, and that is the artwork that was taken. Now police say it has been recovered, and I can confirm that because if you walk with me through the gallery, you can now see that it is back in the gallery. This is the actual painting that was stolen in the robbery on Sunday. And if I go round the back of here, you will also see that you can see there that it says police evidence. So the police had taken this away after it was recovered, and they have brought it back to the gallery, and it is now back in the safe hands of the gallery. Now, the police are saying, as you mentioned, that 2 men have been charged after this robbery. 47-year-old Larry Fraser from Beckton and 53-year-old James Love from North Stifford. Now, they have already appeared at Wimbledon Magistrates Court yesterday, and they are due back in court at Kingston Crown Court on the 7th of October.
Nikki Schiller there. Now, the big 40 is, of course, seen as a milestone birthday, but Prince Harry's told the BBC, whilst he was anxious about turning 30, he's excited about turning 40 this weekend. Daniela Ralph has more.
It's been a turbulent decade for the...
Oh. fucking hell. What time is it? Oh, 5 minutes. I'll be going down to fucking down to fucking Ace and T Workers. Yeah. Hey, hey, here comes the sun. Here comes the memories. I did not need to be sectioned. Not a fucking chance. Fucking NHS is shit as fuck, little bastards. The police are shit and the NHS is shit. They're fucking shit. Oh, I've got 2 of these. Fuck it. Yeah, with some bags. Yeah. That's great. Oh. Rip one. No, we're not going to wear that. Okay. The Rust Stoned Raver. Put some painkillers. I've got a red one. Okay, well. Oh. Right, is that going to go in there? I think I should do. Right, I think I'm going to go now. Dad, well, Dad, have a lovely birthday. Love you millions. Hugs and kisses. Love, Bex. That's quite funny. What's this? Oh, bit of artwork. Yeah, well, that's it. I'm going to take it with me. Yeah. Yeah. I see now. Facebook Live. No one's monitoring nothing. That's crazy. Never mind. Right, I'm going to end that broadcast now. And oh my God.